stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like the wood, stand for his child? I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 82. I didn't realize I was muted. So welcome. Can you guys hear me? Just want to check the audio and also Yeah. So you guys can hear me now. All right. Cool. So I gonna start soon. I have some issue. Okay. For regarding the super chat stuff, but it's okay. Okay, it's a bit soft. Okay. Let me see. If I okay. Now I will adjust along the way. Since I gotta drop in the link to join first, so that we don't waste time. And let me see the link to join the open mic is now dropped into the open mic live chat on YouTube, as well as on Rumble, as well as on Twitch. So this DPA Open Mic episode 82 is multicast on multiple platforms, DPA platforms on Telegram, YouTube Open Mic channel, YouTube Rumble Open Mic channel, Twitch, as well as Twitter. So hopefully we can get as much people on as possible, or at least have as much reach as possible. So meanwhile I will try to fix my audio, because if not, like, I cannot get the super chat thingy to work. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, how do I get this done? Yep. So no one in yet. Is the link working? Let me check. It's working, I think. Yeah, it's working. I can see myself. Ta-da. Okay. So it's working. The link is working. So just in case, So I have published the Frontline Changes report. There was no SIP rep from both Russia and Ukrainian Defense Ministry. The Russian did a summary for the week. Ukraine didn't post anything. So, and hi, Just John. Can you guys hear me? Audio, I heard it's a bit soft, but it should be fine. From the look of it, from my end, it looks like it should be working. Yeah, I can. No one want to talk. But default device is set to this. Do you want to hear it? Okay. Output. Okay. Let me. So much technical problems. Output. Okay, I'm gonna put this to this. Done. So quiet. Oh my god. Nobody want to comment and talk. Okay. So then I shall go into the monologue. I wanted to do a bit earlier, but I was burnt out. I didn't have enough sleep for around 2 days. Then I was out with my family for the entire day yesterday. So yeah, I wasn't able to be awake. Hi Drew.
I'm just here to keep you company because you look so lonely.
Yeah, so weird.
Right? I think the timing is weird for everybody. 6:30, like for the Americans, they have dinner. For the Europeans, it's like, I don't know, like
they're about to sleep, I guess.
Time already. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no choice. I have to sleep.
I go back to sleep. Do it tomorrow. Like now, nobody want to talk to you.
Then I talk to myself. It's okay.
Yourself, okay, I stay.
It's
quiet. You talk
we talk a bit of Singlish like that. I don't know they understand.
I don't think they'll understand. They will be like, huh? What the hell are you guys talking about?
Yeah, no problem. How? So what is your sleeping timing actually? Why you always awake? Able to be awake?
I wake up every day at 5:30 p.m. and then I sleep at 9:30 a.m. So kind of like US hours.
That's US hours actually. That's like literally US hours.
Kids from their school. So I wake up at 5:30 and then go pick up the kids. and then I have dinner, and then I do my work during the night, and then in the morning I will wake them up to send them to school. Then
So you don't have day life,
I go
one.
sleep. Huh?
You don't have day life.
My day life is at night. Can't be helped. My work involves
Family,
trading
family.
markets, so I have to follow. I have to follow the US markets.
Then the family.
Yeah, I send them to school. I bring them back from school. I have dinner with them. I have breakfast with them. Okay.
A weekend don't go out.
Weekends are a bit more difficult. So like yesterday, everybody woke up at the regular time at 6 a.m. because that's when they usually wake up to go to school. And then we got on bicycles and we cycle to West Coast.
But afternoon is gone.
Afternoon, my wife will deal with it.
Then
so
you fall
sometimes
asleep.
during the weekend, you'll go over to my mom and dad's place, go swim in their swimming pool. Sometimes other activities. Yeah. Okay lah. It can't be hard. Every job has its own particular problems, right? I don't have to go into the office, but I got these other problems I have to deal with. Right? So it's not
usually that happens for me as well. So sometimes I have to lose sleep. Like yesterday, I will lose sleep to go out the whole day. Then by the time I reach home, I just straight away lie on my bed and just concuss all the way to until just now.
I cannot really. You are still young, I think. You still have the energy to
Still young?
I changed my timing at like 1 hour. I feel horrible. I have to fix my sleeping time. If I change a little bit, the next day I'm like
chat. The chat, please. Guess who is younger, Wyatt or Drew? See, you're right in the chat. See who is younger. It's very hard for them to guess Asian. No, honestly, I think it's a bit hard for us.
We all have good skin. Yeah. We all look young.
Yeah. We will do our age review in 1 minute.
Suddenly downhill.
A lot of people write my name. They think that I'm younger.
Of course, you're younger.
Just John say who is who. Some people say that we look alike. I was like, what the hell? They don't have enough Chinese or Asian friends.
Because they are European or from the US, so all Chinese look alike to them. Like all the Europeans look alike to us, kind of same.
They say that I look older when I wear my spectacles. Because today I dropped a shot when I was outside. Let me find my spectacles. Okay, so yeah, am I older now? Yeah, so
because I actually need the glasses.
I don't need my glasses to see something so near. So okay. I'm born in 83. Drew is.
I'm 80.
Can I put the glasses?
Yeah. Drew is older. Then Drew is older. Yeah, 3 years older than me. No, I think Drew looks like my age.
That one's definitely older.
That one is just a baby. You see baby face.
That one is like 50 plus, if I'm not wrong.
53.
Right? Huh?
No, it's not that much older.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, 10 years is not that much difference, right? No, like the difference between Euro and me, I think is lesser than me with some of the guys in our open mic.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're 10, years old, when you're 10 years old, 10 years means a lot, right? Depends on what age you are. Yeah, when you're in mid-age, 10 years, it's not a lot difference.
True.
Everyone's seen somewhere around there. Yeah, that's very true. Can you hear me good?
Well, I hear you good, actually. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to adjust. Because I saw some open mic, but I can't make it talk because my setting is wrong. I'm trying to figure out the setting, but nobody is coming up to talk, and so I have to talk. Yeah. How come nobody is up? I think
it's probably unusual timing. Yeah.
Is it? This is the American timing. So I saw some super chat by NGS. This is like my opinion, videos, and thoughts. Yeah, I actually know. I dropped the opinion video on the open mic channel. There's no reach. The algorithm really punishes smaller channels. Like I used to able to get like 10-20K when I do this kind of no opinion videos on the open mic channel. Like almost 2 years ago. Now it's like it's gone. Drew is younger, but Wyatt look younger. NGS is wrong. And Irian Putin is 8 years old. One of our biggest donator is 8 years old.
Where is your announcer? What, it doesn't
Now
work?
the audio setting is wrong. So I'm not sure how to change it while I talk, because once I change, I may have no sound, and I figure out. Your default output setting is set to this, which in order to hear yourself, I have to set to the other one. My default. Yeah, so there's some technical issues to work around. Oh, Vaughn is here. Vaughn.
But where is your super chat announcer?
Man, this is some bullshit. Last minute.
Is it?
I mean, I don't mind, but you know, I had some new decorations I wanted to show off, but now I can't.
So sorry.
Vaughn,
Okay, then we shall end the stream now. We'll start tomorrow.
No, it's all good. I'm just saying it don't. Actually, it's better because I got to do the graduation party tomorrow anyway, so that works out good.
Because I was so yesterday I have not enough sleep when I wake up to do the frontline changes. Then after that I went out the whole day. So when I'm back, I'm totally burned out. The moment I touch my bed, I'm like gone. So the next moment I wake up is like 1 hour ago. So there's nothing much I can do about it. I can't even inform anyone.
Oh, that's what like some people are like asking. I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes it's probably around like 5 o'clock ish. I said it just depends. You know, if it's not by 5-ish, I said probably by tomorrow. You know, maybe tomorrow, but
because I woke up at 5. I woke up at 5.
I happened to look and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. So usually I try to inform earlier, but shit happens. Then when I didn't inform means I'm already dead. Like I'm asleep. then it's gonna look like American timing. Like this.
There might be some other people show up. Like I know Archimedes was doing something, but he might have. Hell, maybe we'll get some other people in because it's early morning where you're at, right, Wyatt?
Yeah. So now it's coming
maybe
to 7.
Steve or Toby or somebody might pop in too.
It's past midnight here, so not good for European Africans.
Yeah. Sorry. That's horrible. I'm so disappointed.
Which also means that we will not have a lot of African talk.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Last week we have the full 2 hours of African talk. Then Vaughn was like, "What the fuck?" So now we can talk a lot of North American. The Europeans are not around. The Africans are also
South American. We can talk South American talk, maybe.
Yeah, South American talk. No.
Just as long as it's not about North America and USA. Let's not talk about USA. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know. There ain't really new with Trump other than he raised like $400 million in a week from his, and then all the cases look like they're pretty much falling apart. Like the one in New York, it sounds like there'll be a mistrial now because some dumb juror had a cousin who posted on Facebook, my cousin's on the jury and he's going to be convicted. And that was before the fucking verdict. So that might be a mistrial. Then the one in Georgia's, they're going to probably kick that prosecutor off. So that's probably done. And then the one in Florida with the documents is like on hold till after the election. So, now it's just wait and see and rake in the money. The next big thing for Trump will be June or July 11th and see if he gets thrown in jail.
Hey
so he can make another fucking $1 billion.
Did we want to start off about that awful bombing in Gaza today? And I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one, to be honest with you.
I didn't see it, but that's fine. I mean, that's all I had on Trump anyway. I mean, there's really nothing, big. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where to begin. It looks
yeah,
like
go
war
ahead.
crimes all
I don't
around.
know what happened. So what happened?
Well, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, because there's still a lot of unknowns and there's a lot of news going out. But my understanding was, well, I don't know how else to say it. There was a bunch of war crimes that were committed today. It looked like between partnership with the Americans as well as the Israelis, they, under the guise of using UN aid trucks, which they had loaded with material as well as men, they effectively used those trucks as a cover to get into Gaza. They then proceeded to bomb the place to, quote, clear a path. And then, well, they all kind of jumped out and killed some more people. So I'm not really sure what to say about that. Now, they did rescue 4 of the hostages. 4 Israeli hostages were rescued. But the last tally I saw, there was about 250
Can you
civilians
mute
dead.
yourself? Sorry, can you mute yourself? A lot of noise coming.
Yeah, apparently the latest count is there's about 250 dead and a couple hundred wounded. So yeah, it looks like a real mess there. So
Wayne's World.
I have to believe, Wayne, I wore this for you, buddy. I have to believe that something big has got to come of this. This is too big. It's all over social media right now. You can't cover this up. So I really don't know what's going to happen.
So
next, to be honest.
Did they shoot a bunch of people or blow them up or what?
Both. Yeah. It's horrible, Vaughn. Like, you go on X and you just see video after video after video of, well, kids dead. And I thought I'd be immune to it by now, but apparently I'm not. So
I didn't watch it, anything about it except a report that Spain is actually joining the South Africa case in UN, and it was about bombing a school or a building that was used as a UN headquarters, and it was announced to Israeli about it, yet it was bombed, and some around 15 children, 22 women, and 11 UN workers were killed. Supposedly,
Was that today?
That was a couple days ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, hey, I'm not trying to interrupt. I just want to know, these people that were killed today, were they like gunned down, or were they killed with explosives? That's all. I'm not trying to be like fucked up. I just want to know what happened.
Mostly explosives, yeah. Like they did a pretty big bombing campaign. It was a market, right? So they were all gathered around the market. Then when the aid trucks started to come in, everybody out, came out even more. And boom.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that 4 hostages, as nice as I'm sure they are worth that many hundreds of dead kids, So
well, I mean, when you're doing that kind of killing, do you honestly believe you're getting live hostages back at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, if they haven't killed them themselves, I mean, I can't see the Palestinians hanging on to them when it doesn't appear to be anything beneficial. Because the Israelis, they talk about how they want them back, but it doesn't really seem like they're doing things that would make them want to give hostages back. So, I mean, are they even alive, or is that just an excuse? We're going to save the hostages. I mean, because think about it. Dude, much shit they've been doing. I don't know.
Russians were released. One of the Russian hostages was released. So.
Yeah, 4 of them are alive. So they did get them back alive. But, I mean, it's the means to the end that I'm kind of wondering about,
Oh, look at that badge, Grisha.
Hey, are you going to introduce yourself?
Badge.
So, yeah. Hi, guys.
Hi. Welcome to Open Mic.
Yeah, I pretty much help Russian soldiers get the equipment they need. help civilians and stuff like that. And they do it for foreign audience, so that's why I always speak English. And I was invited at some point to this open mic, and it's 2 a.m. in Russia, so not too late to join.
So, so does anyone recognize Grisha, like in the live chat?
I know about Grisha. Yeah, a lot of.
Yeah,
I heard about it.
Grisha is the most famous scene is. I remember. Then everything else is Russian, so I don't know how to say it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, there's some noise coming from somewhere. Is that from
Vaughn? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Something's going on here.
What's up, Wayne?
I don't know. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, we hear you good.
Okay, I wasn't sure. What happened, by the way, guys? I'm totally out of the loop. I've been busy all day.
Well, luckily, Telegram is. This is not a Telegram. I had issues for 2 hours. Right, it was shut down in Russia. So it seems like there's a really comprehensive IT attack on Russian stores, Russian servers. Something's going on. I had in Croatia.
Was right about Jews.
No, he wasn't. So, like, that's nonsense talk. Like, they're two separate events, but
there was.
We don't need that stuff.
There was issues in Croatia too with stores.
Hey, Grisha, thanks for coming on.
There is issue with also payment system here. A slight issue, not a big one, but I think it's some kind of virus or something that's going on that was sent to make problems for Russian market, for Russian economy. Because I read that there was in some stores in Russia there was issue with accepting discounts, the deals, the membership, and so on in the stores when you go. So with the pricing and so that's big comprehensive attack on Russia.
Well,
is that?
Telegram blackouts do happen pretty often. I encountered it myself a couple of hours prior, but it's honestly something usual. And since there are so many people nowadays using Telegram, I could imagine there could be some problems sustaining the amount of people. I mean, just remember when Prigozhin was announcing his March of Justice. It was, I mean, it's in a way bizarre that we are able to watch historical events happen live on social media right in front of our eyes. And imagine the amount of people watching his channel at that moment. I mean, it's just something interesting about the modern world and how crazy is the digital era. I mean,
well, that's the thing, right? Like, even today with this attack today, I was watching the mainstream media, and you see how they're shifting, right? Like, as soon as it was first reported, it was like, oh, great, the hostages are free. The IDF heroically saved them. And then as stuff started coming out on social media and all the videos started coming out and more information was being made available to the masses and people started getting more and more outrage, you see them updating their stories as it's going along, right? So because even they can't justify this. And that's the problem that the mainstream media has these days, is they can't control the narrative, because as you said, it's everywhere on social media. Everybody's got a phone. Everybody's a reporter now. You can't compete with that, So,
I mean, well, Elon Musk kind of offered the platform to everyone, but there are plenty of people complaining regarding the Israel-Palestine thing. And I'd say it's very interesting to see how modern wars are being broadcasted pretty much live on social media. I'd say the Russian-Ukrainian war is the biggest example of it happening. And now Israel-Palestine, And
how will Russia respond to escalation in Ukraine?
They've got nothing to escalate against with.
I wouldn't say there is anything to really escalate in Ukraine. It's as it was a special military operation, it will continue being. I don't see war being declared. And even though probably a year ago I would have said 99% Russia needs a mobilization to win or to, reach Kiev and our other destinations like Odessa, but now this was really replaced with just getting as many contract soldiers as possible. And as an everyday civilian in Russia, I feel it because I hear broadcasts of contract service in the public transport and metro, which honestly, I'd rather hear advertisement of contract service than getting a new mobilization wave. So, yeah, I'd say we're currently winning both the informational war and the war on the ground, because if Ukraine needs some kind of foreign intervention with Macron trying to act tough, well, that's not a good sign for them.
Has there been any more info on that strike with the Kinzel, where they said there was French and other trainers?
In Kharkov?
Grisha, please provide an unbiased answer. What Russians think about mill effort in Ucker? Do they think Putin doesn't do enough or is not aggressive enough?
I mean, there are obviously two camps. I'll be extremely honest. There are some people that want to see Ukraine as being flattened just like Gaza is, because whatever, I don't know, they're hawks, they're just different people. Some want complete death and destruction because they either don't understand the consequences of it, and there are other people which are, satisfied with how the things are going, since it is special military operation and not a war. And literally, Israel-Palestine war is the example of what is a real war. What is the difference between civilian casualties and an intention of genociding another nation? So, and the numbers speak for themselves. It's around 15,000 casualties.
Russia will threaten. That's it, all talk.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
Well, it's not just that. It happens. There is always increased action, increased. I would say we see that Russia has a good intelligence on the ground in a Western Ukraine, in Kiev. Where's the new supplies? Where's what needs to be hit? And they don't hit it. They know where the bunkers are. That's what I'm thinking, because they escalate and hit bunkers and command centers, depending on the level of the retaliation. But it's very good. I
Why is there a jellyfish on Open Mic?
I had he's talking about me or no, or Wayne. We look alike, gummy faces. The issue with bombing civilians, the people get enraged.
I've heard some interesting questions, but that one kind of
what's happening with shelling civilians, like in Belgorod, because that's the level of retaliation.
Yeah.
Or trying to get Russia to really escalate heavily, which is, acting out of emotion is not really that positive, right? In case where the death and lives are in question. So, they're really responsible commanders. You really have a responsible military and so on. And I would also guess that there's some issue with a success of electronic warfare because when Ukrainians send them rockets and guided precision attacks on some military targets within the civilian areas, right? If the electronic warfare works, they will dislodge for a few hundred meters. They will change the target area, right, of the ATACMS, of the other guided munition, so it will hit civilians. Yeah, that's I'm guessing. I'm just guessing if that's going on also. Collateral damage. Yeah.
I just think the Russians have been really measured. I mean, there might be stuff they've done that no one knows about because it's, maybe America doesn't want you to know that they fucked up something that's embarrassing. But I mean, the thing like Doug always says, there's a butcher bill getting put together, and at some point that bill's going to be paid, and you don't really know what the Russians are going to do in retaliation for all these things. And it's like, you can see how they're trying to push and push and push and push and just get Russia to do something stupid, and then it must just make them insane that it's always measured, or they appear to do nothing. And I don't really think they're not doing anything. I just think they're either doing things you don't see, or they're writing a list down and working through that list, and they'll start shooting drones down or whatever, but they're not gonna take the bait and go like overreact, I don't think, ever.
I got two questions for Grisha, if you don't mind. It's interesting to have somebody that actually works on the front line and and volunteers.
He don't work on the front line.
Like he
works
does
in the rear, but he's
okay in the rear.
He's making a real difference.
Yeah, he's kind of more in touch in the ground than we are. So I'm curious, like now that the situation is more shifted, that Russia is like pushing forward and the Ukrainians are kind of slowly getting pushed back. Do the frontline troops have like this, like a kind of a SOP, like standard operating procedure to help the Ukrainians to surrender, or is it on a unit by unit basis? Like, is there like a standard where they go in and they say, okay, you guys all surrender, or this is how you surrender, these are the channels you can use, and then if you're not, they will bomb the hell out of you, or is there a standard like that? And my second question is, what happens to all the Russians that if they get hurt, either they lose a limb or they can't fight anymore? Like what is the kind of like the overall like state support for them after they get hurt?
Benefits and care package.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, just so Grisha.
Yeah, regarding the first question, I mean, a very famous radio wave, 149.200. It's called Volga. There was, and there will be plenty of advertisement of that. Probably majority of these kind of advertisement videos or propaganda videos are all urging the Ukrainian soldiers to surrender. It's almost 99% about them calling Volga universal radio wave. I mean, that's really the main thing about surrendering, though. There is, this is something sensitive to tell, but not a lot of soldiers like taking in people, because you take someone in and then they get exchanged, and you don't know for what. You don't know if they got exchanged for, I mean, if it's like one-to-one trade, then sure, always a fair and a good trade. But when there is like, when Medvedchuk was, for example, exchanged for 200 Azov soldiers, I am in a very big doubt that those guys that captured those Azov soldiers were happy with the trade. I mean, it's all government stuff, but yeah, soldiers are. It's a tough.
Will Ukraine be without electricity by the winter?
Ask Mr. Surovikin. Next, Mr. Surovikin.
Is
regarding-
Surovikin
Actually, in fairly decent shape. I've been tracking some stuff that's been going on in the background. I don't know if you guys have been hearing about.
We don't hear you, Wayne.
The electric
guys,
grid
there's
is
some.
fine.
Sorry if I sound a little bit disjointed. I've had to put my hearing aids back in, so I'm listening to you on the phone and talking through the computer. What's happening is that they're doing a upgrade on the interconnections between Poland, Romania, and damn it, what's the other country?
No, Mike, it's okay. You can ask your question first. Wait, what's your question?
There's one other country I can't remember, but they're working on getting power in from outside.
Well,
I want to ask Grisha. Wait. I want to ask Grisha. Grisha, what do you think? Is Surovikin back in the front lines in Ukraine, Russia, or he's somewhere in Africa, or where do you think he is? A lot of
he's no longer in Africa. There is another guy who handles it. It's Yevkurov. He is the one who travels to the Sahel countries all the time and Libya too. And with the African Corps existing on par with Wagner, there are plenty of people who think that African Corps completely replaced Wagner in Africa. It's not true. They just take... it's like the Africa is split between African Corps and Wagner. I mean, Central African Republic has always been huge friends of Wagner, and they remain. Wagner is in Mali, and the African Corps are more like in Sahel regions, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, stuff like that. And Surovikin was actually in Morocco, Algiers, but he's back in Russia. No idea what he's up to, but he's a very capable general, and I hope he will be back.
Hey,
is Wagner now under Russian government control? Is Wagner now? What's the status? Because previously Wagner is a bit uncontrollable, right? What's the situation right now?
Noise.
To be completely honest, Wagner was always pretty much under the government because majority of the financing was from the government. How would you pay for all of that stuff otherwise? But nowadays, obviously, it's not the same Wagner that, for example, I was a little bit part of with my PMC Wagner Center stuff. It's not as autonomous. You can do much less stuff, but they're mostly Belarus training the Belarusian army and Africa. Regarding integration into Rosgvardia, those talks kind of ceased. There is nothing that came out. So for now, I think they'll just keep handling Africa.
I got one more question.
And Belarus.
I got one more question before I hand to Vaughn. The tech center, right? Because I remember during those days, in the earlier days in the Ukraine war, Wagner opened this tech center and invite everybody to come to go there to do innovation, do the startups, and to help to find solution for Russia. Is it still ongoing now, or it's like?
You're talking about the Wagner Center.
Yeah, and all the programs, they have this program like trying to help people to provide some resource to build technologies or something for Russia.
The thing is, if we're talking about something that's visible to the public, it was PMC Wagner Center, which is now closed. It wasn't a building of Prigozhin. He was actually just renting it. So now it's just a place where you can rent yourself an office. Regarding everything else, I mean, obviously, there is still a way as a civilian to offer something to them. And I remember people that, for example, were like graduates of universities. They came in with solutions for using AI in FPV drones to control them as a swarm. And that's something, for example, was what was practiced in PMC Wagner Center. And I am 100% sure they're doing it somewhere else, but just from other... You just don't see it. Wagner works in the shadows. That's where they work best, and that's...
Yeah, so which means most of it is gone. Most
you
of
will
the
not see it. I think it works. You just not gonna hear it. You are not gonna see it.
Yeah. I just want to say, it's all fun and everybody thinks he's dead, but tell him I said hi.
Wayne, tell us about stealthy aircraft carriers.
Regarding Prigozhin, there obviously there is an opinion, I'll say, among people who were in relation to the company that he is alive, but I'm not the one to know.
It's one of them cool stories. It's a cool legend. If he never comes back, no one ever knows. If he comes back in 5 years, everybody's going to shit their pants and be like, "Oh my god!"
That's true. That's very true.
I think about it, he's like DB Cooper. Kind of like Bigfoot. If they see him, but did they see him?
Though Prigozhin is not an ordinary man, and you can expect anything from him. Maybe, because Shoigu was stripped from the position of the Minister of Defense, and that was one of Prigozhin's conditions when March of Justice happened. So you can, and the thing is, the current Minister of Defense of Russia, Belousov, was actually friends with Prigozhin, and he was one of the people that carried the relationship between the Ministry of Defense and Wagner. So I feel like he set in motion things, and it just took time for them to happen. And it's good, honestly. Reforming stuff, if it's failing, is the right thing to do. That's how you learn. Special military operation has been, or war. You can reference it however you want. This is the government's viewpoint.
Do the guys on the ground like this change of the defense minister?
100%. Everyone who I know, and honestly, I mostly work with artillerymen from Belgorod region. They are scattered along the northern border of Ukraine, where not much happens except for Kharkov right now, and one group in Ugledar. And both of them responded like, the guys in Ugledar were celebrating, the guys in Belgorod were a little bit less, but also happy, because it exposed a lot of flaws, and you gotta fix them. It doesn't matter how big, how good of a friend you are. If you are failing at your job, you need meritocracy if you want to win things. And I think that's what's being established in the Russian military, and that's something the Western powers should fear, that finally we're getting people who do stuff instead of just maybe pretending, maybe a little bit of stealing.
Hey, Grisha, can I ask you a question? What's it like?
I have fingers up. Sorry. I heard that there's
here for a second. There's something I think is kind of.
I had the fingers up. Wait,
important.
Just
sorry,
a second.
man, I couldn't see it.
I noticed that there's some Wagner members actually joined the volunteer units from DPR, LPR, so they're helping them there with the planning, with some commanding, with ideas how to proceed and so on. Is that correct?
Yeah, they also joined partially to the Chechen forces, to one of their volunteer brigades. It's only natural. Wagner, it was close to perfection structure because of how it worked in comparison to Ministry of Defense, probably because of how small it was, probably because of how much people actually knew each other. And it's obvious it's just once you fought once, you will almost 100% want to go and come back, and it's just this kind of a desire to do it. Some might want to go for pay and go to Africa, for example. Some go for the ideological way and join other units as part of special military operation. So nothing surprising there, and it does happen, because if your job for 1.5 years was killing efficiently, you will continue because you don't know what to do.
And that's probably why we hear that those Donbass units, Donbass military, when they encounter soldiers from the units that were fighting them, that were shelling them, that were having the snipers over there for 8 years before SMO, they're not really happy to take prisoners, I would say, comparing to the Russian regular military, right? That's probably you heard about it, and I'm guessing that's what's happening.
The thing is, DPR, LPR militias have been integrated into Ministry of Defense. One of the group I'm helping in Ugledar, for example, we are part of the first Donetsk People's Republic Army Corps, and now they are under Ministry of Defense. The only thing that disrupted is the logistics chain, which I kind of helped patch up with my fundraisers, but obviously it's a very different reality for those who have been fighting for 8 years. And in a way, after those 8 years, you kind of forget that at some point you lived in the same country as those guys from the Ukrainian side. You just lose a little bit this sense of humanity if you live in constant stress, shelling, kill or death situation. I'm not gonna blame them. I have no idea how I would be reacting to the other side surrendering after they murdered your family. One of your children died in the shell bombings. Can't imagine what goes in their heads, so unable to criticize them. But obviously the hardened guys who have been through 2014, they're a different breed from those who are from the Russia's Ministry of Defense. Yeah.
Who first, Half-Caste or Nika?
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Grisha, I was going to ask you another question. What's it like when you go out just around Russia generally, and how do you find people sort of react in society in general with, not with just yourself, but just in general, the society at the moment? They worried? Do they talk,
How does the society react to people wearing insignia, I guess, Z insignia, and in general the military? It was strange. People were afraid maybe in the first half a year, because I have been wearing my Z armband ever since the start of special military operation, and the more time passes, the more people get used to it, and whenever they see military on the actual streets, if it's a Wagner guy, you can see he's either wearing a multicam equipment or he has a Wagner jumbo patch. They just throw like this and say like jumbo, and they both understand each other. If it's a regular army soldier, they usually just come up and shake his hand. That's like, that's the way it should work, and that's the way it works. And I'd say the teenage part of the Russian society has gone through such a renovation, in terms of patriotic education, and this patriotic education was mostly not done through the government means, but by enthusiasts like me, or like even just Telegram bloggers who are not sponsored by anyone. And this is something the government, I think, should capitalize on, and other countries should study how much the enthusiasts and people who lead others impact, and they impact much, much more than some well-funded government program, because people feel the lies.
Gee, you ever talked with Cap Ucker that killed soldiers?
Yeah. Though they usually don't use the word killing, more like destroying targets. instead, which is probably common around all world's militaries. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
It disrupted Grisha's. I should control the super chat. I should let him finish first. Nika is new to this channel. His first time on. Can you introduce yourself first?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, good.
Yep.
Yeah, hello. So I'm living in Canada, and I'm an Arab. I wanted to just share my thoughts and ideas. I didn't see a lot of Arabs or Muslims in the show, so I wanted to add my opinion on what's happening in this world. I started to see in Wyatt, like after the war in Ukraine, after 1 or 2 months. So hello. So I will answer any question about the people, the actual people that live in the Arabic land, because I have some idea. I lived in one of the Gulf countries for some time. Just that I wanted to present myself because I will go in a couple of minutes. So if anyone have like a question about the people, about what's happening, you are welcome. Thank you.
I would like to ask more questions to Grisha because it's an exceptional chance here that he's here, someone with so much knowledge. So
I'm just a teenager, bro.
Yeah, but you have a lot of
strange scenario.
You have a lot of contacts with the frontline soldiers, so that's kind of special insight, right? And so much. So I was wondering because you're doing the collections for the front help to the frontline. Non-military, not military. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. I'm just wondering because, like, I see how much the soldiers themselves spend on collecting, for their own needs, right, on the front line. I mean, the equipment, not personal needs, right? For equipment. And I was just wondering how much officers, like high officers, are helping in that, because it seems like it's like really large disconnect between the commanding officers that receive huge salaries and frontline units that need help and are in the front there.
It really depends on the officers themselves. There are some who will, constantly be with their soldiers, and those who, once upon a time will come in Donetsk in their full bulletproof anti-explosion vest. The thing is, for example, a salary of a Russian soldier usually is around 200k rubles. Let's say $2,200, something around that. An officer salary closer to $3,000. Usually, government obviously provides the most basic stuff: uniform, boots, bulletproof vest, your weapon, whatever. But any kind of improvements you usually get yourself, and this is the problem, because you could get boots that are not of your size, and who's gonna buy it for you? Not the government, because I mean you missed your chance to get yourself the variant you needed, so you go and buy it by yourself, and people who will deliver it to you are usually civilian volunteers. That's how I transport equipment like Mavics to the front line, and this kind of exposed, in a way, modern warfare that I wouldn't say there is any country on earth that is 100% prepared for war. I mean, Palestine, Israel, in the scope of everyone, there are fundraisers for the IDF soldiers being set up, and Israel is a country not the poorest country, and with one of the very good militaries established. Usually, soldiers, for example, there is a company, everyone receives their salary, and each month they all give their part to something called obshak. It's a Russian word. Basically, imagine a piggy bank, and everyone just throws their part, and from that they spend on their needs. For example, a unit needs to buy camouflage nets. It's not something every single individual soldier needs, but it's something you need to cover up your trenches, for example. But usually it's stuff like Mavic 3 drones, Mavic 3T drones, and those things are civilian. This is not something your government gives you, but it's something you are required on the battlefield because, well, it's your eyes in the skies. It's the best recon equipment there is. Those Mavic 3 drones is like just the bread and butter of this conflict in Ukraine. And drones in general. It's just Mavics can be recon, they can drop stuff. Those are the two main things. Or if there is a unit stuck in a pocket that is bombarded all the time, from Mavic 3 drones, you can drop them food, you can drop them water, and this has happened on so many occasions. It's just irreplaceable, and this is something the governments and the militaries around the world should look into it, because you gotta produce that stuff on your own. You cannot rely on China to leasing it to you through different ways, and it's just so lucky for Russia that we have China on our border who is producing all of this stuff. DJI Mavic 3 drones, I think, are also bought by the American army, but they are overpaying so much for those drones. It's insane. Well, like a lot of equipment in US Army, but those DJI, you're literally buying Chinese drones for a war against China. You're going to be paying a very high price for that. And who knows, what if the Chinese have the remote switch? Because you got before you're gonna get a Mavic 3 drone to the battlefield, you got to rewire it. And
actually, the Yanks are buying Canadian drones right now. They're coming from a company down the road from me.
Well, you see, it's modern militaries, modern world. This is how warfare is going to be conducted in the future. And you got to rewire those drones every single time. For example, there was a hack called 1001. They were laboratories set up by the volunteers across all of Russia in different cities for different units to get their stuff fixed. Well, you give them the drone, you wait some time, and then your drone can fly anywhere in Ukraine. Because before that, that drone could get, there's like literally devices which can
fencing
snipe your drone off. Like they can get that Mavic 3 that you launched back to their base, and you're just going to be donating equipment to the enemy. It's called spoofing. Sometimes those hacks are being so to say, deciphered, and then you got to install a new one. So it's a constant fighting, it's a routine that's happening every day, and well, you just got to adapt because you cannot survive without them. So yeah, DJI drones is a must, and you gotta find a way to produce this kind of thing by yourself, because China ain't gonna be providing those for everyone.
What do you think the end state of the war will be?
No idea. I ask the soldiers all the time. They all give... Usually the answer is, we will fight until we will no longer need to fight. And then we will fight maybe somewhere else in Africa when it's all going to be over. Some say they will just go back to their families when special military operation is over, because they're there for ideological reasons, not for payment, which is just like any other conflict in the world, really. Sure, ask questions.
I was gonna, yeah, I've got a Mavic 3 drone too, and it's pretty cool. Apart from the geofencing, so I wouldn't mind getting that hack. Would be cool. I was just wondering the other thing with funerals. Does the government cover funerals? You know, do they? Is that something that they don't really talk about, or is it
They do. I have been a witness to a number of, because I live right next to a house of officers, and I see those ceremonies happening, especially in the early days of the special military operation. It was very common. Right now, I don't see that too much, but government does, and I mean, you get all the you get the entire ceremony, and the government covers for all of that, which is, I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be. So
yeah, I follow this RT reporter Filatov. I just love his details that he delves into the front line. You probably heard from him, right?
I'll be honest,
no? He's RT correspondent that's working on the front line, but he's actually doing some work for recon and doing the ideas on how to help evacuation, how to help supplies and that. So he's really actively, even though he's civilian, right? He's not military, but he's acting as a military, as a part of a unit. So his solutions are, I would say, really great, because he has like idea about electrical trolley that a few garages are producing that helps evacuate wounded and dead with just one person. It doesn't have to take like 4 people to carry one wounded. It can be one person on the trolley, so it's a less of a target for the drones. Another one is electrical enduro motorcycle that's it's silent, right? And it's much more powerful. And he describes how he avoids FPV drones. Also, he got other tactical ideas that he doesn't share, but he's talking about them from time to time. And the thermal blanket, all of the combination.
What's the name of the guy? You know what's the name of the guy again?
Andrei Filatov.
I'd say robotics, military robotics have taken a huge leap in special military operation. We see robots that can lay mines. We see kamikaze drones. There is actually a couple of instances of the Soviet MTLB, which is like an APC carrier, just being stuffed with explosives and being remotely sent to the enemy and then being exploded. So there are so many opportunities and stuff to learn from conventional stuff that the government produces itself and the stuff that the soldiers themselves make on the front line. So I'm not surprised that such stuff exists, and it's good that it's being experimented on now while we can gain actual combat experience, because usually when this kind of stuff is being done in the peaceful life, you aren't going to get results and you're not going to get funding to actually make it better. So now is the time for all sorts of innovations.
Okay, guys. Grisha, elaborate on the captured Ucker. What you talk?
I never talked with captured Ukrainians.
Okay, Wayne, I think Wayne have a question. He waited for a long time.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you better than just now.
I had to switch equipment. Grisha, I've been looking at this since, I was one of the people that did not think that Putin would invade. For the simple reason that it just didn't make sense. To invade Ukraine, my calculations indicated you'd need 2.5 million troops. You had less than 200,000. When the fighting actually started, everybody looked surprised. And what happens? Nothing. We didn't see a huge push of new troops in. We didn't see a huge push of equipment. As a matter of fact, I look at it from a point of view of someone who's, I'm very interested in military history. Our country has fought wars all over the bloody planet at one point or another. So I look at it and it's like, what the hell are they doing? You go in there with not enough troops. Then when you realize you've got a problem, you don't do anything about it. Where the fuck is the conscription? You should have had 2 million to 3 million men in the theater by now. And when I say you should have had that, I'm going back to historical examples. No, I'm serious. World War II. We managed to put a quarter of our population into uniform. Now, we didn't actually have to implement conscription until 5 years into that. We still managed to get a quarter of our population into uniform. We had just about everything on the entire Canadian continental shelf building stuff for the war effort. From what I can tell, you guys have got fuck all building stuff for the war effort. I really do not understand what you are doing. I mean, what sort of idiot move is this? It's so stupid.
I can answer if you wish to listen. First of all, special military operation, I think everyone here understands that the initial goal was not to have a frontline World War I like warfare. It was to quickly capture key cities, seize Kiev, and the plan was that the Ukrainian government would simply flee. But the backwards intelligence reports, not enough financing of whatever powers inside of Ukraine were supposed to pull out that move, is the result why, we failed in our initial stages. I mean, we pulled out of the north, and then later we had a partial mobilization. You're saying we didn't pour any new troops into Ukraine, which is false. We don't have to, conscripts. To be honest, conscripts do serve on the Russian-Ukrainian border. They serve in the northern states. Well, for example, where Kharkov, Belgorod, Sumy region, they do serve there. But it's such another complicated issue. The main response was the partial mobilization in Russia, which happened. And when you're talking about such massive numbers, you are seemingly referencing World War II, I guess, or World War I, and you are a fan of military history or expert, but modern warfare is nothing like World War II or World War I. You need to equip soldiers with more than a mere rifle and a helmet. There is much more stuff needed than just personal equipment. You need to supply drones for each unit. You need to cover up the logistics after the chaos of the first failed days. So you're saying it was an idiotic move, but in the end, the Russians.
Where are the new engine plants? Where are the new tank plants? Where are the new armored vehicle plants? Where is all the new production that should be coming online? It should have already been coming online, and it isn't. And
first of all,
we can check on this by watching satellite.
Wait.
You can tell where armored vehicles are coming from by watching the satellite feeds. For God's sakes.
It's not a war. It's special military operation. It's never meant to be a war. That's the whole point. That's why you're contradicting.
Hey, Wayne, can you post a URL of the feed that you're watching? Let's take a look.
What feed?
No, it's ridiculous.
The feed you just mentioned, the satellite feed.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I'm calling your bullshit. Post a link.
Yeah, it's ridiculous you're saying that. The Russians literally have thousands of vehicles in storage.
It's full of all sorts of stuff on how to get satellite.
Just tell us what the name is, Wayne, right now, live. Just tell us now.
No, if you have the link, you'll be good for me to monitor the war because I'm reporting on the war, right?
Just a minute, I'll put it up.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Vaughn. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, Bobber are good guys.
You're muted, Vaughn.
Vaughn, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to ask some questions since Grisha's here.
Are you a volunteer? Are you a reservist? Are you a conscript? I mean, I don't think you're a conscript because I would assume you can't just hang out on YouTube.
He's too young.
Mister, I'll be honest, I turned 18 roughly 2 months ago. I have been, since summer of 2023, I have been fundraising for units and helping them buy equipment they need. Why do I put a military uniform on myself? I mean, I'm a LARPer. That's what I do. And I think I have some connection to the military since I do help them pretty much every day get whatever they need. I'm in a way just a piggy bank that sends money to people who know where to buy stuff and know how to deliver stuff. The medal I got is for all the efforts I did, which is, I mean, I raised around probably plus 30 to 35K dollars, which I wouldn't say, it doesn't seem like a large sum, but it's very life-changing when you see it so close to you, because I had an officer friend of mine who told me he's alive because of the Mavic 3 drone I supplied that was able to spot the Ukrainians in time so he could retreat in time. Yeah. So
I mean, that's cool and all. No, I was just curious because, I've asked other people that, like one person I know is facing conscription soon. And I always, it's hard to get an answer. I don't know, maybe they don't understand, or I don't know, maybe it's secret. But, like if you're a conscript and, they're like, well, you go to the local base, you do your conscription there. And then he said, like, guys will come in from other units and it's kind of like they shop for conscripts to fill their units. And my question is like, even though that's the way it's done, if you have some skill sets before you get there for conscription, can you like put a resume in there and say, hey, I speak 3 languages, or I know how to do this or that. I don't want to be a ratnik. I should be in the staff or an interpreter or something. Or you just left to the wind.
Yes. If you have a vehicle specialization or you want to learn a vehicle specialization, you can ask for that. If you know how to code, if you know foreign languages, you will be assigned to a different unit with proper specialization. Conscripts.
So you can specialize as a conscript if you wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, you learn stuff. The whole point is that 1 year you're supposed to learn the military art in whatever way you are most useful in, which is the right way. And conscripts don't exactly serve on a local base. They can be sent to Siberia from Moscow, or they could be sent to Belgrade and be guarding the border from Ukrainians who are at war with you. So, it's...
My other question is on that is just, I mean, would you say that you have to advertise yourself to do that or petition for it? Or do the officers look for people and actually try to scout talent and stuff? You know what I mean?
Always depends on the officer. A lot of things depends on those in command.
I guess what I'm getting at is like, they wouldn't waste manpower. Like, there's not guys getting sent places that are way better at doing something else, like they just get lost in the system, or, they just say, we need like 10,000 infantry. Sorry, I'm glad you speak 3 languages, but that's not what we need right now.
Honestly, I'm not exactly qualified to answer your question. It really differs to whoever is in command. That's it.
Can I just ask?
Well, that's cool. I was just curious because, I'll shut up real quick. I just was curious about if you were allowed to specialize it also. Thanks for answering that.
I was going to say, how did you go in Africa with the things you did down there? How was that?
No, I had never been to Africa.
You can't talk about it.
I had never been to Africa. Honestly, I'm...
Oh, you didn't go? Or was it just...
Hey guys, I
got it.
Publius. I'm from Ukraine. So I just came to... the reason I signed in was I wanted to explain to Wayne the reason why there is no large-scale mobilization in Russia, and why he thinks there's no massive amount of tanks, new production, and all that stuff. Why there's no large concentration of forces? It's impossible in modern war. If you've been observing the war like I have, you notice that anytime there's a large concentration of forces, there's always a strike with missiles. There's a strike with artillery. Everything's long range. Even I think it was in 1986, the Soviet, I forget what his name was. I think I'll find it later. But there was a Soviet general. He wrote a whole report for the Soviet army saying that the new modern warfare will be about long-range strikes, will be about not about like a large concentration of forces like it was during World War II, but rather small groups of forces and doing small-scale attacks and stuff like that. Just because any large, like I said before, scale concentration of forces will be struck.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say in relation to that, you know damn well, Wayne, they got tens of thousands of IFVs and tanks and other systems in storage. And you know damn well they've been pulling that shit out every month by the hundreds and refurbishing it. So they really don't need like new production. They just need their production lines to refurbish what they already have. And I would sure it's not too hard to expand the refurbishing lines at existing plants. But I mean, the idea that they have to have this massive amount of production is ridiculous. I mean, that's only if they lost 10,000 tanks, which we all know they haven't. So they have plenty of equipment and storage to pull out and use. They haven't even probably even lost a whole lot of the brand new stuff because they don't need to use it yet. That's all for NATO.
It's actually, to respond to Wayne, it's very easy to see what Russians are doing, because just if you listen to Putin, what he says, he's really open and honest. But when you hate your enemy, you cannot understand what they're saying. That's really your issue. He's saying openly what was the plan and everything. So when you just understanding of what they're saying, it's very simple. But you imagine American way of war. You want it to be American way of war, to do like to Russia do it, and it doesn't do it. It has its own geopolitical goals and plans. That's why it's a different. Thanks. Go ahead.
Publius, can you introduce a bit about yourself first? Like you didn't introduce.
Oh yeah, I was born and raised in Ukraine. I spent some time studying abroad, which is why my English is good. I don't know what else you want to know about me. I'm just a casual observer. I'm just a casual observer of what's going on. I have no military background. So
where are you based now?
I'm in the southeast. I won't tell you my city. I don't want to.
You're still in Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Stay safe.
Yeah. So I don't want to I don't want
to. Stay safe.
Stay at home. Yeah, stay at home. Don't go out. It's not worth it to get that bread.
Well, stay safe from democracy.
Okay, yeah. I got a real question though. Of course, just now what I said is also true. No, be careful when you go out. But Southwest. Okay, so what is the situation? Like we hear a lot of rumors from Ukraine, right? That people are that the guys don't really want to go out nowadays because they're a bit afraid of getting force mobilized into the army. Is it true, or at least is it true in your side as well?
Well, that's what I was trying to say, is that there's a lot of rumors going on, and most people that I know, and that we don't know anybody who's been forcibly mobilized. It's like what we call частичные случаи. I don't know what the English words is for that. It's like, maybe Grisha knows since he speaks Russian as well. Частичные случаи. How do you say that in English?
Accidents.
No, not excellence. It's like what happens once in a while, periodically.
Yeah, accidents.
Oh, accidents. Yes. Sorry, I heard excellence. Yeah, so it's it's more. Doesn't happen as
incidental.
Often as
incidental.
Yes. Yes. So it's more incidental than anything, and I think it mostly happens in villages, where it's mostly in rural areas, not big towns. Because from what I understand, the Ukrainian government wants to keep a baseline level of normalcy and doesn't want to rock the boat too much. I think that like large scale mobilization in cities would cause that. You do see in like Dnieper or in like Odessa, you do see periodically people getting taken, but it's much rarer than we are led to believe, at least for now. There's rumors that mobilization down to 18 years old will happen, and there's like conversations about that, but it's just rumors so far. We'll see.
Okay, so for the rest of the guys on the open mic, so do be careful of what you ask of Publius to answer, and also Publius, also don't compromise yourself, because we do not know though what will happen, because you guys are in war. So in war, totally different rules for you from the rest of the guys. So be a bit mindful of what you ask him to answer. Just to keep safe. I want people to still come back on. Yep.
So Publius, do you like Russians? No, I'm just checking.
Sorry?
I'm just checking.
Bad question.
No,
horrible question. No.
I was just wondering, what's the general life like around in Ukraine at the moment? I know there's.
Well, the truth is, like, Ukraine is very strong in propaganda. There have, like, most of the news channels are cut off. We only watch really what we're allowed to watch on Ukrainian TV. So it's like, well, at least for the elderly people, it's like mostly telemarathons. It's like news. But for younger people like myself, it's usually Telegram. It's usually YouTube bloggers. That's usually what people watch. But my suspicion is a lot of like YouTube bloggers and Telegram channels are paid for by government or pro-government forces. So it's like, it's still propaganda. It just reaches a different audience. They want to reach a different audience, so they use different types of propaganda. If that makes sense.
Are you able to access outside news at all, really, from the internet, or?
Yeah. Like we're able to access outside news, just not Russian news. That's
okay.
There's like issues with that. You need a VPN for the most part.
So you can still use VPNs and stuff too without having a problem.
For the most part, yeah. You still got to be careful. Like I can access VK, I can access VK Play. Like I can go on Russian sites. It's just you need a VPN and you need to be a little bit careful. And it's like when posting on Twitter, if you're posting like anti-government stuff, you need probably to get like fake time switcher. You probably need to like have some internet security and stuff. So
hey, I was going to ask you, but I don't want to, you don't have to answer, but have you ever heard any strikes in the distance or anything like that, or seen anything?
Well, in my city there were explosions. We do hear them. We do hear anti-air systems working. We do hear the strikes happening like on the outskirts of the city. So yeah, it does happen. And like there were some reports of buildings being struck, but that's mostly from Ukrainian soldiers not being very careful in terms of where they put their anti-air and stuff.
Cool. I wanted to ask something, but I forgot. I forgot about it. Nika.
Yeah, I just have one comment about what Grisha said. Just one comment about the start of the war. I don't think that the Russian intended to capture the Ukraine capital or any other big city, because the numbers are like too small to capture a big city like that. It's just to pressure the government to move away from NATO. That's what my comment is.
Well, we all know about the Istanbul peace talks, and maybe putting the troops outside of your adversary's capital puts pressure on them. Probably does. So could be truth in what you say.
The Russian plans just wasn't aware how much the Western military was introduced into the Ukrainian, how much they got over them. I mean, how involved it is, and how it's easy to blackmail and bribe Ukrainians, right, by Western not probably knowing how much Johnson will offer to Zelensky, right? Not to go with the peace plan and so on. So that's probably the case. But I'm suspecting they went for the like Gostomel airport to get some biolab information. I also went to the Kharkiv University for the biolab there, right? So I think that's where they really introduced. But the plan B or achievement B was to get water back to Crimea, right? To connect water to Crimea. That's, I think, a very important part of the planning. So it really succeeded.
Didn't they literally blow that dam up the day after they took that area? Like right?
A few months later.
But yeah, my other thing is too. I mean, I always agree that I feel like they were trying to bluff Ukraine into surrendering, and it just didn't pan out, so they had to redo it.
So I remember my question for Publius is, do you have any censorship on Telegram? Like, do you like certain channels you can't access? Do Telegram do that for Ukraine?
And as far as I know, no, I can access anything I want.
Everything.
But so maybe there is. I'm not sure about it. But what I do know is that there was conversations amongst the Ukrainian government, and there was like they were putting pressure, and they want to ban Telegram because there's like they're saying that the information they're getting is like pro-Russian, and like whenever I found out whenever there's defeats in the battlefield, they will try to figure out some sort of new initiative to
control the information,
something down and cut off information flows.
How much it became
Publius, what is the general feeling for Zelensky?
You can don't answer this question.
Yeah,
just
well, it's not a secret.
How much multicultural became? I mean, this is just twisted the question. Not multicultural. I meant different languages. You know what I mean? It's tricky.
I speak only Russian. It's my first language. Everybody in Ukraine speaks Russian. Almost everybody, and half the country speaks it as their first language. So it's like, and then you have like idiots that are switching to Ukrainian just because they were told to do that on Instagram, on like Telegram, or by bloggers, or for like patriotic reasons. But the funny thing is like when you see people in places like Kharkiv or like Odessa switching to Ukrainian, it's kind of funny. Well, at least like in Odessa, it makes sense because you have a lot of people coming in from Lvov and like from the west, and it's mostly like villagers, so they're already speaking Ukrainian, and they try to make everybody else speak Ukrainian, which is annoying because like my first language is Russian. I've always spoken Russian. Why should I speak any other language if that's the language my parents spoke, my grandparents spoke, everybody speaks? But then like you have idiots that will come up to you, oh, you're speaking Russian, why are you not speaking Ukrainian? I always tell them, "Иди нахуй." Like that's just the way it is, because like I said earlier, there's no reason for me to speak any other language, but there's like strong propaganda and like social pressure to try to speak Ukrainian. So that's what
if you hear from cultures from around the world, that's what I meant, like multicultural,
Well, you do see soldiers, you do see foreign soldiers, but like beyond that, so far I don't really see much.
We have so much discussion on the open mic about the Russian language in Ukraine. How people usually just speak Russian, and this is the first time I think we have Ukrainian in Ukraine confirming what we have been discussing, that actually most people just speak Russians, which is we finally get some corroboration, right? Which is what we like in DPA.
The easiest answer is that current Ukrainian president had to learn Ukrainian when he got.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. He speaks with errors. He speaks with mistakes. And what the funniest thing is about that is the entire government speaks Russian between each other, like day to day. They only speak Russian between each other. There was leaks, I think, with Zaluzhny, and there was like an interview. They brought some Ukrainian bloggers that only spoke Ukrainian to Bankova. That's like the government street in Kiev. And they were shocked to find out everybody spoke Russian between each other. So they only speak Ukrainian to public. It's more of a PR thing.
I never got the big fucking deal about languages, you know. My grandmother lived here for 60 years and she never learned English. So,
but the deal is not made by us. The deal is made by the pro-Ukrainian.
You have a Ukrainian democracy, man. But I think Publius is very open.
Jesus is here.
Anyway, just a quick back to what Vaughn said.
Publius is
12,000 tanks.
very honest and open. Yeah, we should really watch what we ask. That's why I asked in such a convoluted way.
Yeah.
So I had a question.
Let's talk numbers. Let's look at numbers for a quick second. I've got my school open in the other tab on the computer right now. I rearranged things. According to what Vaughn said, Russia had 12,000 tanks. According to Military Balance, it had 13,000. Okay? Now, the interesting part is that there's about 400 T-54 to T-64 series tanks, which have been destroyed according to Oryx. And I can be pretty sure that those wouldn't have been mistaken for a later tank because there's big differences. So the point is that Russia's tank stocks do not list anything earlier than the T-72A. That's the official tank stocks that they provided as evidence to the Arms.
I mean, I've seen pictures of tank yards full of T-72s and T-80s.
Yeah, so I know, but the point is they're not supposed to have any T-64s or earlier, and they're showing up in Ukraine. Where the hell are they coming from, and why are they being used?
They're being used. They're pulled out of storage. They use the T-55s for mobile artillery. I saw a video where they had 8 T-55s lined up with brand new barrels that were getting bore-sighted so they could use them for mobile artillery.
So why didn't they use the T-72s? They're better.
No, T-72s are used.
Why not use them all? Because you got them all. Why not use T-55s when you have 1 million rounds of 100mm ammo stored somewhere in Russia, probably?
Yeah,
probably
but if they have 13,000 tanks that take the 125 or 121 millimeter, whatever the hell size it is.
Well, you can look at it this way, Wayne. They started using the 125 when they came out with the 64 series, so let's call it 1964. So you can assume Russia's been building, or the Soviets have building how many 125 millimeter shells since 1965? How many do they got in storage?
That's a good question, because why would they be bringing out tanks that can't use those shells when they've got all these tanks that can use these 125 millimeters?
Like I said, they probably have a very large stockpile of 100mm shells for the T-55 in storage, just like when Prigozhin found hundreds of thousands of brand new rifles in the bottom of Soledar. They have shit like that everywhere. They probably have ammo they don't even know they have. They don't even know it's there, and some guy will find it someday and be like, "Oh fuck, we had another 1 million rounds." I mean, that whole place is full of depots.
So this is why this is why in my coverage I don't cover losses and kills, and because it's pointless. A lot of these numbers are all secret. And even like you say, if Oryx counted correctly, I can tell you that the number of losses is more than what Oryx has counted, because he can only count what is actually captured on footages or images. Probably there's a lot more that is all over the place, which is not captured on tape or not captured on pictures, or it could be a case where he double counted. We also do not know. Nobody actually went in. Actually, there is a few people who went in and discovered that there are some of the things are double counted. So it's not important. Another thing is that you also contradict yourself a lot of time, where Nguyen tell me to stop.
We're going down a rabbit hole, guys, with Wayne's bullshit. Let's just focus on the Russian and the Ukrainian.
Jesus need to talk. Let Jesus talk.
Yeah.
Can I just say that when we discuss all these minutia, there's interesting topics going around. I wanted to ask Grisha. Hi, Grisha. Good to see you. Good to hear you. Hi, Wyatt, and all of you guys. I wanted to ask Grisha a question, since you've been involved in closer to the situation. I'm wondering why the Ukrainians don't use more unconventional warfare tactics to counter the greater firepower that comes from the Russian side. And one hypothesis, and I wanted to ask about it, is that to make unconventional warfare, you need a certain level of popular approval. Like it's hard for a guerrilla to function without support of the population. So what do you think about that? Have you heard anything about guerrilla warfare and how it worked for the Ukrainians and why they aren't applying it more? I'm sorry if it was
okay, yeah, it's fine. It's just, I think if there was any guerrilla warfare, we would have heard about it so much, but we don't hear anything about Ukrainians, the civilian population on the, well, I call liberated territories, you can call it whatever you want. We don't hear about them disrupting communication, logistics, whatever. And if there was anything, even anything, for Ukrainian media, you just need a small light of hope, and they will lit up everything with images and videos from that thing. No, there is none of that.
How much of those assassinations, attempted or succeeded assassinations of the Donbass and Novorossiya administrations is internal squabble or partisan, actually, guerrilla?
What are you exactly referencing? I didn't.
Like so many, like mayors of some, southern Ukrainian city that's under Russia control would be assassinated. A bomb will be placed under his car, or you know what I mean. So there's a lot of cases, probably about 50 cases where some administration members being assassinated. That will be guerrilla warfare.
Just a comment. I'm not talking about like deep strikes or DRGs or like sabotage operations. I'm talking about, like, if you're facing a manpower shortage and a shortage in firepower, then the most convenient thing to do is to preserve your army by dissolving it in the population, especially when you have these sort of narratives of, like brotherly people. So if you want to preserve your firepower and your manpower, you dissolve it in the population and let the enemy come in so that you can attack its rear from wherever. But I don't see that actually happening on the Ukrainian side whatsoever. Russians can't do that. They could, like in Ukrainian populations, but they're establishing definitive front lines, with entrenchments and all that. So it's like a methodic progression. Sorry.
It might be just a case of the population may just not be down for the war, so they can't, because there's too many. I mean, we talked about it before. Think about the human intelligence network that Russia has on the ground in Ukraine. How risky would it be to start a cell and you hope the guys that you picked, one of the guys isn't a Russian loyalist?
Sorry, can I answer that?
That might be part of the problem too. It's so mixed with people of Russian and Ukrainian that there's too risky to form these groups, because there's literally spies everywhere.
So someone wanted to say something. No, it's okay. Wait,
I just wanted to say that amongst the Ukrainian population, everybody in public speaks to be pro-Ukrainian. That's just like the general way society is going. But how do you guys think Russians are able to do deep strikes into the west, south, and anywhere in Ukraine, really? You can't do that unless you have people on the ground, and sending special forces that deep is not very realistic. You don't have that many special forces. There's a lot of people that are secretly, like, in their kitchens, they'll talk amongst themselves. And that may be pro-Russian. There's also a lot of pro-Ukrainian. There's like a photo. There was recently a tale of a babushka who was taking videos and sending it to Telegram chatbots. There's both Ukrainian, and then there's DPR. Sorry, not DPR. LDNR chatbots, where you can send photos and videos of Ukrainian or Russian positions. And like when they found out, when they saw the babushka taking photos and videos, the soldiers came and took her phone away, and they just checked. And they asked her, "Why did you do that?" And she said, "Oh, both my how do you say it? Not children, but their children's children. I forget the word.
Grandchildren.
Grandkids, yes.
Grandchildren.
Got killed. So that's why she was. But that's a case for. There's a lot of like very ideological people that are very pro-Russian as well. They just won't say it. Everybody's going to say "Slava Ukraini," and like.
Well, I mean, that's one thing we've talked about too. Is you've got the Russian network of maybe pensioners and people that are just loyal to Russia. Then you've got people who know somebody who was killed or wounded or captured that are probably pissed off. So, I mean, it's like their network probably grows more and more every day as this goes worse and worse.
And I think after that bombing, that probably made it, pretty much fair game for, the Russians to.
Dubious. General population thinks they will win.
Oh, well, yeah. Most of the population thinks they will, like Ukraine will win. There's a very big wave of patriotism in the country. It still is. Many people, at least outwardly in public, they talk patriotically, and there's like there's a lack of news. Most people don't really follow the war. They just listen to what a telegram or the TV tells them, and of course, or if they go on YouTube, they'll mostly get bombarded with Ukrainian media like Union or something like that, and like ICTV, 1+1, like they all have like pieces of sorry, I forget words sometimes. They have like pieces of cut out video clips that they'll watch, and it's always very positive, and it makes sense. That's what you want to do at wartime. You want to increase the morale of your population. So most people think they will win. Yes, that's at least what my belief is. But whether that's the case or not, I don't know. If you follow the war, it's not so one-sided.
Grisha want to say something, right? Grisha.
Yeah, I'd say the main problem with only showing the positives and then having to justify why you lose ground is when people lose trust to you. And this is if you pump too much propaganda, if you lie too much, because when you're showing a victory while there is a big defeat going on, well, people are not gonna trust you anymore. It's simple, and that's why I think so many people from the West have been slowly changing from being pro-Ukraine or being neutral to being pro-Russian because of how much the general media has lied, and they think, well, why am I banned from watching, I don't know, for example, Russia Today in my country, when in reality I'm being lied by my own media.
I think that may be true for the West, but not in Ukraine. I think many people are still like, maybe that will change with the new draconian mobilization laws. Personally, I find them quite draconian, but
let Shadowy go after you.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, I have to go sleep soon. It's kind of late here, so if you guys have quick questions, I can answer them, and I'm kind of tired. So
stay safe, man. That's all I got.
You too. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you, Publius. I will email you the link to join our open mic lounge, speaker lounge. I will also give it to Grisha as well, and Nika as well. Yeah. So
thanks.
So yeah, it's our safe space.
It's only for people that showed up on open mic here.
Yes,
only
I wanted
people that
to
showed on
say to
open
Grisha.
mic, nobody else. Yeah.
Sorry.
Let Shadowy go.
I wanted to say to Grisha that I am a big fan of him. I followed him already when he was playing Earth of Iron 4 with Tommy K, Donkus, and all the others. And it's very sad that the war split even the gaming community in two sides. So, very sad. And second, about the topic of the general population in Ukraine and what they are now thinking, the history shows us that during a war, most of the time the population is going to continue to support more and more the regime who basically manage the propaganda. I'm speaking about most of the population. There is a lot of people in Ukraine, so of course there is a Russian service are going to find special individuals who basically hate the current regime in Kiev, and who are going to be ready to fight against him, even by giving intelligence or directly planting bomb on bridge or on I don't know what. That's going to be a very small minority, I think, because the propaganda is always a very effective tool, and they are going to brainwash everybody, basically.
Propaganda has always two sides. You cannot overuse it, otherwise it will lose its effect. And I think that's what's happening in Ukraine right now. Too much has been pumped on this victory that's gonna happen tomorrow, because tomorrow we're gonna get the Abrams tanks. No,
Crimea
now
Beach
it will.
Party.
Yeah,
Crimea Beach
now it
Party.
now it will happen next month, because ATACMS missiles are gonna be given to us. Next month comes, the missiles come in, victory doesn't come in, another F-16 is being invented. F-16, they're still being trained. Oh, the France will give us jet fighters. After this, we will surely win. But you know, people are very gullible by the media, and probably much more than in, for example, World War II. I'd say, just because of how much our lives revolve around social media, how much it's integrated into our day-to-day life. But people aren't that dumb. They, at some point, they realize something fishy is going on.
I think everyone wants to be on a winning side, especially if it's your own side, right? So it's that bias that moves, that actually it's easily right moved. So that's why most of the time, if the positive news are coming, you want to be on winning side. You want to be rooting for the winning side, right? Not always for the underdog. Some people determined to root for an underdog. That's why this works really for a long time. This propaganda works for a long time, presenting the victory and so on. The danger from showing those like forced conscriptions, and it starts happening in big cities. That's why they don't do it. They don't want to show that to everyone, to see with their own eyes. That's why it's happening
Nika.
only in rural areas. Okay, thanks. Go ahead,
Nika.
I have two things to say about Wyatt. The fact that the numbers, just I will have a comment about the numbers, the casualty. I don't see it as a measurement of how much you've killed or you damaged, or it's the intensity of the fights. Sometimes it will give you an indication of the intensity of the fights. On some regions, sometimes even if it's propaganda, we know it's propaganda 100%. Even if it's that, we know that, for example, that day it was like a low intensity area, but when they increase the numbers, even if it's false, it's that the intensity has increased. Maybe there's something important there. Second thing about the propaganda, I see that a lot of Western countries are the propaganda is very effective, but in the other regions, we know that our government are always lying on us. So we seek always to see another ways to get information, or we don't believe them automatically. So this is actually a Western problem more than any other area of the world.
I personally like to watch RT to understand United States, because RT will report on things that United States do not want, the US media don't want to talk about. And that's also how I know that Trump will win the first election, because the RT went in, they exposed the entire, all the middle states, how everything is falling apart and everything. But you cannot depend on RT to talk about Russian stuff. Everything will be positive. That is very clear. But RT also helps to show me a bit of the reality in Donbass during the Civil War times. But it was very hard to imagine, because I was totally unaware of how the front line looks, what is actually happening. So it's very confusing, how the civilians are living so near to the front line, and then their house have a hole here, there's a hole there. It's very confusing. But I like to watch RT for Syria, to understand, the situation in Syria, because no US media will talk about Syria at all. Like, there is nothing at all. So, but then but the unfortunate thing is that I cannot watch US media to understand Russia, because everything is fake. So that's quite bad as well. I think it's Vaughn.
Yeah, hey Grisha, I want to ask you. I mean, I know you talked about the POW thing earlier, but like, what do you hear from people, or what do you hear, like, in regards to the Ukrainians? Like, are there a lot of units surrendering? And my second part of that would be, do you get a feeling for what the Russian soldiers, or you guys feel? How do you feel about the mercenaries?
It's actually pretty interesting, but I'm friends with a guy who spoke plenty of foreign languages, like French, Spanish, German, and he was responsible for interrogation of people who came from a different country. It was mostly Poles. So lots of Poles, and the French guys, and especially that's a whole different story. There are people from South American.
Do you feel like they want to capture the mercenaries because they feel like it's a valuable trophy, or do you feel like they're more inclined just to shoot them because they're foreign mercenaries? I mean, I'm not saying like you have to say specific. I'm just saying like their attitude-wise. I mean, do they look at them as something valuable to capture, or do they look at them as a problem?
A problem. And the most efficient way of dealing with that problem is usually to not have it.
Yeah.
And that's, if you really want to get into that topic.
No, I don't, dude. I just was curious about, like, if they thought, they wanted to capture him, like it's worth it.
Milchakov, who is commander of the Rusich unit, he is all about handling of POWs, and the stuff they do is you can't imagine.
The Russians don't like mercenaries.
Well, and then, like I said, in my other part,
Ukraine Crimea Beach Party 2026-2027.
Nunia, wanna go?
Yeah, sure. Question for both you guys. Grisha, sorry if I mispronounced that, Nika. First question's for you, Grisha. Now that kind of the Russians have secured up the outlying areas of Donbass, how are the people? Are they feeling more secure in like Donetsk City, for example? And then my question for Nika. Nika, did I hear right that you're from Tunisia? We don't hear a whole lot about Tunisia, so I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit about like how the French influence is kind of waning or not waning. I know that's a side quest to the Russian thing, but I was just curious since we got a Indonesian guys here. So those are the questions I was going to ask.
Yeah, Grisha first.
The more land close to Donbass you capture, to Donetsk, Lugansk, the more secure people will feel. But I mean, there is ATACMS missiles, there's HIMARS, and they will reach. They have no problem, I think. Just today there was a strike in Lugansk from ATACMS missiles. So this problem is not gonna go away. It's gonna get easier because, for example, there are those mines, Lipestok, stuff like that might disappear, and it will surely help reduce the amount of civilians that die to this stuff. But it's something Donetsk people really got used to living, which is horrible. But until the special military operation is over, or at least the combat phase, that thing is not going to go away.
Yeah. How about since there's so many numbers. Yeah.
Nika haven't answered his question from Nunia.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some delay between the video and but I will try to answer quickly because it's not. I will talk about North Africa in general because Tunisia itself is not like very important on the geopolitical scene. So in North Africa, for example, Algeria is trying to get rid of the French colonial heritage, but Tunisia, for example, is like we still study in French in school. There is a lot of administration work that get in French, so we are stuck with French. Even when buying stuff like cars or material, we need to. It's like easier to do it with France. A lot of brand cars are French cars, even they are like shitty cars, but we do what we need to do. So it's a small country because that's why it's easier to control and influence it. Like all African countries, we try to get rid of it, but it's not as easy as it is.
Cool, thanks, man.
So since there's so many Polish people in military in Ukraine, and if I remember Russian reports about more than 3,000 Polish. I mean, would you consider, and I'm guessing that there's more than that, but would you imagine that it's actually organized, the whole units were being sent, or is just voluntary? Like, would you say that Poland already sent their military into Ukraine long time ago?
Most definitely. There are active duty members. Sure, there are volunteers, but they just there's actually Russian volunteers who came to Donbass in 2014 were also parts of the military. They just had they were just given a little break to go somewhere else, but everyone knew where they were going. So it's the same as Poland, and the government will always deny this stuff, so don't expect any truth from them. But this amount of people on their own, no way.
Very interesting.
Can I ask my question?
Drew, or I don't know. Okay, bro. Like Drew, go first, Drew.
So sorry. Question for Grisha again. Do the regular Russian people think of Singaporeans at all, or do they hate us for sanctioning you guys?
If I'm exactly honest to you, if you'll probably ask a regular Russian about Singapore, they'll probably tell you it's China.
Okay, that's good. Do they like China nowadays?
China is, I'd say China is China minds its own business, and they are always, if they're doing something, they're doing it because it benefits them. At some point, it might stop benefiting them, they'll stop doing it. So I think there is obviously a link between Russian and Chinese people due to, I'd say, the horrors both our nations faced in World War II are quite similar, and that's a very uniting factor of why we're close. I'd say a lot of stuff from, for example, the whole special military operation thing comes from World War II, because Ukrainians are LARPing as the Nazis, Russians are LARPing as the Soviets. Literally, you see the victory banners, and you see Ukrainians using Waffen-SS symbols, death heads. Though, I'm going to be extremely honest to you, the Totenkopf, the dead head from the Waffen-SS unit, it is used by Russians too. Not in the same numbers, but it is used. Like, completely honest, there are people tattooed with swastikas that, it is. We don't have it on government endorsed level like it is in Ukraine, and that's probably the the main difference. And I mean, that's why Azov Brigade had to be completely rebranded because of how much exposure the unit got everywhere due to its insignia. And now it's called Третья окремно-штурмовая бригада, and not like Azov like it's used to be. And they had to change their logo from that funny black sun symbol to something more normal looking.
More German friendly.
I just had a quick question. You know, because you help raise money to buy supplies and stuff. Do you feel like the average Russian soldier was well equipped, and they're just buying extra stuff because they figured out they need new gear, or different gear, or something that's not issued, or they just want some better stuff? Because like when I was in the Army, you know, I had my issued gear, but I still went out and bought extra boots and stuff, you know, to make my job easier and my life easier. So do you think they're equipped decently and they're just, you know, they got money, so they're buying extra stuff they want or toys they want or gear? Or do you feel like they were poorly equipped and you had to raise money to help them? Like they really needed the gear?
First of all, they really needed the gear on many occasions, especially in the start. But you got to understand that as a soldier, you probably understand the struggle of a soldier, but sure, you get your 200k rubles a month, but your whole life depends on how well equipped you are. So you will probably spend most of that on whatever helps get yourself home to safety.
Well, you know that Real Reporter guy did that story about the lawyer that went to the front and came back. And when he came back, you know, he had a lot of money and, you know, he was issued equipment, but he went out and bought like a real high-end body armor suit and shit because he said that would help keep him alive and protect him better. But a lot of people say here in the West, they're like, oh, look, the Russians can't even equip their soldiers and, they got to go out and buy their own gear. And it's like, you know, we did the same thing. I mean, look at when we went into Iraq the second time. They had the big scandal about all the guys buying their own body armor because the Army wasn't issuing body armor, like the dragon's skin and all that kind of shit. So to me, I was just curious because it seems like they're probably equipped decently, but they obviously buy stuff for themselves and fix things up. And like you said, they do things to make their life easier and make sure they survive. And once you go there to the front, you know what you need and you know what works. So why wouldn't you come back and get it? Like, I can understand the big fundraisers to get drones and shit because that was a big deal. But I just never really bought into the whole thing like, oh, they're so, like, we sent them to Kiev and they need boots. I mean, that's kind of how they played it over here. Like, you guys didn't have boots. You know, they found some, like, wool pants from World War II that they gave you and shit, you know.
I'd honestly say that, obviously, you can use a Mosin Nagant rifle, and you could have seen it being used by the DPR militias.
I saw DPR guys with Mosins. It was like a teenage boy wearing a green coverall standing at a checkpoint with a Mosin. And they made fun of that. Look at the Russians can't even equip their soldiers. And it's like, he's like some teenage boy guarding a village road. He ain't in a fucking army.
I'd say, as I repeat myself, no army is 100% prepared for a war. And if you have an opportunity to get more stuff, you will use it. I think if soldiers in World War II had an opportunity to buy more stuff to keep them alive, they would 100% use it. But like there was no such thing as a shop to get better gear than a pepper shot that you are issued along with your standard camo. It's just modern war, modern problems, modern solutions. That's capitalism, by the way. It would be interesting to see how it would be played out in China, but I mean, China
it's very capitalistic now, so
and it's in the
no
same
problem.
capitalist feed. But at least China is the one that sells to everyone the stuff that soldiers.
You'll be
China's
cheaper.
selling drones both to Ukraine and to Russia. And then
Yeah, they're making tons of money both ways. So about gears, no, because even when I was in the military, when we are not even at war, no, it's just basic training. We have to do reconnaissance, we have to do topography, we have to look at the map and travel. And we have this giant World War II style, those compass. it's so inconvenient. So I myself bought those small ones, like those for kids. I just clip it here. Then every time I just look at the compass. It's you will end up buying stuff that it makes your life easier. I mean, even that's peacetime for me. So don't talk about the giant compass. It's so stupid to use. Half cast, I think.
Hey, can I ask something following up that question?
Oh yeah, Jesus.
Because I remember, Lisa, that you mentioned in another, I think it was with History Legends or something, about you had a shortage of drones on the front compared to the Ukrainians, And yeah, like I imagine that in a war, like you're in a survival mode, but hardcore because they're actively trying to destroy you, and you need a lot of stuff and firepower and protection. So like for a soldier, I guess it's never enough. You always need more. It's always better with more. If you have more ammo, if you have a better gun, if you have more body armor, you can always use more. I would put body armor on my backpack and use it as a shield, like apart from the body armor you're using. So like if you have more pads of armor, you can do more shit with that and whatever. But how's the situation with the drones?
You see, I'd say the war got transformed from the early days of special military operation to an industrial war where, in a way, it's like a war of Excel sheets where you see numbers of equipment, how much it costs. A shell can cost, I don't know, a Western shell delivered to Ukraine can cost like $5,000. You can get the same for $500 in Russia. And that's a very, very big difference. And this war became an industrial war. So obviously, I think if people had an opportunity to just buy unlimited supply of drones, they would just bomb everything forward and then walk in when everything is dead. That would be the perfect solution, but for that you need a ton of money. And whatever you have, you use.
Not only
that's.
Hey, I got one question. One thing I've noticed is like all the badass tricked out AKs with the ZGO rails and the optics and stuff. Are a lot of the soldiers buying that stuff and putting it on their rifles? Are some of that stuff issued? Because I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, I've seen rifles over there that they would be worth like $5,000 to $6,000, $7,000 over here if they were available for sale.
Trophies.
And I've seen like Leopold optics on it, aim point minis, like Western stuff. So it's like,
you will get surprised how much. Regarding Western sanctions, it's all just a bluff, really, because you can get Starlinks as a Russian soldier, and I get like the most.
Well, hell, dude, I saw on Temu you could buy a Garan drone for like $11,000 from Temu.
Maybe, but
or whatever the Chinese version is, it's the same damn thing though. But it was the exact same thing. It's like, but yeah, I was just curious because I mean, those guys have a lot of nice ass setups. I mean, oh my god, that's got to be like like in American money, that's $2,000 or $3,000 of accessories on those rifles.
Everyone wants
to get all the free pickups, all the free trophies.
Everyone wants to make money. They will sell it to anyone, whoever gives the most. This is how capitalism works.
Hey, what about guys who pick up trophies? Do they keep the trophies? Do they sell them for money?
Bro, if you give me 2 minutes, I can show you my trophies. I just gotta put my pants on.
Okay. Oh man.
On the meanwhile, I just want to do one comment. I don't think the sanctions are a bluff. I don't think they want. They just fail miserably. Yeah, exactly. So because they didn't. Yeah, if they wanted to hurt, they didn't want to. I don't think they can beat Russia militarily. So they wanted to cripple them like North Korea or Iran or stuff. But it failed miserably because they don't ask professionally,
No, I think they asked professionally, but the economists and the mathematicians that they found failed to do the calculation correctly. Because like I always say in my videos, your analysis is very dependent on your quality of data. If your data is wrong, your sources are wrong, you're going to have bad analysis. It doesn't matter how
Wyatt,
good
you
your
could
math
add
is.
ideology to that.
But it
The
was
quality
also
of
they
your
wanted
analysis depends on
raise
your
the
own
prices.
ideology.
Yeah,
West
that's
wanted to raise the prices to make more money, to make more
Oh,
profit.
see the drone?
They've been doing it since 2018.
So this is the Ukrainian drone.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
a
hell
Ukrainian
yeah.
fried drone, Mavic Free.
I see how can I make him bigger? How can I make him bigger?
This one
Pull
was
back
raised.
from camera. We don't see it.
I mean, is this fine? This one was literally fundraised by.
Wrong foot.
This one was
Solo layout.
fundraised. This
Thank
drone
you,
was
Wyatt.
fundraised by Ukrainians, and you can see their mark. So literally, like, they're funded by civilians, just like I fund drones for the Russian side. Same Ukrainian does. So I have a whole chest of those things.
Sorry.
But
No, I was
also,
just curious. Like, can they sell their trophies and shit?
I think we should consider that Ukraine is lacking a lot of artillery shells, right, for a long time. So they need to replace it with drones. Like it's like drones, FPV drones are like short-range artillery, more like mortars.
Scary too, because they can
You would want to replace it with something. So it's kind of organized with state, right?
But the thing is not. I don't think it's a money issue. Because a FPV drone is probably just as expensive as just a shell. But the thing is, to use a shell to hit, you want to kill someone with the shell, you need to fire a lot of shells.
Yes.
But FPV drones is always going to be very accurate. I think it's a matter of production problem. You know, if it's money problem, I don't think it's a problem. I think FPV drones is more cost effective to
Yeah,
take out soldiers.
It's a short range compared to the artillery, and it's well, we see the successful videos. But I think it's about 1/3 to mostly 1/2 of the success of the FPV drones, right?
True. We saw a lot of the Ukrainian failure ones, right? You know, when the Ukrainian FPV drone going to hit the Russian soldier press dodge. He press dodge. Then he.
But if you have a good jamming system, you cannot jam a shell. You can jam an FPV drone.
But we look at the terrain, right? It looks like the moon. So it's clear that a lot of the shells just don't hit the targets.
If you
it's
have
just
jamming
everywhere.
system, you also need to know that the drone is coming to you. If you don't know, because you cannot keep the jamming system turned on 24/7, it overheats, it burns. So you have to turn it on only when you need it. But how to know when the small drone is approaching to you? You don't hear it. It's most of the time you will see it at maybe 50 meters away. That's the best.
So we need a development of a new form of radars, not just to detect birds.
Well, yeah,
Detect birds and
All you need is a pump shotgun.
If they'll get duck hunters out there, I'll take them out the sky.
Anyway, thank you, Grisha, for showing off your loots.
Yeah. Thank you guys for a warm welcome. It's 4 a.m. I gotta go to sleep. I will definitely join soon. Again, thank you very much, guys.
Hey, man, make sure you drop in the voice chat or something.
Join voice chat, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Well,
have a good night.
Good night, Grisha. Thank you so much.
Where can I give you money?
Oh, he dropped. I think you can ask him on so for those that want to follow him. I gotta like show you this. He's on Twitter. So you can find him on Twitter as a Z Shaker Central. And his website is also called Z Shaker Central. So I think I just thought that his most famous meme video is the most funny one. The Z. He's like so excited. Z. How can someone play How can anyone play Hoi 4 until so excited? No, I don't understand. Shadow V.
Yes, I wanted to add something about the diversity of Russian equipment on the front line. During the Soviet era, the Soviet division were ranked by letters. You have the rank A division, who was the best one. They were in the East Germany at the front line, at the Tibet front line of NATO, and they were ready for war, basically. They were the best of the best, and they have everything they wanted. After that, you have the rank B. The rank B was for the rest of the borders, where there is no NATO involved, but there is other country. And then you have the rank C. And the rank C was basically the T-55 division, you know, the less efficient one, and the one who always receives the oldest equipment. Maybe it's the same thing today. You have basically the elite division, like the VDV, who have all the good stuff, and you have the reserve and the maybe the military police or near the thing like that, who have the less efficient equipment.
Shadowy, I can barely understand you. You became very more Frenchy. Is that because of Olympics?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I think that pretty much looks to be the way, because every time you see any one of the major squads that's doing a really good tactical stuff, they got all really good gear, but then you'll see other recruits and stuff, and they'll just have pretty average looking gear. I don't know what it's like now, whether it's, you know, because they don't really show everything, but from what I've seen some pretty old stuff they've been using, and a lot of them running around with no armor underneath or nothing. And so, yeah, I just think it just depends on, like you say, the different groups and stuff, or if you buy your stuff.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, if y'all want, we can rotate around the front and start with, you know, Kherson and the supposed abandonment by Ukraine and the Russians landing I don't think they landed on the other side. I think they're on an island in the middle, actually, that they recontrolled. But, you know, like, I mean, people are talking about they're getting ready to do some kind of amphibious thing or go after Odessa, which I really don't think they are. I think they just crossed there because they could, and there's nobody there to mess with them. And, you know, maybe they'll just start setting up a beachhead for something down the road, or maybe they'll just leave again after the Ukrainians start messing with them.
I think it's just propaganda. Or maybe like the Kharkiv offensive, a way to distract troops from other part of the front.
More pressure, just adding pressure to the whole
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, because there's reports that the area has been pretty well you know, like a lot of the Ukrainian troops have been redeployed up north and stuff, so there's not they say there's nobody there, or there's very little troops there, so, and then supposedly this area that they entered, they were unopposed.
Yes,
so
basically they are saying, come back here. We need you here.
Yeah.
That's what they are saying.
It makes sense. It makes sense because it has like a total relation with all the movements the Russians have been doing of like overstretching Ukrainian logistics. I think every time you have units on the road, out of a bunker, out of a fortified position, you have bigger chances of blowing them up. So the more you can move them around, the more chances you have of shooting them. So like, it seems to me that the doctrine is basically just put pressure around all the front, and wherever it's weaker, you make a move, and then you wait for them to redeploy and counterattack and all that shit. But
yeah, I'd be curious if we could ever find out how many of these units, like, you know, let's say they pull a battalion out of Zaporizhzhia to send up to Kharkov. It's like, what actually makes it that far and shows up when they finally get there? Because you see how many times they hit troop deployment points or collection points or points where they're gathered, you know, probably for the night. I mean, I wonder how many of these units are even showing up intact at all, or you know, hey, we're going to send a company up your way. The company sets up in a building, it gets fabbed, the company's dead, and they never show up.
And don't forget that, like History Legend told us already, most of the time the unit in the Ukrainian army are really empty. There is just a few vehicles, a few people, and the commander, basically.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they're already pretty attrited, and then they got to move and get more attrited more than likely. It's like, what the hell's even showing up for reinforcements by the time it goes from one end of the country to the other?
Or even worse, maybe only green soldiers.
Out how many people?
It's just a few days of training, and that would be the worst situation.
There was just recently a video.
How many people they got left too, or how many people are entering. So that's a good way. Like if you stretch them out, you're going to see people moving. You're going to see all the other ones coming in to replenish the troops that are gone and stuff. So you can get it's quite good because they get to get not an accurate count, but a pretty good, count of numbers that are heading around, or that Ukraine's got.
There was just a video of one Ukrainian unit. They're all like invalids or without limbs. And they're placed in a basement, and commander is receiving the salaries, and they're there for a few months as a unit, as a military unit, but they're not receiving any salaries. It's their commander that is taking it. So there's so much reported bullshit, right? In Ukrainian military, whole units, but there's half filled.
But my point is that when they move around, they're exposed to ISR. Like, I guess there's a bunch of ISR assets moving around all the time, but territory is super vast. Like to survey a territory, it's really hard to pinpoint focus on every patch of land where a person who occupies like less a quarter of a square feet, from the air. To be able to monitor whatever anyone is doing is difficult, but the more they move around, the more you have a chance of catching them on some form of surveillance. And
well, think about it. Like you're saying, I mean, it doesn't even have to be like ISR platforms. The more they're moving around, there's that chance they're going to drive through that village where that guy that hates them lives and is going to call his friend and tell him.
Exactly.
I mean, think about it. You got old pensioners from the Soviet times that might be loyal to Russia. And it's not just me. Other people said family members of dead, wounded, and missing soldiers that are pissed off. I mean, I've seen in the social media, they're like, I mean, it's not everywhere. It's anecdotal. But there's people in the comments in these units like, why hasn't the commander given permission for their bodies to be recovered? What happened to the boys in the trench? Why did you leave the boys in the trench? I mean, I don't know what the context is, but obviously certain people are aware and they're pissed off. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, you got to dodge the drones and the satellites, but you got to worry about the babushka who's fucking pissed her grandson's dead.
Usually military has its own ISR units. It doesn't trust outsiders. It's not easy. If they get info, they will have to reconnaissance first that info before acting.
Yeah, but that helps a lot.
But they might have people that they pre-stationed. I mean, think about it. If I was the Russians, who's to say I didn't drop satellite phones off to some old-time buddies of mine that lived in Ukraine, and they just call and drop a dime? That's a trusted source that passes the information on a handler.
And not everyone wants their house bombed.
And on top of that, you have that's the thing. I think you can monitor a territory probably most of the time, at least 80% of the time you can monitor a whole territory. But it's
logistic routes. You observe logistic routes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean by the territory. But it's so much land. So whatever tip you get, you just focus ISR there. You put manpower to evaluate a particular location. So you constantly, even if you have ISR over a whole territory, you constantly need information that tells you where to focus. And every time you get that information, you just focus your ISR there. If it's right, then you target it. If it's not right, then you move on to the next info.
The other thing is too, I mean, I don't think I'm out of line to say that there's probably one potential Russian spy in literally every single city and village and settlement. I mean, just because of the way the country was, before, and the fact it was part of, I mean, literally there's, I mean, that's the other thing. It's like, all this shit starts adding up, like all the shit you have to defend against just to try to get to the battlefield and fight. I mean, literally every town you drive through, someone could drop the dime on you. and then they know where to send the drone, and then they verify, like Jur says, and then they bomb you.
It's
And
usually
5 Mirages too in Ukraine. DPA har.
what's
I could speak about the first Mirage if you want.
how it's usually done. It's by guessing each unit, depending on its size, guess the logistical routes where they are, and they observe them. But you usually now know way in advance where the logistical hubs are, so you cover for it. It's actually I find the biggest problem in communicating. Let's say you have one unit, small battalion of artillery, where it is, how they communicate, how you get from a civilian reporting someone, what number are they calling? They calling like a general number. They won't call that artillery unit that's responsible for that area. So you get someone, so they get into the central intelligence gathering. They send a message to the someone that's in commander of that group, and then they send it to the the division, and then they go do recon. By the time the recon is done, it's few hours pass. So unless someone has really their relative from that division or the artillery battalion that have relatives in the area that they cover, then you can get quick info and cover for that. So it's really different stages of who's responsible for what area. That's really hard to organize and communicate. I think that's where there's a lot of lacking of that issue. Let's say who's responsible for what stage, what level, what area, and so on. So you have different where we see in the drones, Russians because it's military organization have a lot of those long range drones that are flying high up, right? Something like Bayraktar, but Russian one, which is Forlan, Erlan, and those that can last for 10, 12 hours in the air. That's a division size, even the whole army group size of surveillance. And they watch for the large things. So they have a lot of those. They don't have organized for the small units, the drones, right? FPV drones and that. That's organized on a different level. While on Ukraine, it's pretty, because they lack in artillery, they organized militarily, and also because Ukraine is known for large-scale scammers. They already collected a lot of money, right? So they have that practice of collecting the money in the whole West. That's very rich, right? So they can always collect money to support some particular units. So and that's organized, I believe, on a state level to do that, right? Collecting money and that's supporting those. Okay, Wyatt.
I just want to. Just now, I didn't manage to do this.
Iranian Putin gifted 5 DPA Open Mic Defense Politics Asia memberships.
Yeah,
good.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Because when this came out just now, I haven't finished set up the text to speech, and also yeah, and congratulations to the 5 that got the membership, from Iranian Putin. And remember, he is only 8 years old, so you should be ashamed of yourself, getting free gift from 8 years old.
Who got that? Who got those memberships?
I don't know. The chat have already gone way past. I cannot see already who gotten the free membership.
Back to the issue. I think that's why it's so brilliant to have open a front in the last most recondite corner of the front line, and then to start reopening one in the other side, like going from Kharkov to Kupiansk is a long ride. So every time you have forces from one side to the other, you get more chances of catching them on some system of ISR. and that way you can erode all the units before they arrive at location.
Shadowy.
Yes, I wanted to speak about the intelligence service of Russia and in Ukraine. I think what is very important is to remember that Russia is very good for human intelligence. That's really their strong point. Their strong point, not electronic warfare, not electronic intelligence, but really human, like they call it. And basically, I think what is very, for me at least, important is that we don't hear that the Ukrainian Secret Service find the Russian spy, a Russian infiltrator, a Russian saboteur, or something in Ukraine. We don't hear that. And everybody here knows that the best secret operation, as a secret operation, we don't even know that they exist. And I think everybody agree with me. Actually, there is a lot of ongoing secret operation from the Russian Secret Service in Ukraine. They have a lot of things doing. They are not, basically they are at war, so they think they have gone full throttle on the secret operation in Ukraine. And we don't have any word about it. That means that basically they are succeeding.
And
that's what I think.
Unless anybody has anything else, we could move over to Robotny, since supposedly they're, for some idiotic reason, trying to retake it, I guess.
No, just CVR is important.
Oh, I know. I was just trying to go along the front and get up that way so we could actually. But yeah, I mean, that's all I heard, that they like counterattacked around Robotny, which doesn't make any sense because they got destroyed there multiple times over 6 months. And I mean, I mean, I don't know. I guess the only thing I can think of is maybe they figure if they attack there, they'll make the Russians pull troops from somewhere else. Which
I think the Russian artillery has the coordinate of every building of the city.
What I noticed the Russians are doing is, before pulling out of one area because the safety concern, they would actually do an attack to seem like they're ready to keep it, and be there. So and also to disturb any counterattack, to disrupt. So, and then they pull out. That's what they do. They like increase the activity and they pull out. So it's right, Maskirovka. Maybe Ukrainians are doing that too, because they lost most of the populated, like built up area in Robotino, and now doing attack before they completely leave that empty space. Probably is doing the attack, showing activity, and they will pull out most probably from that huge empty area above Robotino.
Yeah, it seems like they just probe and then.
Wyatt, could you display the map, please?
They can get them when they don't get map where they can go. The Ukrainians just pretty much take it back again, and then strangely enough, where the Russians go for it again, and yeah, and just more pressure. Oops.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could slide over towards Staromayorsky. I mean, that's gone. That's another big loss for Ukraine too. And that was where, when the Robotny started, supposedly they said, I remember hearing some guy said whole battalions disappeared up there in the Ukrainian army. And it's always been pretty dark or quiet as far as any information coming out of there. I mean, I've never really seen any heavy duty reports on that battle or anything that happened up there, just what you see in the sit reps.
Robotny?
It's interesting how the Staromayorsky sector is where most of the territory was captured during the counteroffensive, but it was much less sort of emphasized than Robotine or Even
yeah. Well, I mean, the only thing I remember from that battle was there was one video at night, and it was supposedly looking towards Staromayorsky, and it was just a fucking disco ball of explosions on the ground. And like after that night, I really didn't see hardly shit about that place at all. So, I mean, I don't know if they held the city or took the city because the Russians fell back, or if it's just a place where they got hammered and just sat for 6 months. Because I mean, the Russians have started taking
really
it.
Surprised when they lost Staromayorsky, because it's really a natural protection by that Mokry Yellow River.
Yeah.
That's waving
But
around,
I mean, like,
and so much
that artillery I saw, that might be why, though.
I remember that process super well. Wyatt would speak about how they were going to reach the lasagna, and they never reached the lasagna. And it was interesting because it would like take a month, sort of, for them to capture each village, and Russians would always keep the flanks, and they would just bombard every advancing troops, and then they would retreat from another village, and they would bombard it heavily. And it seems like a consistent pattern, you know, like whenever there's sufficient manpower and firepower to overwhelm a Russian position, they just retreat and bombard. And someday I hope I have the time, like if ever the current updates recede a bit in the intensity, I think I really want to go back to Wyatt's first videos that I never saw them because I didn't start following him since like I started following him from like the Battle of Bakhmut maybe, and I never got to see the beginning of the war. And I really want to go back someday to see how it all evolved from February, you know. But it's interesting how like when they took the Kharkov, I think it was, and the Kupiansk in the first counteroffensive in 2022. Maybe I'm wrong about the locations, but those huge advances that Ukrainian made back then, it's interesting how they really had to reconstruct their army after that. Like after the huge gains they made in both those sectors, well, in the southern sector, the Russians retreated from the river, but in the north, it was more like a military conquest. And I really want to know like what happened there, because they had a massive army, practically intact, and they had all the Soviet era equipment that all the Eastern European countries gave them. So they had a massive army, and then they had to get the huge new army from NATO equipment, and it was a lot more difficult because they had to create these huge new logistic lines because Ukraine wasn't familiarized with those equipment. So like what happened to the first army, the one of the Kharkov of 2022 counteroffensive, and then what happened to the second army of the 2023 counteroffensive? Like where are all those armies?
What do you mean?
So I can share from my understanding.
My guess is that they went into that Russian kill sack and they got wiped out as the Russians fell back, because that's one thing the Russians can afford to do. They play the game that supposedly the NATO guys were trained, you know, trade space for time. You know, they drop back, let them come in, they bomb them, and if they can, they counterattack and take it back. Then they just drop back again, or even if they get pushed back, it's like it don't really matter because you know they're always going to follow up with an artillery strike, whether they get pushed back or they just voluntarily withdraw. So I mean, that's I kind of feel like they went in there. You know, the Russians pulled back, they got pushed back, and once the Russians stopped, they pounded the shit out of everything that went into that pocket. You know, because the Ukrainians they don't do anything smart. Like
I
mean, like going back to Robotny, it's dumb. What the hell are you going down the road for? The road of death.
So the forces, the 2022 counteroffensive by the Ukrainians, which is what I call the Balaklia offensive and then the Kherson offensive, These are actually conducted mostly by International Foreign Legion. It's mostly the foreigners that are doing the fighting. Yeah, supported with, of course, the Ukrainian soldiers, but the foreign legions are the one that is actually leading the way, which is why they are so effective, especially in the Balaklia one. They broke through and then they just
wasn't the Kherson one in 22, or is that what you're talking about?
Both Kherson and the one at the Kharkiv.
Yeah, well, the Kherson one too, wasn't that was the one where they used all those they went in there with the up armored Humvees against the Russian line.
No, that's in Kharkiv.
No, Zaporizhzhia was where they were driving those up armored Humvees through the fields, and they were getting blown up, and that's when they were charging those lines.
Because they use it successfully in the Kharkiv side, so because in Kharkiv that's what they do as well. They broke through because the lines was only defended by the militias. So once they broke through the first line, there's nothing behind. They just drive, and then the whole line just collapsed. So they tried to do it in the Kherson region as well. It also worked in the beginning, but by the time they try to continue, the VDV is there to block, and then the VDVs are no different. They are better trained, they have better equipment. So and then this entire Humvee rush just doesn't work anymore, which is why you don't see the Ukrainians do it anymore, because it doesn't work anymore. Because once you meet real soldiers, real defense lines, you just die. I mean, they try to do it with the tanks, right? The Western tanks. It also doesn't work. The Air Max, the French tanks and everything just get destroyed. You can't break through in that way in a prepared defense line. And then in the 2023 counteroffensive, those are the Ukrainian soldiers mostly. Then they built it's all the NATO trains one. The NATO train, I think 12, or is it 9? And then they train themselves another 3. Those troops, 70% is gone. They're all dead or maimed. So the Ukraine today is lacking a proper army, because the first army is gone. The pre-war army was gone early in the war. Because they have been fighting very fiercely with the Russians, and then they have the foreign legions to conduct the counteroffensive. They built a new army. They wasted it on the counteroffensive in 2023, and then a lot of them died in Bakhmut as well. A lot of their good soldiers. So whatever they have now is the real trained one is not that much.
It's a third army.
Still supported. It's still supported largely by the international. The foreign soldiers are still the main backbone. The most effective troops are still the foreign soldiers, but they don't fight suicide wars. The cannon folders are still the Ukrainians. They'll be sent to the trenches.
Yeah, the Russians were saying that like whatever's left of the Ukrainian Marines from Krinky got redeployed up to Kharkov.
Yeah, so you imagine, like for me, is my problem with the Ukrainians is that they really wasted a lot of troops. Like, imagine you didn't do. I mean, the counteroffensive, they did in 2022. Okay, it makes sense. They're trying. It broke through, but and they did whatever they could. But once the partial mobilization kicks in, the Russians have the manpower parity. That is a bit of a problem. The Wagner's action in Bakhmut, I mean, it's arguable. Like, do you want to lose a major city, a big city, or do you want to fight it? But if you cannot win, you keep sending troops in to hold the city. I'm not so sure. It feels like a waste of a lot of troops. Then the counteroffensive is clearly a stupid thing to do, because if it's up to me, I will always just hold back the troops and then create this negotiating element. Because if you have a huge army in the rear, you can always negotiate. Like, we don't want to cause more death. Let's negotiate. I have this army, but now the army is gone, so it's like kind of pointless. Or you could have used that army to attack the Belgorod, and capture a Russian city. That would make a big difference as well. Half cast.
Well, yeah. I just think it's insane what's going on. The fact that, I know we all know it's insane, but just the fact that the Ukrainians are just getting sent in, to get blasted basically by proxy. And I sort of wonder when, like we were talking to the Ukrainian guy before, and he said, a lot A lot of people are still for it. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But he's on the ground. He probably knows. But it's sad if it is, because that means they sort of have some hope still that they're gonna get this, win and take back the land. And all the propaganda, when you watch some of the Ukrainian stuff, they talk about it. They go, no, we took out another boat, and we pushed the Russians finally took this. Or they really play down what's happening. So yes, hard to say what they know. It'd be nice. That's why they're probably putting off elections, because you put an election on, everyone's going to be looking to find out what's actually going on. And it's just sad just to see what's happened with these two Slavic nations right next to each other, killing each other for nothing. It's just, but I suppose that's war.
Well, it's not actually nothing. I mean, there's a fundamental difference between both sides that are clashing against each other. And it was interesting, like this. There was a open mic where Wyatt invited a friend of his, a volunteer from Ukraine, I think, and he was talking about why he was fighting, and it sort of made sense. Like, he believes in the West and in Western values and all that shit.
I understand that. I just
the
think
Ukrainians that believe in that are willing to die for that, and it's sort of, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, but it makes sense that if you believe in something hard enough, you're willing to die for that.
Yeah, of course.
But
before Maidan, there was about a referendum about joining EU. So it was about 75%, I think, between 70 and 75% in Ukrainians for joining EU, hoping that joining EU will bring economic values, not cultural values, which they talk about. There's no cultural European values that anybody cares for. It's economic values. Okay, let's be honest, right? So everyone hopes they will get rid of the corruption, because that's what EU offers, getting rid of corruption. If you want to join, you got to rid of corruption. Yeah, you can. Why it's so funny? I'm explaining your European mentality, European thinking.
It's funny to think that the EU is gonna solve corruption. It was just that.
Yes, I agree with you. It's funny.
Why is it funny?
It's true, but
because the European Union is already corrupt.
It's a
EU
condition.
is a mafia. It's a mob. It's a huge international.
You know the levels of corruption in Eastern Europe.
No, because it's easier
You
to
see European corruption on the top. That's what's happening.
No.
Yes, the top. It's huge.
Ukraine is the worst in the world.
Very
One
little
of the
on the
worst.
bottom. Okay, let me explain. Very little on the bottom. In Eastern Europe, there's very little on the top, but huge corruption on the bottom that everybody sees. So that's what they want to get rid of. Okay, that's what they want to get rid of. And that's what EU joining EU brings. That's what joining EU brings, getting rid of corruption. That's one of the conditions to join EU. So that's what they were hoping. And also to join European values. That's why they're fighting. They want new economic system that works.
And Ukraine?
Yes. That's why they fight.
The most corrupted country in Europe,
yes,
to join,
exactly.
to try to join
They
EU.
hoping by giving the power to the foreigners to rule them over, they will get rid of the. That's the thinking. That's mentality. That's what I'm explaining to you. Why I'm from Europe. I'm explaining to you what people think here. What people think before we join the EU. That's
but
what
it felt like
see.
it's opposite, right? You know, by right you should have low corruption before you join the EU, not wait for EU to solve the corruption for you. You can't have EU to solve the corruption for you. It's just impossible.
Conditions for joining the EU is to solve the corruption,
which is not possible, right?
No,
like,
it's possible,
especially in the middle of the war.
It's very difficult.
It did it in Croatia. It toned down corruption, reduced a lot, and then came back up.
So in Croatia, is the government eliminated corruption as much as possible, then managed to join EU?
Yes, and then corruption comes back up. Not at the level that it was before.
Yeah, it sounds like what Euro. No, it sounds like the governor of some Mexico City or something like say, hey, the mafias, let's make a deal. For the next 2 years, you all will have little crime because I'm running for re-election. Then after that, re-elected, you can do whatever you want. It sounds something like this, They just make a deal.
Hey, we got a new guy to introduce himself, right?
Kim before.
He's not a new guy.
You talking
Nika is the new guy. Nika is our new guy.
Oh yeah, Nika goes first.
Nika has a question.
Just a comment about Euro. I don't think that there is like a problem in the top tier for the corruption issue. It's on all the levels. I came from a country there is a lot of corruption, not as much as Ukraine, but if you have like a corruption in all the levels, it's very difficult to move from the policeman to the government official, to the bankman, to the president. That's an issue. For example, I saw like yesterday, I think I saw a video about a commander that held some crippled guys to get their pay. I don't know if some of you saw the video. This is a deep kind of corruption,
Yeah, but the thing is, there's like two types of corruption. There's like the chaotic corruption and the organized corruption. And so most countries where they say there is no corruption, what you actually have is a form of institutionalization of the corruption that allows it to not be penalized by law. So, like, I don't know, I'm from Argentina, and the corruption there is super blatant, and it's like probably one of the corrupt capitals of Latin America, but everyone knows about it, and it's common for like attorneys, like state attorneys, to die, or journalists or judges who are prosecuting the wrong people to get killed and stuff like that. And then when I lived in Chile, there's like Chile is known for not being a corrupt country. It's like everything works fine, the cops don't take bribes and shit like that. But the thing is that here, when a corrupt politician or an important businessman gets in some sort of corruption scandal, no attorney dies, no judge dies, no journalist dies, because he's gonna get a slap in the hand, and he's gonna continue doing business as usual. And that's usually the difference between countries that are corrupt and countries that are not corrupt. Like when a country is not corrupt, it's because they have such a well-established, institutionalized corruption that there's just no legal penalty for being corrupt. So it's like normal. And when a country is considered corrupt, is because there would be penalties, and so they have to enforce their corruption through violence. So that's why Ukraine is more corrupt than Europe, because it's more violent corruption. That's the only reason, because they don't have the laws in place to protect them.
I heard from one of the Russian that had the Ukrainian wife that was explaining corruption in Ukraine, and they say they have to bribe to get a document to apply for something. It's to get the paper, to fill it up, to apply for something, they have to bribe a person. That's the level of corruption in Ukraine. Do you understand? So you have application to enter for something, you have to bribe per person to get that paper, let alone forward. That's the level of corruption.
Shadowing.
Yes.
It's low level.
About corruption, what of the thing I think is maybe even more than that is at the highest level. In Brussels, in France, at Paris, in Washington, we have the lobbying system. For me, it's one of the worst kind of corruption because it's legal. And if it's legal, it's very hard to fight against it. And since they have very high-level things, they directly influence politician of politic of countries. That's the worst thing that could happen.
This changed. This is not the same as it used to be. So as the corruption gets unpunished, they develop getting more and more hawkish. They do more corruption, larger. They advance. They do more larger. This happens over time. So that's what's happening in Europe. But I'm saying that in the beginning, every institution tries to work properly. So EU is new, so it tried to create this positive perception of it in the beginning, and that's what it did. Now it's the time that they don't create the well-established perception of the economic benefits of belonging to a bigger power, having the bigger influence, belonging to it, right? So now they just live off of it and abuse it. This is what changed, right? This is changing. So you're describing now, but I'm describing what it used to be and what most of the people still believe. Okay, they don't see what we see, how corrupt the EU is, or UN, how corrupt it became.
No, yeah, and now we see the amount of time to see precedent. We know what happened to Greece in the EU. We know what happened to Croatia. We know what happened to the Baltic countries. Like now we can see what happens to a country that is not part of the old EU and that comes as a newcomer. How they're basically just stripped of sovereignty and resources. They become a colony basically.
Yeah, obviously corruption's bad, but we don't need to go down a rabbit hole on corruption. And we can move over to Volodar, Donetsk, and Avdiivka and get back on the front. I mean, they've pushed around Volodar. They're pushing out of Avdiivka.
Yeah, it's. I have to move to under the rain to get home. So I'll try to join in on the map updates in a while. See you guys later. I'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, I want to get to that too. So let's get through this front and get up there.
In Chasiv, there's news that they abandoned that canal micro-district that the Ukrainians are abandoning. There's maybe a few buildings left or totally abandoned. Or
when they say the east side, is that like the canal that's kind of in the middle of the city between the two blocks?
No.
You got like the little micro-district on the south side, and then you've got the city, then the canal, and then the other side. Are they like they're like here and here or here, and then this is still
no. Chasiv has like three areas, like kind of separated areas. That's what Chasiv has. So you have like a largest part, which is all the way on the west. Then next to the canal, you have a smaller area. Probably
is that the micro district?
Everything is micro district, but it's subdivision. Micro district is subdivision, right?
Well, I'm just saying that's what they call that specific area. That's why I was.
No, that's called I don't know. But and then you have canal area across to the east side, and that part seems to be abandoned now by Ukrainians.
I don't know. I just see the updates every day, and it just looks like the Russians are slowly eating away at all of that. There's only a couple of places where the Ukrainians seem to be either holding them back or they sort of in a gray zone. But it looks like the Russians are pretty much pushing them back all along.
If you go by like what Wyatt's been saying from like his reports and then sources. The goal is just to kind of delay and hold and then, leave. So it might be getting to the point where it's time to go. They've held as long as they can hold, and now they're leaving.
Well, another important area is Konstantinovka. Konstantinovka, which is a logistic hub for the Vuhledar. They took Paraskovievka, right, somewhere that's right next to the Konstantinovka, and they're already saying that they come in, that Russians are coming south of Konstantinovka, trying to approach it. So once they take Konstantinovka, Vuhledar is not gonna last long after that, which is, I think, important part.
Yeah, I almost feel like if they take Konstantinovka, it's almost going to be like, here's Vuhledar. They're just going to move west, and it's just kind of, step on them. Like they almost don't even have to go at them. Just hold them in place and then move past them and, surround them or make them pull back.
We'll just let them come to them. They just come to them. If they don't attack, the Ukrainians will just do it anyway. So either way.
But mostly they report in 100 or 200 meters advances the last few days. So there's not much advances except this Chasiv Yar and taking Paraskovievka next to Konstantinovka. Those are two reports. And up north, actually, Russians are losing some territory. So counterattack.
There was one settlement. I don't know where it is, and I can't remember the name. It was, but they said this settlement had gotten hit by like 30 fabs in a single day, up to the size of a 1,500. And I'm just like trying to figure out like where the hell are you even hiding or surviving that kind of attack in a settlement? Because I mean, yeah, it might have a few big apartment buildings and some industrial spot or a warehouse, but it's probably mostly little houses with basements. And I mean, we've all seen the videos of the after effects of those fabs, and
you seen
that? It doesn't really look like it matters where you hide.
You seen that ODAB 1500 now?
Yeah, and that's what they said. They said they used an ODAB 1500 on that settlement and like 29 other types.
Can you explain that? What's it?
The ODAB.
Let Vin introduce himself.
Oh yeah, I'm from Louisiana, American. I've been on it a couple times. How's it going, guys?
Yeah. Welcome back.
The wave on. I was going to speak about the propaganda and the corruption, but we can move on from that because I know Vaughn don't want to stay on that. But yeah.
Man, if you want to talk about it real quick, go ahead. It's all good. I was just trying to keep it flowing good. I don't care.
Yeah, no. I mean, Chad much hit the point that I was going to make. When the corruption is legalized, it's so much harder to fight because it's enshrined in the law and different. And the propaganda is so complete now that we have people that the politics here in America are very divided. You go out and people are Biden, Trump, blah blah, and everybody hates the government, whatever side they're on. But at the same time, they think the same people are doing what's right in Ukraine. Like that's how complete the propaganda is. That you hate your government here, what they're doing with you, but you think they have a big heart to save Ukraine. They're making all right. I mean, it's crazy. But I don't know. We don't have to go into that. I do want to hear more about the.
Does Vin? Hey, Vin, you got to introduce yourself.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
You need to hold. Yeah, you can let go. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Pim from Indonesia, and yeah, my country also have some problem about corruption.
Not some.
Yeah.
Not some.
It's real. What the hell? Like
My
wife
is Indonesian, so I know.
This everything corruption lah.
So
even
but yeah,
when you go police and report some case, you need pay something. If not, your case will gone. Mostly like that. It's crazy.
Okay, so Nika have raised his finger for a long time. Nika.
Yeah. I just have one question about the war. They always say, I'm not a military expert, so I'm always wondering. I know that Volodar is very important strategically, but I'm always wondering why, if they cut the 532, the road that lead to Konstantinivka, it's like a semi-encirclement. I don't know why, but I see that there's like roads in the north that they can be supplied, but I don't know why they always say. I heard a lot, if they cut that road, it will be like Gigi will play. I don't know why.
For Volodar, not for
You talking about
Konstantinivka.
Volodar?
Yeah, no.
I mean,
Yeah. For Volodar.
I think the biggest problem
I have for the Volodar.
There's two Konstantinivkas around. There's one big one which is next to Bakhmut, next to Chasiv. There's another one is a smaller one. There is a near to Marinka. So the nearer one has the highway leading to Volodar. So the main thing is the cutting of the highway doesn't cause encirclement. It only causes massive logistic problems, because then you don't have a normal road to drive through to resupply to Volodar. So, but the Ukrainians will have no problem going through all the dirt roads or the small roads. So I don't think there's any encirclement.
Yeah, there's access straight north from Volodar. They can access it straight up north, not from the northeast side, right? Which is now how logisticals are set. And there's a mine between Konstantinivka and Volodar, where the major reserves for defense of Volodar are. So basically, that will cut logistics for those reserves. That's what they hoping for in order to take Volodar.
Yeah, and if you remember, like when they first started attacking Volodar, they went right at Volodar and got their asses handed to them. And then later on, they started trying to go up north to that mine, which maybe if they'd gone for the mine first, they might have had more success because they might have been able to get to it before those reserves got there. But I think the other problem with Volodar is it's just so heavily mined, because I remember them talking about all the minefields that they laid in front of it. Plus, when the Russians came in, I think they did artillery deployed mines. So it's probably just so heavily mined that they can't really go at it, and they might try to get it from the east eventually. But I think that's one reason why that's kind of stagnant. Is just it's not worth the effort to try to go and take it, because I mean that whole place is destroyed. It's been flattened for probably a year now or better.
Yeah, they could still lose equipment trying to demine it too if they poke in.
Yeah, I mean the Ukrainians have been, that's like one of the places where they're totally dug in. So, you don't want to risk vehicles to ATGMs and all that. And I mean, like I said, who knows how many freaking mines are there? Like I said, it always sounded to me like they just went hog wild and just dumped mines in there to stop them.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
I think they need to just raise it to the ground. That's the only solution. Yeah.
Looks like they are.
Yeah, it kind of is, huh?
They pretty much are. Yeah.
Vin, okay. Introduce more about yourself. I think you are the first Indonesian to be on the show.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Because I always have these stupid hours for the open mic, so no Indonesians can come on unless they don't sleep.
No, like,
what city are you from?
Today. What?
What city?
I'm from Central Java.
Which city? Bandung?
Semarang.
Semarang.
It's
Semarang.
not
I need
famous,
to. I'm not sure where Semarang. Semarang. Okay. Very central. Super central.
Yeah, central.
Do Indonesians have opinions about Myanmar crisis? Or no?
Mostly not. We not interpret any ASEAN problem, right?
Yeah. We ASEAN people don't care about other ASEAN countries. We don't give a damn.
Well, usually when it's a large country, they are preoccupied with themselves, not so much with outside, right?
Yeah.
Usually. Not United States and Russia. That's different.
Singapore. We also don't care.
But I worry about China.
Yeah, it's hard to get.
I really worry about China.
Vin, they don't believe when I say Indonesia is very afraid of China. No, the Indonesia is military, because they are worried that they might fight with China. Nobody believes. So you must tell them, what is the Indonesia?
You know what? In the 2016 or 2020, Indonesia almost war with China in the North
South China
Natuna
Sea.
because because we deploy almost entire Air
Fishing
Force.
fleet.
Yes, fleet, Air Force, entire recent, all of them. And if I'm not forget, we sing one ship in China ship, but I forget.
Fishing ship. So it's a fishing ship. So the fishing ship come into the waters, you all catch it, and then you take everybody on, and then you all put bombs and then bomb it. And then after that, no Chinese fishing ship there to come to the Natunas.
Why are
for
the
context,
empty? Why are the empty islands so important? What's about it that you didn't want to use until now when China is using it? So why they're important to start the war over it? Nobody was using those. Were empty islands, right?
No, it's not empty. Not empty. Because Indonesia have a lot people, like almost 300 million people, right? And a lot island also, and a lot island have people.
So the Natunas Island is one of the big islands, the biggest island that is very close to South China Sea. It's just next to South China Sea. So what happened is that China, when they draw the line, they draw into the Natuna Sea, and then Indonesia protested. And then Indonesia actually named the sea around there Natuna Sea. Because previously it wasn't really named. So it was Indonesia asserting its sovereignty because China is like, they have no respect for EEZs. And then during those days in 2016, the problem with Indonesia is that its military is still not modernized enough. They have very few F-16s and very few fighter jets. So basically what Indonesia did was they sent all the F-16s to the north. Basically sent everything, because the most advanced fighter they have was the F-16. So they basically sent everything just to make a point to China, even though they might not win. But the thing is that it shows that Indonesia is willing to fight to the end. So it's things that the West will never read about because everybody is just not aware. And then now because of the Ukraine war, people are so pro-Russia. I mean, the neutrals and some of the Westerners, they don't see that China is not what you think they are. And I keep trying to say it, but nobody believes me.
So is it?
But just one thing.
Argument over those islands is just about the principle of sovereignty, because those islands that China took are empty, right? Small, empty, very small.
Those are not even islands.
Yes, those are not even islands. So nobody was using them. And now that China started using them, now it's about sovereignty only, nothing else, right? What is it?
But I think China is doing this just to protect because America is doing what they did to Russia. They try to creep and use their allies to creep on the China to get closer. I think they are just preventing that by conquering the maximum. I think that's what they are doing.
That's what they're doing. Yep.
So the South China Sea is that you have to understand that there is a lot of islets. They are not even islands per se sometimes. So they are islets. Then there is a number of them, and because everybody have overlapping claims. So there was one moment that suddenly everybody went to quickly rush their military to plant flags. So which is why if you look at the South China Sea, the islands, you can actually find it on DPA's headlines map. It's on the main website. You can see that the islands have no sequence. It's all over the place. Some have, you have one Vietnamese island, then the Chinese island, Philippine island. It's all over the place. It's very messy because there was a mad rush to plant the flag to see who got it at first. The problem now become worse because Nobody ever dared to really, heavily militarize it. Like even when Malaysia built the airbase, they built the airstrip there. They never really put heavy military equipment there. They have soldiers there, but nobody really put like big radars, big anti-missile, surface-to-air missile system. Like the Chinese started it. So the Chinese that they have very small islands, they basically reclaim it into a giant island. They built massive military installations, massive ports, massive airbase. It's not one, it's many of them on multiple islands. So to the point where it is basically a military zone for the Chinese. That's why the whole of Southeast Asia is scared, because if China decide that no, we're going to enforce our sovereignty, the 9-dash line is our territory, it's our sea, they can do it. There's nothing Southeast Asia can do. The whole of Southeast Asia's air force and navy combined, we can't beat the Chinese.
If you don't use them, what is it about? Is it only about sovereignty that Indonesia is protesting, Vietnam? What is it about? Or potential, even though this is China is doing in order to prevent any future development against it from
well, he
US?
said that it's also about land. He said that it's also about the fact that Indonesia has a massive
No,
population.
there is no land. There is no land there.
Well, right.
So,
Like he said, they have a massive population.
Vin, can you answer?
Let Vin answer.
You must understand, in the ASEAN is the poor country and a lot of fishing and just traditional fishing. Like you just use ship from small ship and like medieval fishing.
So they use it for fishing. Okay.
Yeah, and they need that sea for make money, and if the sea gone, bring a lot of problem.
So I can explain. It's both Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam. All of course they have their EEZ. Okay, they have their own economic exclusive zones. But the thing is that you to do effective commercial fishing, you need to go further. So South China Sea is an open ocean. So anybody can go, including Singapore fishermen, including Singapore, just private civilians. They also sail all the way to South China Sea just to enjoy your fishing trip and everything. But China now says the whole of South China Sea is their waters. That is basically like. So imagine United States now say the whole of Caribbean is United States water.
Not only 12 miles.
They count sea as territory. They count sea as territory, not as CEE.
No, the territorial waters are 12 miles from the land. You cannot surround the water.
Yeah, so that's why they built a lot of military base. That's why they built a lot of ports. They put surface-to-air missile systems, surface-to-surface missile systems on all these islands. So if they choose to do it, they can do area denial and they take over the entire sea if they want to. The people don't understand because maybe it's because of the Ukraine war. People who support Russia are blinded by the fact that China and Russia is two different things. What China is doing is like, for example, France or Italy now claims the whole of the Mediterranean, or Yemen claiming the whole of the Red Sea. United States the whole of Caribbean. It makes no sense.
So is China preventing fishermen from Indonesia, Vietnam to come in now and fish where they used to fish, or
they harass?
They
harass.
They try.
So they have the Coast Guard. No, the funny thing is that they have Chinese Coast Guard operating a lot in the South China Sea. And then when your if you have a fishing ship or whatever ship going into the South China Sea, you will start to see the Coast Guard start to come to you, and then they'll follow you. And then they will start to make your life difficult if they feel like you are doing certain military stuff. For example, Philippines, they want to resupply their outposts. You can see your straight line is going to become a very curvy line. You just make your life very difficult. So that's what the Chinese is doing. And then when you try to do something, they will say that, oh, you are trying to stir up shit with the Chinese. There's nothing there's nothing you can do that the Chinese cannot say that you are the aggressive one. Because to them, there is their water.
Yeah, but other than that, what they can do to prevent the creeping of the U.S. allies and U.S. What can they do else than that? You see what happened to Russia? They just like
No. So the thing is,
yeah.
you need to maintain a balance of power. This is what people don't understand. People keep saying that Philippines, is a puppet of the United States. It's not that case. It's Philippines have no choice. What do you expect Philippines to do? Like I said, the whole of ASEAN military combined, you can't even beat China.
You can be friendly to China, and you don't need defense from China if you're friendly. That's option.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same logic, right? For Ukraine, it's the same logic. You can be friendly with Russia, but if Russia still takes your Crimea, it doesn't matter. It's already gone. So the current situation is that South China Sea is not gone yet. It's not yet gone because their claim is so shaky. So it's not like Crimea. Crimea, the Russians take the whole peninsula and then they conquered it. Basically, that's gone. South China Sea is a bit more complicated because it's water. So what we need, like I always say, is the balance of power. So you need the Americans to be there. This is why Singapore risked a lot to get the Americans to come in to pivot to Asia. The whole freaking pivot to Asia is a Singapore idea. Singapore Lee Kuan Yew went to Washington to brainwash Obama into pivot to Asia. And then he didn't really do it. The Chinese was reclaiming the island there. The islands were not there yet. The Chinese was reclaiming it and the United States did nothing. So now they are doing it belatedly. They started to build new military base in Philippines. It's a bit late. But the balance of power is needed because there's no way Southeast Asia can beat China. We are not one army. We are not a NATO. There's no SEATO anymore. We can't beat China. That's why the Americans are around, helps with the balance of power. It prevents war. The moment there is an imbalance, China will just assert its sovereignty, and then that's it. There's no way we can go to war with China. There's no way we can win. I don't know who is next. Vin,
hey, doesn't John have to introduce himself? John Black.
Okay, John Black.
Yes.
Introduce yourself.
Hi. Yes, I live in Switzerland. I was born in Germany of Italian heritage. I was in Ukraine 2 months ago. Yes, I follow very much all international politics, South China, Asia, all around Americans. Yes, and Wyatt is right. South China Sea. If China just claims it, it's just a little bit like an ego trip. It's ours. Was always ours, so we take it. And there's nothing much the others can do because they're just too small. That's it's a matter of fact. And the Philippines in the past there always were friendly relations with the US. Was a colony long ago. So there's a question of choice. What are you going to do? You either try to make friends with a powerful force like the US or to submit to China. That's
you don't have to. Sorry.
It's a question of options, It's not like they have a third way saying, okay, we try to negotiate with China because China actually wants basically to the coastline of Philippines to say that's all ours. Go fuck off.
There is no other world have the same thing where there's a big piece of water and then they say that it's theirs. No other. Imagine the Black Sea. Black Sea now is being split. They have the EEZ and then the center part is a open water. Anyone can go. That's why you have the global hotkey flying there to help the Ukrainians to do surveillance. But no, that's why no other countries have ever done anything like this. But China suddenly just claimed the whole piece of ocean going all the way to your border, to the point where it eats into your EEZ. That is you don't understand how scary that is for if it happens to you, it's like United States going to your country and say that all your oceans just outside of you is yours, is American. It's freaking scary.
Make agreements. You negotiate and make agreements on something like that.
If China can be negotiated, we don't have this conversation at all. That's the problem.
So I want to say that why I have no idea why you say that people aren't worried about the rise of China. I think that Americans and Asians especially are worried about it. But you said it, why it's about balance of power. China has a strategy for achieving regional hegemony, and the U.S. has had regional hegemony long before, and will retain it long after the global hegemony. And states strive for regional hegemony because they strive for security. They want to have, they're very paranoid. They want to be able to control their neighborhood to some extent. That's just, everybody does that. If France could be a regional hegemon, France would do it.
Oh yeah. No, I'm saying that China, whatever China is doing, is natural. It's natural what China will do. What China do. It's a normal thing. If Indonesia become very, they sort out their shit. They become very powerful. I tell you, Singapore will also be like, oh my god, how to deal with Indonesia? It's the same thing. Indonesia will become a superpower and dominate the whole of Southeast Asia. And then you'll tell China, if you don't pay tariff through our waters, you don't get your goods or your oil. It's the same thing. If Indonesia have a military power that is like as powerful as China, it's just a natural progression. It's just that we are also weak now. Even Singapore, we might be strong, but we are not strong enough to beat the Chinese Navy as well. Our Navy is not that big. Vaughn, you're muted. You're muted. Vaughn is muted.
Oh, I said Nika can go. I was going to change the subject.
Yeah,
anyway.
just a quick thing. I just want to emphasize more, but if you have a map of the military bases in the world, you see that they encircled already Russia, and now it's the turn of the Chinese. I think the Chinese saw what happened to Russia and what they did with the NATO, how they creep up to the border practically. So I think it's normal for a regional power or a big power to do that, to have a buffer zone like what Russia is doing to Ukraine now. Otherwise, it will be the same thing again.
No, that's what North Korea is. But sea is the sea. That's why China went into the Korean War, because they wanted that buffer zone. So it's the same thing as why Russia went to the Ukraine. But the thing is, the sea is a two different thing. And the thing is, Taiwan, the Okinawa, Philippines, all this is all since World War II. This has been established for a long time. And it's also not about US hegemony over Southeast Asia. It's not true. US have never have that kind of hegemony over Southeast Asia per se. They are around, and they don't like forbid Southeast Asian countries to do anything. They are just around. They just say that no, we are the police. We'll sail around, and then everybody's like, okay, carry on. So that's about it. But Americans don't come in and claim sovereignty. That's a different thing. Once they claim sovereignty, it's different. I would say that's a bit different. Imagine America come in and say Timor-Leste is now American. Like they start to build military base. I think Indonesia was like, what the fuck is happening? And that might actually happen with China. China might actually build a military base or a port there. And that is a possibility because they have very close relationship. So of course, then everybody will start to feel very panicky. Vaughn.
Vin can go, and then FCS. I was going to say something else, so they can go.
Oh, Vin.
What I want to say? Oh yeah, Indonesia is anti-West. Did you understand? Did you realize Indonesia is real anti-West? And we even fact with Euro about some, I don't know, about regulation or something like that. But we need West because we also scary about China.
Yeah. People don't understand. Southeast Asia is generally not pro-West. Only Singapore is pro-West. But the thing is, even we pro-West, the whole reason everybody pro-West in Southeast Asia is purely because we are just afraid of China. We are afraid of maybe the time it was communism. So the thing is, we have no choice. That's the balance of power. Correct. Like, who can you buy weapons from? You either buy it from Russia, China, or you buy it from Europe and US. That's all, So there is a limit. I can tell you, Indonesia's military now is super American. Everything is American.
Yeah.
And, except tank. Yeah.
For Rafale.
It's all Western weapons. So, but you cannot say Indonesia is a Western puppet. It's not. It's just not. Indonesia is too big to be a puppet.
Yeah. So my little take on this is, I know for sure if China was not that aggressive in that region, it could be another playground for America. And I think that's exactly the reason why China have to be very aggressive. And I know it sounds crazy because, again, this is the war of the fittest win. And if China was to be relaxed as Russia was relaxed in our region, the same way America have modeled that area, I can see the U.S. trying to do the same thing. Because with the U.S., you have to be aggressive, assertive, and you have to show them you mean business. Then we can back them a little bit. And I think that's what happened in South China Sea. If these regions were absolutely saying no American interference in this region, no American bases or military movement in this section, I don't think China will be this aggressive. But China sees it as, if we relax, the U.S. can easily influence these people, and next thing will happen, another U.S. bases just across from us. And that is something I don't think China is ready to test. So either they back down through force with China, or they basically publicly get away from this Western alliance that sometimes they try to show. Sometimes they try to pretend like, oh, we have America on our back, so China don't try us, which I think is the same thing those tiny little Chihuahua countries in Europe does. Not directly, but Philippines and some other countries in that region, I feel like sometimes I believe they tend to try to use America to intimidate China to a level. And I think that's why China is being aggressive in that region.
No. Wait.
So, Vin, you continue. You finish your point first.
Wait. China want to control full of that, because Indonesia now try to mining some, I don't know about what Indonesia mining in that sea, but China always is just protest it, not because we always want to invade China, because we need to their technology, right? Their technology more advanced than us, but then we can create like mining together, but they don't want. They just protest it. Just try to kick in the North Natuna Sea. It's serious. It's really the problem.
So for those that do not know, this is Southeast Asia. Okay, so Indonesia is below. This is the Natuna's Island. This Natuna's Island, and the entire area here is all Indonesian waters. These Indonesian international waters. And then so the South China Sea Islands, there's two parts. One is the Paracels, and then this is the Spratleys. So Paracels has been fully 100% conquered by the Chinese. They fought a war with Vietnam, and Vietnam have soldiers dying, and the islands here are super developed. So we have a port here. You can see this is a full port.
Shit.
And then we have an air base. We have a main base here. No, this just claim. Sorry. There's all these are fortresses. These are all fortresses. You can see these are all military stuff. They have a much more bigger one. There's an air base here. You can see this air base. It's fully developed. This is a full air base, full military base. And then we have a more. There's another port here. Another port, proper military base. There's a lot of military base in a small area. So this is a Paracels, and then this is the Spratleys. Spratleys is the messy part. So this pink one is in Vietnam claim, Vietnam control. The red one is China. Yellow one is Philippines. This is Malaysia. So the Malaysian one have a airport here. This one, very small one. And basically all these they just have some guards protecting, because if you have no soldiers or outposts protecting your island, another country can just come in and plant the flag, and that's theirs. So that's the how Wild West the South China Sea is now.
So
it's all about planting flags.
Whereabouts are they building those islands? You know how they're actually building new islands from scratch? Is that
they just reclaim. They just dig the seabed, and then they just throw it on top to create the island, and then they just make it harder and everything. So we have this blue one. This is Taiwan's air base. This is Taiwan, because Taiwan is also China. People keep forgetting. China is Taiwan is Republic of China. They also claim the South China Sea. So this is the Taiwanese one. They have a port here. But clearly, this is going to be gone in the moment where if there's a war between China and Taiwan, and then you have a air base here. There's an air base here. There's an air base here. All Chinese. So I can show you how big is this island chain. You see this? It's a massive. This is of course not updated by now. It's already fully constructed. You can see another air base. This one is more developed. You can see the full military installation with exercise track and everything. This is a proper military camp. And the next one is also the same. Yeah, this also the same. This is also super developed. This is the kind of thing that is happening in South China Sea. And they have more stuff. I think there's a port somewhere. So if you look at the Philippines, the Vietnamese one, this is the Vietnamese one. Very Soviet looking, You can see this is literally a fortress. You can see the way it built is basically a fortress. It's like a castle. Because everything here is just ready for war.
And Natuna more far.
Natuna is very far away. Natuna is here. Yeah, this is Natuna's island.
Yeah, and China still try it. It's crazy.
Yeah, so the thing is a Wild West around here, and I can show you the Indonesian, the Filipino. This is the Filipino airbase. This is the one they have, T2 Island, and I want to show you the ship, the shipwreck. So the famous shipwreck, I think is I'm not sure, is it this one? Yeah, this is the outpost. This is the Filipino outpost. This is the famous shipwreck lately that you guys saw on the news, where the Filipinos tried to resupply this ship and then they got blocked by the Chinese Coast Guard. The Chinese Coast Guard was blocking them and don't allow the ships to go through. They use airdrop, and then they send out the speedboat. The speedboat also got intercepted by the Chinese speedboat. It's here, and see how near it is to this. This is Palawan Island. This is Filipino Island. You see how near? This is literally Filipino Sea. This is China. You see how far is China?
Yeah.
This is the China.
And Natuna more crazy.
Yeah. And then this is the Indonesian island. You can see how far is China. They claim the waters all the way next to Natuna's island. This is why
200
Indonesia.
kilometers.
Yeah. So Indonesia set everything there.
This is a declaration of no alliance and no. I think that would kind of ease tension over there. But the way they keep saying, "Oh, come on, America," that will make it even harder for you. But that's a very funny map.
No. Based on Indonesia, no America based in Indonesia. Totally no have. We just buy because we need buy the weapon. No base. We so scared with America also.
You can see this is.
Scared with America also. What the hell?
What about?
So you can see Vietnam is also building. You see this still building. In this, at least in this satellite image, there is a 2024. So Vietnam is continuing to fortify whatever island that they have already controlled. This is the Vietnamese one. So you can see Vietnam have a lot of this because Vietnam has always been there. They always have asserted their control there. Then the Chinese came in very aggressively. Some of the islands are taken by force by China.
Where is Vietnam on this map? Where is Vietnam? But physical mainland.
Vietnam is here. This is Vietnam.
Yeah. Just as
so these islands are originally Vietnamese. They was controlled. Basically it's really fighting over a flag. So the Chinese the Vietnamese soldier was holding the flag, basically just standing there. And then the Chinese was putting pressure and trying to get him to get off. Then he refused. Then after that, the Chinese can't take it. They fired at them. They killed everybody. So and then they have ships sunk as well. That's how they took the islands. And then since then, the Vietnamese never got it back. So the Vietnamese become very paranoid. So what they do is that they even build like you can't see. These are all silos. You know those oil rig? They build some kind of oil rig and make it it's like an oil rig, but it's actually just military outpost. They built it all over here. Because these islands are very shallow. They are very near to the sea. So in low tides, they might appear. So they basically build outposts and like something like oil silos and basically claim that this is Vietnamese territory. It's very, very. So the thing is, if there's no China, we will be talking about Vietnamese aggression in South China Sea.
Yeah.
But because there's China, so we're talking about China because China is more powerful.
Yeah, that's how powerful places. I mean, what about NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization? How far is Ukraine from the Atlantic? That's how powers act. They're like real aggressive like that.
Yeah. So I don't blame China, you see. I mean, if I'm China, I would do worse than this. if when I play computer games, right, I'm fucking aggressive. So China is already very controlled.
What do you think? Because how China does a lot of drones with DJI and stuff like that. How advanced do you reckon the Chinese are with their drones and at the moment? Compared to like the West, and I'm talking about the little like drone swarms and all that sort of stuff. Just because I see so many, they've got a load of people who can play these games, which pretty much emulate those FPV drones, and a lot of AI.
My guess is China's drone technology is better than Russia's. Russia is already dominating in Ukraine war. I think China is even more powerful. And then they have already flew, I think it's China, they flew 2 drones over South Korea, and South Korea got nothing. They have no way to stop it. They basically fly around South Korea. And I think one of them is jet powered, if I'm not wrong. So it's just that we haven't seen the Chinese, because these are all already military secrets. So I think nobody dares to go to war with China. Like, we can't win. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, I wanted to change the subject, but just on the whole South China thing, like Wyatt said, if he was in charge, he would do worse. I mean, what do you think would happen if Xi Jinping had the U.S. Navy?
Yeah,
there wouldn't be any question about that's their sea, and nobody would say shit. I mean, they're building towards that. They got 3 carriers now. I mean, they can already kind of impose their will as long as the United States doesn't get involved. And, the longer they wait, the more ships they'll have and the more they'll be able to impose their will. I mean, if we talk about a multipolar world, I mean, obviously China would want to impose their will in their pole, and everybody in there is going to be under their command or control or be a part of their, system some way.
But I don't think China is all about global domination, though, like the West, because they're aware that if you have a power vacuum, America is going to come fill it. The U.S. is going to come right in.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, they don't want to go global, but if they had the U.S. Navy, they would be in charge of the Western Pacific pretty convincingly.
It is very hard to say. The problem is China has never ever been a global power. That's why you cannot predict what China.
No. You have to be careful. You have to look back in history. Actually, China was in the Middle Ages and before the superpower. It was like 50% of the economic output in the world, like in the Middle Ages, was coming from China alone. Of course, they could not. They could not put their power somewhere else because ships and technology. But the economic power of China was always superpower. And now
because right in our Chinese view in China, the view is that the world is China.
Yes.
That's the difference. So they are in the middle of the universe. So they conquered the center of the universe. So there's no need for the fringes. It was never global because it was only regional because they only thought that the regional is the whole world. So
therefore China is the world. Therefore China is the world. The rest is just like barbarian lands. Nobody's interested in that. So they already conquered everything.
And like when I say, sorry.
No. So because that's what I'm saying. China has never been a global power because in their mind, they already conquered the world. The problem is now they realize the world is much bigger. So we do not know what China really thinks. Like, do they really want that kind of American hegemony thing? Or maybe they do not want. because we Chinese are very selfish. No, we just want to stay in our. No, we just want to take care of our own interests, which is what Grisha was saying just now earlier. Grisha was saying, no, the Chinese only care about their own self-interest, which is correct. Which is also how Chinese tends to think. The problem is also because China don't have the American Navy, so we do not know what China would do with such a navy. They are developing that navy right now. They are building it. So to say they have zero ambition is also a bit hard to say.
Yeah.
And also about the US hegemony, I always say that multipolar world we will see more wars. The reason is simple, because in the US hegemony, almost everybody is under the US control, also called under the US influence. Under the US influence, if the Americans don't give you permission to fight with your neighbor or each other, you don't fight with each other. That's the thing. But now if you don't have this big boss, you take away the big boss. Now everybody is free. So now everybody may fight each other. And if China or Russia, even if they become that big boss, they may not say that you cannot fight. Because the Americans will punish you for fighting each other because it's against American interests. But Russia and China both they believe in a different philosophy. They believe that you have your own freedom to do your own thing. And that's bad because then everybody will start to fight each other. So, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, whatever size China's Navy ends up being, like if they had the American Navy, I mean, I think that obviously they'd want to assert their control. But I mean, their idea, I don't think they'd be global or anything like that, but I would assume that they would want to have a Navy that could control and influence, let's say, everything is down to like the Malacca Straits and as far east as Guam and up into Japan, and they'd be happy with that. They just want to have a say in that. I don't really think they want to sail over to the Indian Ocean or Iran. I mean, they might want to go show off and shit, but I think if they were just in that's all they really want to do. I mean, yeah, maybe they do have nefarious motives and they would be like, fuck yeah, we got 10 carriers. Let's go invade Vietnam. But more than likely, they just want to have that influence over that area. And I think that's a pretty big area to have influence over. And I think that would be happy. And like Wyatt said, I think where the problem comes in is where's the border between the Chinese pole and the Western pole. And then, that's where the conflict will be because, of course, everybody wants to get a little bit more, one more island. So that might be where the issue is. But I just think China would keep control of their backyard, and that would probably be the most of it.
If China won't do that, they will mining together with Indonesia, right, in the North Natuna Sea. But they don't. They just protest and try to kick Indonesian army out from that area because Indonesia try to mining that area, right? And we try to invade them, but they don't want. They just want to protesting like that.
So let's bring ourselves back to the 1900s. 1900. Okay, United States is in 1900. The British Empire is still around, and the French are still powerful. Germans are still Prussian. The Ottomans are around. So you imagine that world. United States have never been a global power in those days, but the industrial revolution came, and then United States is the most industrialized and most advanced country, and with the commerce most powerful, most influential in the world. But we can argue in those days that America will never go global. They just want to. They have never done it before. Clearly they have never done it before. So the same thing, we are looking at China right now. They are now the most industrialized country in the world. They have the most industrial power in the world. And now they are building their navy. Just like United States, in those days, they are starting to build up their military. It's very hard to see what could happen. Maybe China will become that very nice guy, Xi Jinping really, it looks like he might actually Is that we don't know. He maybe really is like we need a Pooh.
Communist Stalinists. They're never nice. They were never nice in the past.
But he looks so cuddly, He's like Winnie the Pooh. So who knows, right?
We see what they are doing already. We see what they are doing inside their own country. It's not a very nice regime.
Yeah.
You see, I can never get it right. You know, when I go anti-China, people say that I anti-China. No, they say I'm wrong. No, now I go
Why?
pro-China, people also say I'm wrong.
If you need, if I need a new liver, I go to China and get a new liver.
Quiet on that, but there's one thing you're missing is the Western mindset. For 300 years, the liberal mindset was about we have to spread democracy. And China doesn't really have, it never really went through something like that philosophically. So I see what you're saying. Maybe they could, even though they haven't been the dominant power, they could wind up being dominationists. But I don't know. I don't think it would be like how it is for America. Because we continue the tradition of Britain. Like, we continue that tradition of spreading democracy and stuff like that. So, a little bit different.
That's why I find it a bit scary. Because if you look at the Mongols, when the Mongols swept through the Central Plains, they never tell you never tell you to give up your religion. They never say change your way of life. The Mongols never did that. They only ask you to accept our rule. That's it. And then contribute men for us to go to war. That's all the Mongols did. But the Chinese is different. They conquer Tibet, they conquer Xinjiang, and then they synthesize your land, and they were like, they say that you must follow our ways. They conquer and they dominate. And of course that is China, because that is just China, but we do not know what they will do overseas. And it's very scary because we have a lot of Chinese ethnic people, including myself, all around the world. If they one day become so powerful, and then they insist that we are now the superior race, we will now have special privileges. Oh my God, I'm gonna die, man! I will get assassinated. No,
why? The reason why I want to believe the Chinese will not push like the American did, because as you said, that mentality of going to control the whole world to speak Chinese is not going to fly. That would be the quickest downfall of the movement. But I can definitely see them making sure that region around them completely cut out to them. And also, the reason why I think America went this ballistic, because again, Western basically incorporated the colonies it came from, the European, French, and Germanic of world domination. So it's in them to basically continue what they did. Where they were was dominated. So the ideology of continuing to that domination was already there. But for China, even America earlier stages have always been an aggressive expansionist mentality. But China so far, I think China have looked at America and say, you know what, this thing doesn't pay off, and this thing have no benefit to it. It just costs you more money and just make the whole world hate you. I think if anything, for sure, the region where China is in, they will get the brunt of the Chinese force. Globally, I think they'll go off of that carrot and stick jab. I don't believe they'll be completely passive like what they pretend to be right now. But I don't think they'll be also as aggressive as the West and America have been around the world. That's why I'm
China haters here. What's some China haters?
What's up, Dan? I disagree.
What's up, boys?
I disagree with FSC. For example, you see what they are doing now for the Uyghur. They are re-educating them. Even the mosques, lately I see, even the mosques, they rebuilding them on a Chinese style. Even the buildings. That's how far they went.
They claim for the mosque, they claim that it's just try to remove the Arab influence. That is the difference. Because the Arabs have this dome thing, right? So they just remove all the domes. Basically, that's what they did. The mosques are still there, but the domes are gone. No,
I know. They rebuild them on the Chinese style. That's crazy. That's another level of controlling your people.
In other region, yes, maybe I agree. If America try to spread dominance, but in the South China Sea is different, because before 2016, mostly country in that region, in the South China Sea region, is anti-West. But because China is now more strong, and we scared, and this push South China, ASEAN to more closely with US. It's a serious thing.
So
it's really serious.
Let me remind you what happened in 2016, Trump election, and Obama went to China. There is no red carpet. They don't even give him a ladder. Remember 2016? So the Obama have to go through the own ladder of the plane, from the rear of the plane to come down. That was the time, because China firmly believed that Hillary Clinton is going to win the election. Like most of the world, they think that Hillary is going to win the election, because Obama have brought United States down. He was already, he says that they are on a managed decline. No, United States was in the managed decline. Hillary will basically continue it. Trump, they don't believe Trump will win the election. So China in those days started to flex. It was the first time China in this modernized version started to flex their muscles. That's when they started to punish Singapore. They impounded our armored vehicles that is coming back from Taiwan from military training. They basically talk about building a port in Malacca to starve off Singapore. They did a lot of deals with Malaysia, because Malaysia was under a very corrupted prime minister then. They built, they signed all these mega projects. It's all Chinese, and then of course they try to disturb the Indonesians. They banned tourists from Taiwan to Taiwan, so Taiwan's tourism industry got heavily damaged. And then United States was trying to build a THAAD missile system in South Korea. They also banned tourists to go to South Korea. It was a time where China was starting to flex. That's when the wolf diplomacy, this term came about. It was during those days, because they have this movie called The Wolf something. So that is the gist of what happened in 2016. Trump changed everything. The moment Trump came in, they talk about the trade war and everything. Suddenly China become the nice guy. They're so nice. The new prime minister in Malaysia said that, can you cancel all these projects? Because he don't have his own henchmen, on the project. He have no money to earn. So it's like China say, okay, can cancel all the project. No penalties. They just let them cancel. Then suddenly, they now very good friend with Singapore. Singapore take the chance quickly, bootleg the Chinese. They say, this is Deng Xiaoping's the face, the head. No, we remember the time that Deng Xiaoping come to Singapore. Like, it's crazy, then, but the whole region was spooked. Yeah. Indonesia immediately redo their whole military in the model of Singapore. If you look at Indonesian military now, it's a copy of Singapore's military. Apache, Leopard tanks, it's all Singaporean, Just that the fighter jets, a bit too expensive to get F-15s, so they get F-16s. They got the Rafale, I think. So, yeah. It is. People don't understand how scary it is for us.
China
and people forget. People are short-term memory. They forgot what happened in 2016.
And that exactly was what I think is going to happen in the future. The moment they feel the need, those regions are going to feel the brunt of China power. I don't think it'll go beyond that.
So China is starting to flex again. That's why you see now there's more things in South China Sea happening right now, because they're starting to flex again, because Biden is so weak. But then they don't dare to go all out, because Trump might win the election. So they're still holding back a bit. That's the thing happening right now, because they learned from the first time that Trump might win. So now they be controlled. But if Trump loses, or Trump got removed or somehow, you can see China's strong. 100%.
Damn.
And then you can see Singapore will become very pro-China. 100%. You will see Singapore government very bootleg the Chinese.
I just feel like you guys have to.
I also thinking.
Damn.
Submit to your masters. You guys are just fighting the inevitable. You're too far. You guys are too far from America. You're too far from Europe. Europe's a piece of trash, anyways. You guys are in the realm of the Chinese, and all we can do is just speculate and talk. It's like just let it in, slide in slowly. Just look what happened to Ukraine. Ukraine at least got hit hard. They got no lube. They got it no lube. This is what you guys don't understand. Anybody around China just has to let it in slowly and kind of cope with it and just embrace it, because there's nobody's gonna come help you guys. Europe is already done. Europe is already done.
It's haram for Vin, you cannot like that. No, it's haram. No, it's no sliding softly,
Yeah, like I feel like the West is done only because America is just continuing this retardation, that we keep going against Russia. We could have had an amazing ally there. It could have been what equalized everything. But they turned with the Europeans, who are absolute garbage. Name one country in Europe that has anything relevant in the world. Just name one, please. Somebody name one European country that's relevant right now.
We have it all. We have
France.
all you want. We have
Name one
Italy.
got a
We have
few new
Italy.
countries.
Without our food, you will not survive. Without pizza and pasta, you're not gonna live. It's the most beautiful country in the world. I live in Switzerland. We have all your money. In Switzerland, we have all your money.
It's Chinese.
We have the
Even
French
the pasta is
Legion. The
Chinese.
French Legion, they're the most powerful force in the whole world. They can take out the whole Russian army and beat them in 2 hours.
I'm just going to finish my point here is that Europe is done. America, we got way too many problems. If we as Americans lose Mexico as our bitch, we're done. That's going to be the last nail in the coffin. If Mexico turns its back on the United States, which is slowly turning into China, it's going to be the last nail in the coffin. Why? Because China is going to be in this transoceanic thing that's going to kill the Panama Canal. They're going to build factories there. And, Mexico, we take it so good, so slowly and warm. We embrace it because guess what? We're used to being colonized for 500 years. But at least this time, they're not going to rape our women. They're just going to take our money and our resources. And that's okay. As long as you don't rape our women, we'll give you whatever you want. Europe is gone. America is gone. Now is the time of Africa. Now is the time of Asia. Now is the time of Russia, because Russia is its own fucking thing. Okay, Russia is expanding so massively. It's Eurasia. So I hope that the Africans are ready to be blessed. I hope that the Asians are ready to be blessed. Unless you're against China, you're about to take a big one. It's going to leave you just...
No, someone need to clip that. That 2 seconds.
Why? You will not get any advertising for that.
Hey, since Dan's here, do you want to finish out the front real quick? Like we're around Seversk, we can go up to Kupiansk, Kremenaya, Kharkov. There's rumors again about Sumy. So supposedly they evacuated Sumy.
No, I haven't evacuated anybody in Sumy. No, that's not true. I was in Ukraine 2 months ago. It's a shithole. Things are bad. But yes, I was in Kiev and quickly in Kharkov.
Do people there on the ground have any idea what's going on, like how bad the casualties are or anything like that, or are they pretty much clueless or in denial?
Especially Ukrainian casualties is for everybody a mystery. It's really hard to say how bad it is, but definitely they need men. In December they slept on it. They didn't mobilize. Mobilization is always unpopular, so they didn't do it, and they fucked up. And now they need the men, which they don't have. Russians are mobilizing. They have no problem with getting men for whatever reason. People are happy to get bitch slapped in Ukraine and killed for that money. They do it, so they do it. And yeah,
bitch slapped. What are
that's
you talking
it. So
about, man? What are you talking about? It's your Fourth Reich that's getting bitch slapped in Russia. You fucking nasty German sending weapons. They're getting fucking bitch slapped.
Oh yes, if the German would send finally actually
if the
produce any
Germans would
weapons,
send anybody, they would freeze in winter here. They would freeze in winter
my
like your
little
grandparents
Daniel,
did.
oh my little Mexican friend.
Just don't forget, it was your
Oh, that's a
grandparents
very good
who died in
accent.
winter in Russia. Your grandparents failed. Your great grandparents failed, and you're gonna keep failing because the Germans just don't learn. You naughty boys.
I want to ask a question to John Black. John Black, when you are in Ukraine, did anyone try to mobilize you?
No, of course not. I'm old. Nobody wants me.
Are you sure John Black is not volunteer for Ukrainian armed forces?
I grabbed the old one, stay and the cripples.
I'm a volunteer. I'm a volunteer. I'm supporting Ukrainian army. That's true.
No.
That's
John Black, you said 2 months ago you were in Kiev, right? Did any of these mobilization guys come to approach you?
No, I'm a foreigner. Of course not.
No, but they wouldn't know, right? They have to approach you first before they know.
No,
right?
there is no mobilization on the street. This maybe happens in villages, but I was in Kiev. Of course, there's military running around, but there's no.
That's what I.
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
remember he said earlier that
it's in war. It's in a war, but there is nobody's grabbing people and no, I haven't seen it. So
this is what I want to ask because it's Russian propaganda. No, because I don't know. Because
no, it's not Russian propaganda. Right? It's not Russian propaganda.
It's Ukrainian propaganda.
There is mobilization and they need people, so sometimes they grab them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what he was saying though, was that they don't do it in the cities because they want people to think it's normal, but they do it out in the countryside where it's not visible.
Yeah.
More, yes, definitely more.
Not in
That's what you were saying earlier. So I mean, that might be why you didn't have any issues because they're not fucking with people in the city.
So just now we have a Ukrainian on Publius. We were asking the same question because to try to understand how bad is the situation. So it's like what you say, in the city area they don't do this thing, so they are only recruiting mainly from the suburbs, the rural areas. So at least we have some context rather than we get duped by all these videos thinking that things are really that bad to the point where they're just grabbing people everywhere. So yeah, that give us some context. I think that's good. What is Dan doing? Why are you wearing until so fat?
He's LARPing.
Fishing.
He's Russian LARPing.
I'm going to go work in my dacha. Just wanted to burn the Germans' eyes with the Raven of St. George. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God!
Again, don't forget when Germans go crazy, they go really, really crazy. Don't forget, they know how to get crazy.
Classic.
You were trying to say something right just now.
Oh no, I was just saying it looked like you was getting ready to go fishing or something.
No, I'm going to. I bought a plot of land here, and I'm building a house. It's just been a lot of work. With all jokes aside, this is pure blasphemy. What's going on? This should have never happened. A lot of lives are being lost for nothing. In the end, when this is finished, nobody's going to win. Okay, Russia gains territory, but they have already got so much, they can't even fill it with population, It's the dumbest thing. So it must not be about land. It must not be about anything else that we think of. It's sadness, it's madness, and we're primitive bastards. But I still don't like the German guy. Later, boys.
Bye, Dan. Nice to see you.
Who's the German guy here? There's no Germans here.
That guy right there is a German.
The Vandera.
He's Swiss, right?
No, I'm Swiss-Italian mixed. Let's put it that way.
Hey, do you actually think that Putin's actually coming for like all the countries? Is that how a lot of people are actually thinking? Is it with the propaganda that's out there in Europe? They seem to have this idea that the Russians are coming, and when they're finished with Ukraine, they're going to whatever trying. I don't think they'll take on Poland, but maybe like other smaller countries, maybe
the Chihuahuas.
Like other Chihuahuas.
It is. They are feared. Also Estonia, Latvia, the Baltics, they're afraid. They know Russian occupation from the Soviet Union, so they're afraid. Let's put it that way. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if Putin would try it, but if he's finished with Ukraine, when he's finished with Ukraine, I don't know if he stops. Why he should stop? Why start in Ukraine anyway? It's a poor country.
It's a proxy war.
If they're afraid, why they are opening their mouth like that? If they're afraid, they just need to shut up and slide through the motion.
They are proud people. They don't need. Nobody needs to shut up. They're proud people. Why they should shut up?
Maybe they shouldn't shut up, but they shouldn't sit there and act like they're going to go fight Russia by themselves. The guy in Estonia shouldn't say I'm going to bring Russia to its knees. No, you're not. You're not.
Of course not. Of course not. But
maybe that's what they should quit doing. They should quit trying to start fights with dudes they ain't going to beat. They should quit trying to start fights with people that they think I'm supposed to go come and save their ass. That's the problem. I mean, honestly, I don't see why Russia would go any farther. Once they take what they want, get Transnistria, and
they don't even want all of Ukraine.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
why
I
would
just
they
figure
confront
they'll
it?
dump that off on the West.
You know, they don't want to
I
die.
think Russia is going to create Transnistria and Odessa as one little pseudo
Yeah, I
state.
mean,
2020.
that's what they'll do. They'll probably cut across Kryvyi Rog and cut somewhere up maybe to the border of Belarus and just leave a western chunk for NATO to fucking deal with.
So I have a question for John Black. Can I take a turn to ask? So the question I have is, you were saying earlier about Ukrainians being a proud people. You know, they have a right to, you know, defend themselves and stand up for what it is that they believe in. Who's to stop them? But you do understand that Ukraine's sovereignty has already been undermined. Ukraine's sovereignty was undermined at least in 2014, if not before then. Yeah. So Ukraine isn't really a sovereign country in the same way. And one way we can see that is when the Ukrainians tried to do the negotiations with the Russians. What happened? Jake Sullivan came out in a statement. Boris Johnson came out and they said, we are not ready to make peace. We are not ready. Doesn't matter what Ukrainians want, because, you know, Ukraine is not a sovereign country. So what is it that you are supporting then?
Okay, let's talk about this supposed deal. You can read the actual deal Russia put on the table. It was one interesting detail. First of all, demilitarization of Ukraine. So we will get off some like a national guard left. Okay, great. We have a national guard. So basically no army. And the second interesting point was, yes, we guarantee the security of Ukraine, but we only intervene if everybody agrees, including Russia. So if Russia again attacks, and then Russia would have to basically vote against their own attack to help Ukraine, which we'll never do. So there was a poison pill, basically. This deal was shit.
So you're saying
Did they
that
blow up their own pipeline as well? Did they?
So what you're saying, hold up, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So what you're saying is, because in your opinion and the opinion of people like Jake Sullivan, that deal was insufficient. It doesn't matter what the Ukrainians wanted to do. We're going to not allow them to take that deal. Because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
Zelensky didn't take the deal. No, it wasn't. I never seen anywhere with Jake Sullivan actually said we are not ready. Zelensky refused the deal, and now we know actually what the real deal was with the small prince, and then we can say, okay, that deal was shit.
I mean, that's your opinion, but that's
well, you can read it yourself.
That's one thing.
That's
a
starting
to John Black. Yeah. They already had a deal in 2014. They already had a deal after 2014 with Minsk 1 and 2. And
that was a great deal, yes.
Listen. Just one second. If they apply the deal, they will have the Donbass. They will have everything. They will have the Crimea. But they just even the German chancellor said we never intended to agree to that deal to apply it. What are you talking about?
Wait.
Well, I mean,
in Minsk 1 and 2, the Crimea was out of the picture. Basically, Crimea said, "Oh, we talk later about it," because
exactly. They didn't even mention it.
Russia never intended to give Crimea back, which is understandable.
That is true.
If you take it, and they never said no. It basically said whatever you
Why
talk
they
about,
take it
Crimea
in the
is
first
ours.
place? Why they take it in the first place?
Because they wanted it. Because they always thought
Why?
Crimea is Russian. They always thought Crimea is Russian.
Because they're not honest.
They just took it.
They need that. That's
well, I mean, you know those deals may have been shit, but you should wait. You should really look forward to the deal you're going to get when this war's over.
Smells like sweaty bratwurst in here.
Nice. Very nice.
I mean, seriously. I mean, they had two or three off ramps for peace. And, you know, even if it was a shitty deal, it was a better deal than what they're going to get when this is over with.
3 off-ramps, Minsk 1, Minsk 2, and the one in Turkey. 3 chances they could have saved their country and saved their men. And every time they took
And the
the
one with
side of
Naftali,
America.
also Naftali Bennett as well. So that's 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dudes gone, probably one way or the other, dead or wounded. And you're still going to lose, and you're going to get a fucking shitty deal.
Yeah.
So let me drop some reality.
Just one thing.
Hey, wait, let Wyatt speak.
Let me drop some reality. Security guarantees means going to war. That's about it. So whenever one country guarantees the independence of another country, it means that if this country got attacked, we go to war. That's the whole meaning of the guarantee. So who dare to guarantee Ukraine? That's the problem. Who dare to guarantee Ukraine? So the whole concept of guaranteeing their security and independence is nonsensical. Because if Europe do not dare to go to war with Russia right now, what kind of security guarantee are they expecting? There is none. They want China to sign the security agreement. Will China go to war with Russia over Ukraine? 哪里有可能的事情? It's impossible. It's just impossible. There's no world that the China will ever willing to have anyone dying for Ukraine. So of course, clearly a security guarantee will not operate in the sense that Russia will block itself. It just doesn't matter. Russia can sign it with NATO, with US, whatever. But the problem is NATO, US willing to fight with Russia? They wouldn't dare to fight. Then this whole guarantee is just bullshit. It just doesn't work. True guarantees means immediately go to war. It's like World War One. World War One. That's how it works. This is also why I always criticize Baltic states, because they are making themselves impossible to guarantee. Because they keep attacking Russia, they keep they cannot control their mouth. There will be one point is that NATO will find these few countries are super dangerous to keep in the alliance, because you have them is that you're just getting yourself into war. But luckily, Article 5 doesn't mean automatically going to war. It only means supporting them, in whatever way they think they can do, which is already what they are doing for Ukraine. What Ukraine is getting is the Article 5.
No,
right now.
no, it's not Article 5.
Yeah.
Article 5 also
says
that an attack on one is an attack on all. But also,
that's what they say, right?
Language,
but it's not action. It's not action.
Democracy is.
The
problem democracy is at what is at risk now, right? No, Russia is attacking democracy and freedom, right? It's attacking on all.
Yeah, so I think that's just a phrase to kind of feel good, but it's not an action. It's not an actionable phrase. Just because you attack one doesn't mean you attack all of them. They will say, "Oh yeah, we feel attacked," but they're not going to act on it. They're going to act on it individually, as the article say. But my point is this: if Ukraine can get a security guarantee from NATO, definitely.
Autonomous Constitution of Crimea made the referendum legitimate due to the violent overthrow of the Kiev government.
Yeah, exactly. So if NATO was to give Ukraine some security guarantee, and if Russia truly doesn't want to go to war against NATO, I think that can be like the buffer between the two not going to war. And I don't see Ukraine starting a war with Russia, knowing very well this war this time around will include NATO involvement, and Russia will go all ballistic. So I think that could be the medium ground for Ukraine. I think the security guarantee for Ukraine from NATO side will make more sense, because it could be a more deterrence from both parties. So Ukraine can remain neutral and can remain unarmed. But knowing the West and knowing Americans, they're not good at keeping their appointment. They're not good at keeping their promises. They will find some way again and negate that promise and reinstigate this war somewhere to get NATO involved. Because that would be a very good pretext for America to destroy Europe, finally. Because it's we'll have security guarantee. Now let's go get to Ukraine some weapons to violate the treaty we signed with Russia. And when Russia retaliates, so we can go to war against Russia. So Russia can destroy the whole of the EU. So, oops, we didn't mean to. We thought Russia's going to calm down a little bit. So I think, yes, as why I'm saying, it's a little risky. I can see America fooling these guys to sign that agreement. And later in the future, say, hey, man, so screw the agreement, because America is not good at keeping any promises. And the Russian side, I believe they'll keep the end of the bargain. I really believe they will. Because so far the Russians have proven to be reliable. So far, the Russians have proven that they can always keep the bargain. Even example, even some of the treaty they have with some African countries, even though the Soviet Empire crumbles, but when Russia came out, Russia still kept those agreements. Not the West. The West have never experienced that much crumbling as Russia did. but they'll sign the agreement today. The next day, they do some complete opposite of what they signed. So the West is known for breaking their Mix 1, Mix 2. It's a perfect example of that. So they could sign this security guarantee and come back tomorrow and say, you know what, let's give Ukraine some nuclear weapons, and then we are back to square one. So definitely that's where it becomes a little shaky. If they can keep that word, I think it'll be a good option for Ukraine. But I
would say Russia don't always follow with the agreement, but sometimes it's that they secretly do other things while they like on the surface look like they are following.
Yeah,
like it means maybe they secretly still sending weapons and Wagner is doing things.
That never stopped. Definitely that never stopped. Definitely I will believe that never stopped. But I mean, they will sign and go low key and go start doing some mischievous thing in the background. That I agree. I would definitely say they can do that. But the one that outright publicly says, "Oh, screw what we signed, screw what we say, screw what we did." This is what we're going to do.
I want to say that. I want to say it makes a big difference if you can plausibly deny and say that, it was the volunteers of the DPR militia were ex-Ukrainian soldiers that took their arms and went to fight against their government, and then also we have volunteers from Russia that come in and they help. And then, you know what, sometimes occasionally it turns out that like a couple of like Spetsnaz badasses slipped through as the volunteers just when they're needed, you know. So like that's a little bit different than saying that Russia like outright completely violated Minsk, because number one, they had no obligations under Minsk. They didn't have an obligation to discontinue. Read the agreements. And then number two, even if you say that that's them, you know, violating it in some way, they were really low key about it in such a way that, you know, the plausible deniability factor is there.
Vin is next. Vin.
I have question. If Europe scared with Russian, why they not create like defensive plan and stop talking?
Again, I don't get it.
Was that?
If Europe scared with Russian, why they not build the defense and stop talking? Because if you still Indonesia also scared with China, and then we stop talking and create the defense. You get my point? Indonesia is always scared with China, but we stop talking because if we always talking and we're ready, we're broke when we not ready. And
so for those that don't understand what Vin said is that if you are really afraid of Russia, why are you not shut up first? Quickly build up your military and your defenses. But why they are so talkative?
Yeah,
something like that.
Because if you always talking, then the war is broken when you're not ready. Because you need ready first, right? If you want to war, it's serious. If you're not ready, you might lose.
That is also my criticism of the Baltic states. They just talk too much.
I leave the Baltics out. You know, they try to be ready, but
let Halfcast speak. He's been waiting to speak for a while.
I was just going to ask a question about the Russians are actually sending some of their ships over towards Vun's way or down the bottom. Do you reckon they're going to start basically arming certain factions with certain kind of weapons that may be able to hit, facilities, even if it's not there, but around the world, or even just the fact that they're there just to play the mind games and make them think that they could hit possible American targets from,
I think that's well, I mean, think about it. Think about all the Western weapons they've captured, like the small arms and the ATGMs. I mean, what better way to throw it off than, have some terrorist group use weapons against Americans or Western forces that they can trace back to Ukraine, and they'll say, oh, they were captured by the Russians. The Russians will say, oh, no, the Ukrainians sold them to whoever.
Those javelins, the javelin system, do you need some kind of unique code?
I think there's a battery that goes in them, and that might have been the issue early on was
a lot of that stuff was pulled out of storage, and maybe the batteries, like Stingers, take a battery. The Javelin, I think, has a battery. You know,
The security can be bypassed by people that know what they're doing. Okay, it gets done.
Nika.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, let's not forget Minsk 1 and 2 are the results of the coup of 2014. This is the main issue here. They intended to do that to threaten threaten Russia, to provoke it to enter in war with Ukraine. This is the main scheme, you know.
I want to add that Minsk 1 and 2 are actually the result of battlefield losses by Ukraine in Debaltseve and Ilovaisk, where the Ukrainian army got beaten by the separatists. And when they got beaten the first time, they signed this peace agreement called Minsk. And after they did that, they said, you know, screw you, we do what we want. They restarted the war. They broke the agreement. They got their butts kicked a second time. And after they signed Minsk 2, they kind of had like this kind of low, slow boiling war while they, as we now know, were being armed and being trained. That initial Ukrainian army that probably they got lost in the Kharkiv and Kherson offensives. I'd say that initial army, that's probably a huge part of what we trained and what we were planning on surprising the Russians with. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing is too, I mean, with, you know, the provocations and stuff, I mean, they continue it to this day, you know, with the strikes on the on the early warning radar and other stuff. They're continually trying to provoke Russia to overreact so that someone will come and bail them out. You know, they always claim Article 5, which is ridiculous because all Article 5 really says is they will meet and decide what the best course of action is. It doesn't guarantee anything. And you already know there's countries in NATO that ain't looking to get into a war with Russia, so the chances are they'll never be unanimous if something was to happen. I mean, even if they were to hit French guys or some NATO trainers, I don't even know if they could get a consensus. But then again, the United States is in charge, so they could just act unilaterally. But I mean, I kind of feel like they, you know, there's the proof right there in the pudding that they don't plan on sticking to anything because everything they do is a provocation. They don't ever back off or try to take a peaceful route. It's like delay, deceive, and build up while you're distracting them, and then they start the same shit over again. They don't ever, you know, they never realize it's time to back down or stop or maybe give up a city and fall back. It's like they always make the bad call consistently.
I want to go after you, Wyatt. Go.
Do you want to continue on this topic? Because I got to change topic. So you want to go on first, Bradley?
Yeah, so I know I was just gonna say that dang, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. Never mind. Maybe I'll remember later. Do I change topics?
Okay, I'm gonna change topic. Okay, and one of the big news over the past week is that Russia is going to have a military exercises in the Caribbean at Cuba. So my understanding is that there's 3 surface ship and 1 nuclear submarine. So I thought that we should talk about it. So I want to ask the American in the room first. You know, how does he feel? You know, is he happy that he's going to get liberated by the Russian heroes?
I think this is.
Okay. You know, I don't know. Maybe we'll see like a Russian ship cruise up the Mississippi. You know, and it kind of sucks because after the Cold War is over, hell, maybe even during the Cold War, you'd have port visits and stuff. You can't even do that now. Can't even stop in and hang out for the night. But no, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what they're going to do. I mean, I'm sure the U.S. government will cry about it. But I mean, I kind of look at it like it doesn't really bother me because I kind of figure Russia's got to do stuff like this to counteract what's going on in Ukraine and Europe and all the games being played. So I just look at it like it's just one of those Cold War kind of games. Everybody flexes. Nothing's going to happen. The Russians will go back home. Maybe they'll leave some presents for the Cubans that will, I mean, think about it.
What if you left an S-500 there or something, and you just flip on the radar? That probably covers half of Florida and the Gulf Coast with air defense. And you don't have to shoot at nobody. You just turn it on and fuck with people. I mean, that's the way I look at it. At this point, I just expect Russia to start fucking with America. So I'm not, as long as America doesn't overreact and start, like Lindsey Graham is not in charge, it will be fine. It'll just be people having a dick measuring contest.
So I'm also American, and I'm also totally not worried about it. I think that it's just an attempt to kind of like counter escalate, kind of like maybe not even just Ukraine, maybe other places too. I don't know, but the Americans are bringing the conflict closer to what the Russians insist is the nuclear threshold. So maybe you go out there and you annoy them here, and do something, try to escalate in a different way, so that you have some way that you can, you have an escalation ladder you can climb. Go ahead, Nika.
Yeah, let's not forget that they have American troops in Syria, in Iraq. They can hit them there, wherever. They have bases everywhere in the world, It's easy.
Yeah, I think it's almost kind of silly. It's just
I mean, that's why I wouldn't worry about the Russians off the coast and down in Cuba, because there's not really anything that's going to happen there. That's just a exercise between two superpowers flexing.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's easier to get away with something in Iran or Syria or whatever.
Yeah,
or
I mean,
Africa.
From the Russian side, I think they're just on the flex the muscle, but from the American side, they can easily use this one again to rally the troops. Oh, the Russians are coming. Let's do this, A, B, C, and D. Again, this is election season. This is actually
there's a certain amount of people that will buy into that, but I mean, most people are going to be like, whatever.
Again, this could be a very boost for actually the Trump side of the election. All the Russians are here. We need a strong leader to confront the Russia down our borders. This could be a very good booster.
No, what the Democrats will do? They'll be like, look, the Russians are coming to help make sure Trump gets elected.
So wait, I have a conspiracy theory. What if what they're doing is they're purposely like fake escalating so that they can get Biden to feel like John F. Kennedy or something, like, oh yeah, I fixed the Cuban Missile Crisis #2.
He probably forgot who John F. Kennedy is.
Yeah,
Oh shit! Oh damn! Fuck.
Something like that, or maybe get ready for Trump.
Not my president.
Knock it out of the fucking park and just be like, hey, I stopped the Russians. Vladimir Putin was doing exercises in the Gulf.
Just off topic, real quick. The other day, Biden's D-Day speech was basically a plagiarism of Reagan's 50-year anniversary speech back in the 80s.
He has speechwriters. Why?
Anybody
because he used ChatGPT to write the
speech. The person is delusional.
No, he used ChatGPT to do the script. Then the ChatGPT just take the best version, then just change it.
But I heard like Vedoran today. Maybe we see it in a wrong way. Maybe they don't like they like Biden to win, because if he win, they can continue to conquer whatever they want from Ukraine. But if Trump wins, he can end the war now. You understand? This is like a theory that's.
Well, that's one thing. That's like one thing we were talking about before. Like Russia might, accelerate stuff over the summer because they want to make sure they have as much in hand in case Trump wins, and they have to make some kind of deal. I mean, people are like, well, what kind of deal could they make? I mean, who knows? I mean, it could be the most craziest ass deal that no one ever thought, but somehow he cobbles it together and the Russians agree and everybody signs it.
Ukrainian neutrality, but also security guarantees. Oh, something that you can spin.
And it'll be fucked up too when they finally agree to it. It'll probably be the exact same deal they had before.
Exactly.
But they didn't have to kill hundreds of thousands of people to get. It's like, You know what I mean? It'll probably be Minsk 2 or something. It's just called like
it's even worse than Minsk 2. They will
peace guarantee now.
Yeah,
reminds me
it
of
will be worse
those
than that.
But I do agree with what Nika was saying, though. I mean, if you're a rival of the United States, if you keep Biden in, you know, it's easy street. You know,
Because
I mean,
it's
think about it.
predictable.
Like even Yemen,
It's
the
very
guys with
predictable.
like sandals on are like, yeah, man, we can fight America because Joe Biden ain't gonna do shit. I mean, everybody, like I said before, if you got a beef with America, now's the time to take advantage of the situation, and everybody obviously is. So I would say most of the world wants Biden to stay because then it's a free for all for them.
Plus,
what Bon said just now reminds me of children. You know, like you're trying to get the children to eat the vegetables, right? And then no, I will not eat the vegetable. Then you give it the ass whooping. Then in the end, they still eat it. It's like you could have saved the ass whooping, you know, and eat the vegetables.
In the case of Ukraine, you eat the double. You eat the double amount.
Yeah, correct. You eat double amount of vegetables and get the ass whooping. Half cast is trying to say something.
I'll just get the ass whooping. That's all. I wouldn't need the vegetables. These guys.
Yeah, no, I think that we, just to bring it back to this, how we got off on this tangent with the guy that's gone now, the pro-Ukrainian dude. What I was, you know, what he was saying, it's just like, yeah, you're gonna like, what are you gonna do? What does supporting Ukraine do at this time anymore? You know, at this point in time, I feel like if you support Ukraine, it's smart to just be supporting peace. You know, just be like, support peace ASAP. I want to see Ukraine retain as much of its population, infrastructure, territory, to be able to, you know, live, to fight another day, whatever it is, right? Like, you're going to be really, really for that. But if your goal is kind of like Wayne, is to fuck Russia, right? Then you don't really care. Go ahead, Nika.
But it's difficult now. You see, even if a leader now take the place of Ukraine, he cannot do it. If you have a military faction that's like intent on continue the war, what you will do if you go to peace, they will actually murder you. If you go to war, you will lose. You are losing in both ways.
Yeah, you have
it's
to
very
denazify
difficult
them.
to choose peace even.
You gotta denazify them. Go ahead, Bon.
No, I mean, I was just thinking, you know, we've covered everything pretty well, and it's about 15 to 5 hours. If we want to finish up this and then close, we could. We got a lot of good clips in here, but it's up to you guys if you want to talk about something else.
Well, I'll say goodbye anyway because I need to go. But yeah, thanks for letting me be on.
Cheers.
Have a good day, and
thanks,
hopefully there's peace in the world because yes, you know, it's crazy, man. It's just crazy.
Bye, Halfcast.
Bye.
So there's still one more big thing that's currently happening is I think Israel Gaza stuff. I saw some rumors about some atrocities, you know, about trying to save the hostage, but I didn't know what exactly happened.
Yeah, Nunyon was talking about it in the beginning. Like, apparently they might have used like UN vehicles to disguise a troop movement, and then they went in there and I guess they blew the shit out of a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if they bombed something and then shot a bunch of people, or if they called in airstrikes and then shot a bunch of people.
I think from what I was able to get is the guy discovered, and now to retreat, they basically have to bomb everything in the way of the retreating forces. And in the process, they hit some market ground and kill a bunch of people. So again, I'm biased in my information that's coming to me. So whoever gets them, I don't trust them 100%. So, but the pictures I'm seeing basically relate to they just bombing everything that way, trying to escape this almost ambush that they got caught up into. Oh, Nika.
Yeah, I entered actually the chat for this topic because the primary information, because I have the Arabic sources with videos and photos and stuff, they actually tried to trick the resistance with the aid track. So they use it to infiltrate the place, and they do some preparation. They bombed the hell of the city. They killed like probably 200, like 200-300 people, and injured the double. And they used the American port to evacuate. They evacuate with 2 helicopters.
So they did a double war crime, and then they evacuated on our brand new port.
Yeah, because they couldn't take him easily. They needed to flatten the area, so they can. Even if they couldn't take him, they will just bomb everyone, even the forces that are trying to take him.
Gaza, then?
Well, the port we built sank, but there was another port north of that
repaired.
area.
It's repaired now. They repaired it.
Okay, 2 days ago. They said there was another port north of there that they didn't know why they didn't just use that, but apparently the Israelis wouldn't let them.
Even the helicopter that went to take the hostage, they went from there. Even the
plus, they fixed it.
Yeah, they fixed it recently, like 2-3 days ago. But all of this was doing to just take 4 hostages, and they do it now. Netanyahu is using it as a tool to not continue the talks, to continue the war. He's like using it as a political tool to continue the war.
Yeah, I don't see how the war ends without them cracking down on Netanyahu, and I don't know how it's going to happen, but I feel like it's going to have to happen eventually. It's just inconvenient for too many people.
I really no idea what the hell Israel is trying to do. It's like they're not solving the problem, then they are not effectively destroying Hamas as well. Because you cannot destroy Hamas.
Because Hamas. I'm telling you, listen, just 1 second. I am Arab, I am Muslim. They can never destroy Hamas. You know what they need to do to destroy Hamas? They need to eradicate the 2 million people. I'm telling you that's crazy.
I think that even doing that, you can't solve it because Hamas is not just an organization; it's also an idea. Because there is already a fracture. Because first you have this, the Palestinian resistance. In the early days before the PA, before the PA, there was this resistance, right? Then it became the PA. But now the PA has already, corrupted into.
It is corrupted. It's not like this. It's corrupted to the core. It's corrupted to the core. Even Hamas, people don't know that. I know that recently Hamas wasn't even a military organization before the second Intifada, the second revolution. They were only a humanitarian group. But after what happens, they got radicalized. They was doing like they building schools and stuff. It's like an organization, a humanitarian organization. After what happened to the second Intifada, they was forced to use weapon. That's how
Isn't that how the Taliban started too?
No. Taliban is another thing. Taliban went to Afghanistan to fight they were the foreigners who went to Taliban to fight the Russians.
Okay,
it's different. It's a different thing.
So the Taliban were the Mujahideen then?
Yeah, exactly. Wait. No, that's Al Qaeda. Taliban it's the locals. Taliban. I'm sorry, I mixed up. Taliban was the locals who fought the Russians. Yeah. Al Qaeda is the ones who came to fight the Russians.
The Americans and the Americans in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if let's say I'm Israel, okay, if I really want to solve the problem, I would just treat the Palestinian well. That's all.
Yeah.
No,
that's what a normal country will do.
But why?
You compete
to do that is you have to agree that the lands you are stealing from them, you have to give it back. And Israel is stuck
absorb them into Israel.
They don't want to do. They don't want to do it.
That's the easiest way to solve this war. Basically,
it's not even
just put that part of Israel and see where Hamas going to go to. Hamas have nowhere else to go to. Incorporate the people into Israel and basically give them a better life than what they do on Hamas. Yeah. But you can't keep killing people and expect them to love you.
They don't want to do the 2-state solution, and they definitely don't want to do the 1-state solution. So that leaves no options except for apartheid.
No, and it's very irritating because even if like you look at some of this, like they talking about the post-war plans, they're expecting that the Arab country and the rest of the world to rebuild Gaza for them, to rebuild the Gaza for Palestine, and the Israelis are not involved. It's like, what the hell? It's like
every
you bomb
20,
the hell
30
out
years
the
they'll bomb it again and destroy. They always bomb this place and destroy. So the thing is this: Israel knows if we go for one-state solution, overnight they'll be overpowered by the Muslim population. They know this. They know with the Palestinian population, the Israel population, they know they'll be minority overnight. They don't want that. And a two-state solution, they don't want that. They want the entire land for themselves. So this is why they can decide. Either they get all the land for themselves or to be a minority in that country and back to square one.
The only other option is apartheid. There's no other option. What else are you going to do? If you can't...
It's what's happening now. Apartheid is what's happening now.
Yeah, exactly. So
but
in order to end apartheid, you might have to do... Go ahead.
The one-state solution is more dangerous for the Israelis than a two-state solution, because they know they cannot keep up with the birth rate of the Arabic birth rate. So it's already. I think that
even now,
I
want a solution. There'll be either even or be minority. Even now, even if it's a one-state solution tomorrow, not even including Palestinians in the refugee camps in other countries, the one in West Bank, in Gaza, and within Israel alone. If you become one state tomorrow, the Israeli becomes a minority overnight. So that's what they can do.
So my view is a bit different, slightly. Like I see Gaza Strip as a kingdom, rather than like a part of Israel anymore. Ever since the Israeli withdrew from Gaza, they basically given up the land, and Hamas took control after that. After the election, they took control. It's basically a kingdom, but the problem is that because this kingdom is not recognized by Israel, so they blockade it. So if we talk about apartheid, I believe that the West Bank is apartheid, because the way how they do the checkpoint makes zero sense. It's totally inconvenient and totally pointless.
Even inside Israel, there is an apartheid. It's not even in West Bank. It's even inside Israel, because there is a large.
Israeli Jews will disagree. Many of them will disagree because they keep saying that there's equal rights and everything. Even some of the Israeli Arabs will disagree. So I have no idea. Sometimes it's very confusing. When you look at if you look at Rebel News, the Avi Remini, he's a Israeli Arab. So he will fight with you again about it. He said that he's a Israeli Arab and he has total rights. And I was like, oh, whatever, man. I'm now hearing like everything from everybody is contradicting each other. It's like, I don't know who is talking about the truth. But what is true, however, is the checkpoints. I really don't like the West Bank checkpoints. It makes zero sense. And the Bethlehem, is it Bethlehem? Yeah, there was this massive war that they break apart. The Palestinians away from the Jewish quarters. It's like, why is it so difficult? Why does it make life so difficult, even for themselves?
They want just to carve it. They want just to carve it in a way. It's like they are building the areas. They are cutting the majority of settlement towns by building a lot of Israeli settlements around them, so they can cut them.
But you imagine if you are Israeli, you live in Bethlehem. Isn't it very ugly with all the war around and so inconvenient, and you feel so dangerous? Like
you didn't see how they settlers are running to take Arabic homes there. It's like there is an American Israeli that who newly came to Israel. He said, "If I didn't take it, someone else will take it." That's crazy. They were coming out from the buses running to take out the homes of the actual Palestinians. It's like crazy how they.
Yeah, it's like
very, very
something
crazy.
you see a lot in different places where there's colonial.
Is anyone aware of Jack's mod? If he is to be believed, Ukraine is the one that violated every agreement from the breakup of the Soviet Union. Russia has a legal base for everything it does.
I think it's really.
Yeah, we spoke about Jack's mod 2 weeks ago, I believe. He's it's worth watching his videos.
I feel like
about the situation of the apartheid. I've talked with a lot of Israelis that come to South America, and they're usually from Tel Aviv, and that sort of super liberal area of Israel, and there it's like super okay, it's all good, super tolerant, whatever. and yeah, the only contact they have with Palestine is like the rockets that come from time to time, but probably in the border regions, which the same happens here and happens in Argentina and happens in Brazil and happens in like in the border regions where you have like the reservation of the indigenous population in contact with the colonial population. You have the extremists, you know, like the guys that go to Bethlehem or that go to the border with Gaza to the kibbutz in that area. They're usually like really hardcore extremists that want to colonize the promised land, you know. And so in the internal areas of the country, you have the more liberal, you know, like Western sort of young, tolerant youth, and in the border zones, you have the more extremist, fundamentalist Zionists, you know. And so it's logical that the people who are inside Israel, like they don't see the conflict, they think everything is okay, and the people who are confronting the Palestinians are like super radical Zionists. This is our promised land, and the same thing happens here, like where there's indigenous reservations. You have like all the border towns where there's sort of traditionally indigenous population. You have these really far rights, you know, like sort of cowboys that are really like shooting Indians, you know, and things like that. It's like
shooting the Indians.
Yeah, literally. It's super common here and in Brazil and in the USA. Sorry, go ahead. Come on.
Yeah, well, I was going to say one thing. I don't know how much of a problem it is, but I mean, in regards to the settlers, you have this part of the settlers. They don't work. They don't contribute anything to the Israeli country. They don't fight, but they're more than happy to go out and stir up shit, which I think is kind of weird because, like you said, a lot of people aren't really in the cities aren't really affected by it. You know, they don't really, you know, have a beef in it. But it's like, you know, these guys that sit around and don't work and don't fight, but they start problems. It's like the reservists that live in the suburbs and in the city. They're the ones that are going to have to go to Gaza or wherever where these guys are stirring up shit. And I think that's something that they kind of need to deal with because it's, you know, you already have enough tension there. You already have claims on the land. It's already very volatile. And then you have these guys go out and they just stir up more shit. And it seems like they're usually at the forefront of some of these problems. I mean, yeah, granted, there's attacks and defense has to be done, self-defense and all that. But you do seem to have this group of people that are just hell-bent on always starting shit because they know somebody else is going to go take care of it for them, or at least that's what they think's going to happen.
Yeah,
And
I mean, how many reservists that with dual citizenship are dying because these guys do this shit and they're not even going to get a settlement or a house or anything? They just have to go fight because Israel has to go fight.
It's just I want to do a comment. It's a compound problem because their birth rate is very high. They are beginning to be a large portion of the population of the Israeli population. They have more birth rate than the other Israeli, so they begin to have a real problem, the real division between the Israelis themselves.
Vin.
My opinion is both of them already too deep. Is this conflict is too long and they hate each other is too deep. So
finish already.
It's complicated.
No, I wanted to ask. These settlers, right? Could it be possible that they are just mafias? No, because they are always branded as settlers, right? It could be like mafia and gangsters that they just do whatever they want, and the Israeli police can't keep up. Because to be honest, Israel is not a small place as well.
They are protected by police and army. I see a lot of videos, they are already protected. If they want to take a home or claim a farm, they will go with police.
And see that's one thing I don't get. It's like they're protected, but these are the guys that are, instigating some of these conflicts.
They don't see it as you see it. They don't see it like
I know.
that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it. It's like, the guy that doesn't have any skin in the game gets to start the fight and walk away and get the house, but the poor schlub reservist has to go out and fight, and he's not going to get shit.
Yeah, that's why it's an apartheid, because it's like a class system in which there's like an institutionalized protection for a certain group of people, and the other group of people has to eat shit. Both the reservist class and the Palestinians, obviously. But I have like this question: what makes more sense, that there's like a strategy behind this institutionalized sort of brutality? Segregationist brutality, or that it's just conceit that they've been so cuddled since the mid 20th century. They've been so overprotected and cuddled and backed by and supported that they just think they can do whatever they want and don't give a shit, and they can just trash over the indigenous population and smash them to pieces and kick them out.
I think it's the latter of what you said.
I think it's the first. I think it's first, in the sense that they want. My opinion is that the Israeli strategy was to make life so miserable that you would leave yourself. The problem is Jordan and Egypt knows the strategy and they deliberately block the border, and it makes it impossible as well for the Palestinians to just run away.
Listen, just you need to understand one thing. Jordanian and Egypt, the government a thing, and the people are one thing. The government don't give a damn about Palestinians, Egyptians. They don't give a damn. They are just a puppet of the US and the Israelis. This is how we see it. This is everyone how knows it. It's they are just there to protect the Israeli and American needs, and you understand. They're not just even protecting their
but you're not wrong. But you're correct.
Yeah.
You're correct, because
they don't
but the
care.
thing, government's duty is to their own people. That's the main thing.
No,
unless
no,
you have
no.
the American government, the priority is the illegal immigrants.
Their priority just to keep themselves in the power. That's it.
And Ukraine.
That's their priority. It's like what happening in Ukraine. Their priority is just to stay as much as possible in power and gain as much as possible. Like you see what Sisi is doing to Egypt is, yeah.
But think about this: like, what if, like technically a government should always look after its people, right? Like its territory and sovereignty. But what if there's a stronger power that can crush you immediately if you don't obey? So if you disobey to protect your people, then your people get destroyed.
They don't care.
And your government gets destroyed.
Yeah, let's destroy the people.
Where's your responsibility there? Do you have to obey so that you don't get destroyed, or protect your people and get destroyed?
They don't care, man. They don't care. They just don't care.
Because my view is not so because I don't take a side. So no, I view a bit differently. It's in the sense that the governments around Israel, not just afraid of Israel for one thing, because they can't win in a conventional war, but also they're afraid of the Palestinians, because Palestinians is now very, they're very emotional already because of the history with Israel. So they also don't want these people to come into their society, and because these people will take revenge against Israel. They'll go back. 100% they'll go back. So that's one thing. Another thing is that they also have concerns with the larger geopolitics around the region. The Arab countries don't have good relationship with one another. When Libya falls, the Arab leaders are laughing. When Saddam Hussein is gone, everyone is laughing. Then when Assad is in trouble, nobody go and save him. There is no unity in the Arab countries. That is one big problem, which is why, just like we mentioned about the Philippines, Indonesia, in the South China Sea issue, it is the same problem where they needed a big brother. They needed United States to kind of guarantee them, to protect them. I think this is how I look at it, because if they have United States around, okay, they do a little bit, for United States, but then they can guarantee their sovereignty, which is also why I'll keep saying that, the multipolar world will be dangerous for everyone. That's how I look at it. It's less about the Palestinians, because Palestinians ultimately, to a government level, these are just people. But their own country's sovereignty and national interest is more scary. And especially for Egypt, they fought 2 wars with Israel, in fact 3, and they lost all of them, and they took back Sinai. So they finally took back Sinai after Israel gave it to them, give it back to them to have this permanent peace deal. So it's a bit difficult also on the moral grounds for Egypt as well. But clearly, Egypt may eventually go to war again with Israel under certain specific...
impossible. Forget about that. I'm telling you, it's impossible that Egypt go to war with Israel. They will go to war. They will. No, it's impossible. They are with Israel. They are staying in power, not because the people are choosing them, because they are backed by American and Israelis. This is how they can stay in power. It's not they are elected or the people chose them. For example, Sisi is building a big city with billions of dollars, and the people are dying with famine in his country. You understand? It's not like they want to help the people. This is the last of their problems. And about the Palestinians, they're not afraid about the Palestinians that will come in their country, because there are already a lot of Palestinians inside of the country. For example, Jordan is a majority Palestinian people are living there. The majority of Jordanians are Palestinians. So there is no issue of Palestinians living there. Because the Palestinians inside of Egypt, they will attack Israeli. That's the issue.
How about the Black September? Is it Black Friday?
And,
Black
and,
September.
and also
the overthrow. They tried to overthrow the Jordan. They tried. Sorry. I just want to ask one more question to Nika. Give me a while. So how do you interpret the situation? That there was this attempt to overthrow the Jordanian king by the Palestinian refugees like decades ago. How do you process this information? How into your analysis or thinking?
I don't have a lot of information about that. To be honest, okay. I don't want to give you an information. But for example, there's Arafat, the Palestinian leader who came to Tunisia to settle there, and they bombed him inside of Tunisia. They tried to assassinate him inside of Tunisia. It's a long distance. We have Egypt,
very Israeli,
and very Israeli. So it's not. I'm telling you, the Palestinian population is all around the Arab country, and we don't have any issue with them. They don't have problems. They don't cause problems. They are very hard workers. It's like a different image from what they give them. If you see Gaza.
What you said is what I was going to mention, that Arafat was in Tunisia and he got bombed, and so that's what I've thought from the beginning when they talk about the Palestinians migrating into Egypt, that if we're going to attack Hamas, right? And
Hamas
they will
attack Egypt
in the north, and so all the Palestinians have to move to the south so that we can bomb the north, but then the Palestinians move to the south, so Hamas is in the south. So now we have to bomb the south and so then the Palestinians move to Rafah, and then Hamas is in Rafah. So Hamas moves with the Palestinians. Hamas is moving with the Palestinians. So if the Palestinians go to Egypt, then Hamas is going to be in Egypt, and they're going to bomb Egypt.
They're just trying to. No. If they go to Egypt,
so if Egypt accepts. What I think is that if Egypt accepts the Palestinians from Gaza, then they're going to be bombed, just like Rafah.
Yeah. The problem of the Egyptian government is they are afraid if they accept Palestinians, the Palestinians will attack the Israelis from Egypt, like what was happened in Lebanon. Understand?
Yeah, that's gonna happen for sure, and it's gonna give and also like if Egypt has the super delicate balance to keep between Israel and the United States and its own Arab population, then if you have more Palestinians, then you're gonna have a change in the demographics of like the people who really want Israel to oppose. I mean, Egypt to oppose Israel. So it's gonna be even more harder for the president, for the Sisi, Al-Sisi, to control his population.
He cannot push it too hard because all the Egyptian population, like the majority of the Egyptian population, is with the Palestinian cause. He cannot he's making a face like he's against that and whatever. He cannot push it too far. He cannot like be against the Palestinian very clearly because he will get a lot of violence from the Egyptian people, because he already caught a lot of people who try to, for example, who try to promote the boycott campaigns. And from another side, he cannot like go against the Israelis and the Americans because they are the ones who given him the power to stay in power.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing a lot about, like the mechanics of power is that, like, first every government needs the approval of the population. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, we all know this, that basically the Arab street is a different situation than the governments, and it's a question, the scenarios to worry about, at least for the southern governments like Egypt or Saudis or Jordans, is will there be some kind of an open rebellion among the people that forces the government to take action or actually defeats or threatens to overthrow the government? So that's what you're thinking about with respect to Egypt, Saudi, and Jordan.
Yeah.
Because they're very fragile, these
Or just pressure.
countries.
Just pressure for the population.
Well, no, pressure isn't enough. It would have to be like literally officials killed and a coup and the military taking the side of the people, and something serious like that would have to happen before they would risk a war with Israel, the nuclear power, right? But in the north, it's a bit different, and the south doesn't matter. Like, really, forget it. The problem is not going to, the larger war is not going to break out in the south. If it was going to, it would have already broken out of what the Houthis have done. It'll break out in the north because the Israelis have already said that when they have, I guess, settled Gaza as much as they can, they're going to go and attack Lebanon. Like, they're definitely going to do. At the same time, the Russians have piled up troops across from Golan, which is legally part of Syria, and that Russia can help Syria recover anytime it wants to. The entire planet recognizes that Golan is part of Syria, and any Israelis there can just be legally killed and removed. So if Russia wants to help with that, they can. And then you have Iran sitting there, which has already been willing to launch large-scale attacks on Israel. So those are the three countries that are going to make this a lot larger war, not really the southern three.
You are muted.
On those Russian troops, I don't think they have that many there, and I don't think they can put a lot there. I think they're allowed to have like maybe a company or a battalion of some kind of infantry peacekeepers. So I don't think they. I mean, obviously they could fly into Syria and do whatever they want, but I don't know if they would do that with what they have on the ground right now.
It may just be a Maskarovka threat, like just have them there so that everyone knows they might do that. And
yeah, because I mean, if you put them there, you know the Israelis aren't going to hit them, and they can just sit there and thorn in their side.
And it tells America too. It's kind of like the Cuba move, right? You're telling America we can escalate this theater if we want to.
That's exactly what I was going to say. They're just
so.
playing just a game. An escalate. What are they going to do? They're just going to do a tit for tat escalation game. You know, Israel's going to do something, and somebody's going to expel some diplomat, and somebody's going to
Yeah, but the problem is if you pile up a lot of these threats, sooner or later some weird thing can happen, and they can just trigger unintentionally. Like, what if one of the Russian ships in the Caribbean has an incident, right? Maybe somebody even shoots at it by accident from Guantanamo Bay or something. What happens if you know, the wrong person gets hit from a missile from Lebanon? What happens if the Iranians accidentally hit something that the Israelis get absolutely livid about, like a commander or a particularly sensitive base? The more you mess around with this kind of tit for tat, threat escalating feints and masqueradkas, the more the odds that something serious will happen. And that's what I think is going to go on in the north. It will become a larger war, in my opinion, and it'll happen in one of those three countries: Lebanon, Syria, or Iran.
Nika? Yeah, just one thing. Syria, I don't think they will dare to attack Israelis because they have a lot of problems, internal problems. Russians are there to. I don't think even the Russians want to attack to be against the Israelis in a very blatant way. They have a lot of Jewish community inside of Russia, but the most late news that they are intending to attack Lebanon this month. That's what I'm hearing from a lot of news from inside Israel. Netanyahu is trying to attack. He's pushing to attack Lebanon because Gaza is a dead end for him now. He's losing tactically and even tactically, PR tactically, worldwide, he's losing in Gaza, so he need to distract, to attack somewhere else.
Of course, it will be the Israelis that start it, right? They'll definitely be the ones escalating because they want to block the United States.
There's already a lot of tit for tat of attacks between Hezbollah and what happened with Israel. The last one is the fires that happened. They were the radical Ben Gvir, the radical wing from the Israeli government. He was like very angry about that, and he wanted to attack because those are the ones who caused that fires. Yeah. Why?
I was thinking about a lot about clearly the Muslim populations all around the world, they are very concerned with the Palestinian issue. Be it being brainwashed by propaganda or not, or Israel's action just piss people off, which clearly it does. But the government's duty is to their own country, is to their own people, their own national interest. So my worry, or rather that I just thought that it's interesting to think about if the people really get through democracy or whatnot, they really become the government and they want to. What can they do? Can they take action against Israel? In what way can they take action against Israel? Or how does the people ever going to get into that power? Because a lot of these countries, especially in the Middle East, they are the monarchies, or they are, you can't overthrow the king unless you go into revolt. Then, which means that you're going to have a lot of Yemens. You're going to have a lot of the Houthis. But then
for example,
imagine you have a Houthi in Egypt, your Egypt's own Houthi. How is it better for the Arab people in general? It's going to get worse. Because once, let's say, Israel is gone, okay, all these different Houthis and Hezbollah will start to fight each other.
You don't have to do that. You can just have a different policy. You could have a different national stance towards the Palestinian question and consistently vote against Israel in the UN and sanction.
Which is already done, like right?
Well,
this is already done.
Whatever it is that that would satisfy their populations, the people in power in Arab countries, they're reluctant to do it. So
because I don't know what it would take. Because I always have this thinking, just the same situation with Ukraine. A lot of pro-Ukrainian people, right? In the Europe and whatnot. Then they'll protest, and my thought is always that if you protest, I will just surround you and then immediately set up a mobilization or recruitment center among the protests and say, okay, everybody here must now sign up to join the volunteer army and go to war. Because you believe in the cause, right? So you go to war.
It makes
you can have the same thing.
Why? It makes a difference. This is why they have to do things like militarize the police and break up protests, because it makes a difference to have public unrest.
For example, I'm Egyptian leader or Iraq or whatever, Muslim country leader. They say that, okay, I form a freedom army, volunteer army, come join. I will transport you to Syria, and you can go and fight all the way to Israel.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if they do that, they have like 20 million people ready to fight.
Why wouldn't they do it? Why wouldn't they do what Iran does?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Why wouldn't they do what Iran does? And you just
because they are controlled by the US. They don't want to do that. It's easy. They are not
I'm sure
listening to their people.
Why?
No, I'm sure that will happen.
Why? They don't have to build an army. All they have to do, they could do what Iran does. They could freaking fund Hezbollah. They could give technology and weapons to groups that are doing terrorism.
You only make life difficult for Israel. You doesn't
I understand
deliberate.
But what's happening?
If you want liberation, like I say, like for example, now I want to fulfill the will of the people. I want to fulfill. Let's say in a of course fantasy scenario. I want to fulfill the will of the people. We form this 20 million army. We all send all of them to Syria, and then we will march to Israel. The what I think will happen is that it will going to be a lot like the first Arab-Israeli war. When it first happened, when the Arab armies went in, they are very excited. But then when reality comes to slap them in their face, after that, it just disappeared. That's what happened to the first Arab-Israeli war.
This is a big discussion about that.
Why are you concentrating on like a tactical army like takeover?
Yeah,
it's not.
It's about fulfilling the will of the people. For me,
listen, the people
because if that doesn't work,
don't know what they want. Okay, go ahead.
Because people wants it, right? You give it to them. But the thing is, if it doesn't work, then the whole government will become pointless. I'm just thinking in the sense that what the government can't do anything right because they can't make that division. It's going to screw up them geopolitically. It's going to screw up their own economy. It's going to there's a lot of consequences to just go straight on to 100% no support the Palestinian cause. There is a cost to it. Iran will have that problem. I think Qatar
that's why it hasn't happened yet, right? It hasn't happened yet for those reasons. But there's a limit to how many small children you can watch tortured to death, basically, before you get very, very angry. And geopolitical considerations are important, but so are emotions. And when you have a group like the Houthis, which has 1.2 million men under arms, they just need a ride. If you get them to Eilat, they will conquer the Negev desert in about 2 days. They have more than enough manpower.
They could bash their way through Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah, they could. Well, Saudi would be difficult because that's well defended. But if I was the leader of Egypt and I had to do something, I could escort, a cargo ship full of their fighters right into the port and let them disembark there without getting directly involved. Like, there's various ways I could help the Houthis get to the Negev. Yeah, but it's about as directly involved as the U.S. is or NATO is in Ukraine. It's not like having my own soldiers cross the border. It's technically I just put a warship beside a cargo ship and didn't sink it, right? It's aggressive, but let's put it this way. If the alternative is my whole country is about to implode in chaos and civil war and coups, and I can do this instead, then I might do this. So
I really want to answer Wyatt. Hold up, because Wyatt's going to go off on something else before I can answer him. So listen, the quote unquote will of the people are usually dumb and they don't know what they think about stuff, so they have probably people in their life that they ask them, oh, what's happening in politics, and those people will tell them something like, oh, Bush is a piece of crap, and those people they don't really know anything about politics, but they're going to regurgitate those statements that the group of people that they live in, like people, for example, how many of Trump's policies are people knowledgeable about and actually specifically helped them in their specific individual lives? Probably people that are hardcore about Trump don't really have an answer to that question because it's not about that. So
because it's a matter of, because what my point is that it's a matter of will. Why I always say that, you have a protest. Okay, I set up a recruitment post right there, immediately recruit you into a volunteer army. You will know the will, whether you really want it or not. The Houthis have no will. They only talk. They fire rockets with no consequences. That's an easy thing to do.
No, they blocked off.
If they have the will,
I don't believe that. I think they've
so
shown
for
a
me, it's
remarkable
simple.
amount of
If I have
initiative.
if I'm Houthi, if I really have the will, I really want to save Palestinians, I will tell the Saudi Arabians, either you let us through or we go to war. Because you're siding with the Zionists. Simple as that.
What if even the Houthis are going to be able to have the understanding and ability to do things like have a deal going on with the Saudis because they don't want to be in an escalation ladder with the Saudis. They got bombed by the United States when they did some stuff, right?
Then there's no difference with the Egyptians, right? They're same as the Egyptians.
The difference is that there's a huge difference. Hold up, let me finish. I'm trying to answer why. There's a huge difference. The difference is that you can see that their actions reflect a policy, right? Even if it's like, oh yeah, why don't the Houthis just go ahead and march on Israel? Maybe it would happen. Maybe it wouldn't work. But you have to be able to play a game and do what's good for you and do what's right for you and not collapse like it's like a bicycle race or whatever. If you're going to help somebody without collapsing yourself. So it's like, yeah, Egypt. What's happening is they have a regime that does the reverse of that. What they're doing is they're being very they assist Israel, right? And they assist like they're not friendly to the Palestinians. Their populations can see that, and they demand, even if they don't know that much, even if you stop somebody and say, what is exactly your policy? Do you want the Egyptian army to go ahead and invade Gaza? You get a bunch of different answers. People give you a bunch of different blank stares. They don't know the answers to that probably. But they know that the policy of their government is different than what they would like. That they can tell that.
Yeah. So that's why. Yes. Okay, bro.
No, please finish. I can keep.
No, because it's the same. Because why I always say this, that your real will is only tested when you have to put yourself on the line. That's my point. If you ask the population, everybody will be pro-Palestine, 100%. You ask Indonesia, the whole of Indonesia is pro-Palestine. They don't even. But the thing is, they never even talked to a Palestinian before. They win.
Okay. What I'm going to say about that is that there's a difference between like the will and the way towards the will. So like in a case of any revolutionary force, you're always on the underdog side of the situation. Like any revolutionary force is, and so the baseline of the strategy of like a smaller force against a larger force is like strategic patience. You avoid all amounts of attacks, like you avoid any situation of confrontation, and you only engage when you have an upper hand, when you have a higher probability.
Yeah, why doesn't Hamas just attack Israel? Why are they hiding in tunnels if they want to free Palestine?
So
exactly.
The same thing.
That's my same question.
The Houthis are probably making much more results, are achieving much more results by blocking the Red Sea than by invading Israel. It's like strategically, because the Houthis, yeah, they might have a bunch of infantry, but they don't have mechanized vehicles, they don't have armor, they don't have that much long-range weapons, nor air force. So it would be suicide to go cross the Sinai Desert, Arabian Peninsula to.
You and Bradley say exactly the same thing that I'm trying to point out.
Okay, Wyatt, everybody has. I have a goal. I have
okay,
a goal.
let Wyatt
to be able to say, hold up. I have a goal. My goal is to be able to get to closing at some point in time. But I actually have a secondary goal that I have not spoken yet. It is also to stay alive. Therefore, I'm going to keep breathing and drinking water as I approach my much less important goal of hopefully doing the closing eventually. So, yeah, of course, Hamas wants to free Palestine, but they also want to stay alive in order to do that. Same thing with Sorry.
No, like what I wanted to say real quick to
that's exactly my point. Even you talk about the Houthis, they have to strategize with the Saudis, they negotiate or whatever not. It's the exactly same thing with every single Arab state that's in the world, in all around Middle East. It's not that they don't want to pro-Palestine. They cannot just do anything they want. Even the Houthis don't dare to say, okay, I'm going to declare war with Saudi Arabia if you don't let us pass. They don't. Why not? Egypt is just
not the way to do it. That's not what you would do.
No, it's not. That's why it's one thing to talk about being supportive of the Palestinian cause. It's another thing to say that the government is corrupted or be a puppet of Israel. Because what you expect the Egyptian to do? The Houthis don't even declare war. They can 100% defeat the Saudi Arabians. 100%. They just bomb all the all the oil ports, and Saudi Arabia is collapsing. The thing is they don't dare to do it as well.
They fought them for 10 years. That's a total straw man. The Saudis are much tougher than that. And if you wanted to get Houthis into a lot, you absolutely would not try to force your way through Saudi Arabia past Mecca and Medina, the holy cities. That's
a good point.
The way you would do it is you would use the world's most heavily transited sea route, and you would take a boat. It would be stupid to do anything else. So I don't see what you're talking about. It's nonsense.
Because they are.
Why is being really simple? He's taking the argument, he's boiling it down to the super basics, and what I'm telling him is that this.
Well, he's just made up a ridiculous straw man to do that. The sensible thing that I'm getting out of this is there's some space in between being intimidated by Israel and being willing to military intervene. Of course, that's true. There's a middle ground where you want to do something.
Okay, we got that.
Okay,
what were you going to say?
Life.
What are you going to say, Wyatt?
No, you see, the Israelis are doing whatever they want to get whatever they so-called they want. The Houthis are not. Israel is willing to sacrifice its entire international stake and branding to defeat Hamas. Or at least that's what they say they are doing. The Houthis are not willing to go to war with Saudi Arabia or to force Saudi Arabia to transport them all the way to the border regions to fight Israel, despite they say that they are ready, they have so much men ready to fight. No, this makes no sense to me.
Saudi doesn't have to do that.
But then the Houthis are ready to shoot at every single foreign ships out there on the Red Sea. No, to me, that is hypocrisy. No, to me, that's hypocrisy.
I just think factually you got this wrong. That's not what's happening in the Red Sea at all.
I'm so confused by what you're saying.
You just have what's going on in the Red Sea wrong. It's just that simple. First of all,
let Nika speak. He's been trying to speak for forever. But go ahead.
Vin is actually trying to speak.
Vin and then Nika. Sorry, Vin then Nika. Sorry.
Well, can I just correct a couple of things because it's really quick.
Yeah,
and that is, first of all, they're not shooting at every ship. They made a deal with the Russians.
I know. I'm just saying
to leave their ship alone. Don't rhetorically exaggerate that. They're limited to interdicting ships that are supplying Israel. So that's what they're really doing. Second, they already did fight a 10-year war with Saudi. Saudi's a tough opponent. They don't really want to fight Saudi anymore. They don't have to. And they sure as hell do not have to march on land past Mecca and Medina. That's all silly. If you were going to get up to Eilat, you would do it on a boat, or you would cross to the Egyptian side and walk up on the barely populated, unstrategic, not holy part of Egypt side. It's what you would do if you wanted to go on land, but you wouldn't. You would use a boat because there's 100 boats a day going up there, and the Houthis have already shown they can catch them. The Houthis have been quite willing to take ridiculous amounts of fire from Saudi, from the US, from the UK. So I don't think they're doing nothing at all. I just think that they're tactically in a hard position. So I just want to correct these just wrong ideas of what's happening in the Red Sea. They're doing quite a bit and it's very effective. The point I want to sort of end on here is Hamas is achieving something diplomatically. They've got basically more recognitions of Palestine from countries you never expected, including NATO ones. They're achieved the world's sympathy, pointing out that their enemies are ruthless war criminals. They've got ICC and ICJ rulings. That's incredibly effective diplomatically. Lebanon has been very effective economically. They've managed to make the entire north of Israel deserted and uninhabitable. People are fleeing the country. So they've succeeded in greatly crippling the Israeli economy. And the Houthis have managed to cut it off and make it incredibly difficult for Egypt to collect fees and disconnected it effectively from Israel economically. And they've also managed to turn themselves around from being viewed as terrorists to being viewed as heroes by most of the world. So these are incredibly effective moves diplomatically, strategically, and economically. And the tactical impact of it is not that important, because the tactical work being done by Hamas, being done by Hezbollah, being done by Iran is there. And there could be other forces involved there soon too.
Yeah, and
but look
I
at
agree
the
with
large
you,
picture
CH.
here.
Can I add that Saudi Arabia, for all that's been shitted upon, is doing a tremendous.
You've been waiting for like 15 fucking minutes.
Okay, yeah.
Vid,
But I just wanted to say that Saudi Arabia has done a tremendous shift, against the sponsor of Israel. It's amazing,
right.
the turn Saudi Arabia has done against the US.
All right, let Vin speak. Let Vin speak.
Part of the diplomatic shift, yeah.
I don't believe 2 million people will walk to fight, because it's same with Rohingya, right? Rohingya. You know, in the first problem about Rohingya, my country 100% support them. Like, we need help them. We need
Rohingyas. Yeah.
Yeah. Then after they come to my country, people start to respect with them, kick them out, kick them out.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's a problem in my country. It's a
But
problem
because
about Rohingya now.
because because this is due to propaganda, you see. Because the preachers, the imams, they use this, they can earn more money. They they say they support, they can grow the support of their their mosque or whatever, their followings. And then the thing is, when you really see these people when they come, then it's different. You have a totally different feeling about them, because it's no longer, it's not your religion thing anymore. It's a person to person thing. The Palestinians is the same thing. Because a lot of support for Palestinians, the thing is that they don't have the experience with them. And even the Palestinians that is overseas is a different Palestinian from the refugees that is in Jordan or in Egypt. There is the different Palestinian that is in West Bank, which is different Palestinian that is in Gaza. They are all different people. They have been apart for too long. They're not the same people anymore. So
even they
It's
don't
just
have
changing the topic now from like the military tactical situation to as if the ethnic cleansing
I'm talking about
and now you're absorbing a refugee population.
No.
It's a different
I
topic.
have saying the exact same thing. It's all about the reality of the people's belief and the people's thinking, their motivations. It versus the reality is different. Like what all your arguments are correct. The Houthis can't practically go to war with Israel. That's why they are talking so loudly. They can't, and they will not. And if they want to, there's vehicles. We are not talking about like literally walking, through the desert. No, there is vehicles. Saudi could have give them all the trains and all the trucks and transport them through buses to very near the border, let them go and fight. But they don't. It's bad for Saudi's diplomacy and politics. It's bad for Houthis themselves. Houthis actually, they will probably make some excuse and say that they don't trust, that they will not go. The thing is, you will know when you get tested. The thing is that they're still not being tested in that kind of way.
The war will start in the north, not the south.
Let Nika talk. He's been waiting.
Some people, some Muslim also, but in my country they start get.
Go ahead. Now. Go ahead. Never mind.
Yeah, I will contradict a lot of what I've been saying. Okay, for example, you can help with simple ways. See what the Hamas is doing right now with embargo from Egypt and Israelis. So imagine if they have like support, even underground support from Egypt with weapons, not with manpower, with anything. Look what Hezbollah is doing. Look what the fire, the equilibrium that they have done with the Israelis. They can attack the capital. They did that. They make them get away from the land. It's not. Plus, when the people get the chance to go, for example, when the Afghanistan wars, a lot of Arabs and Muslims went to fight. It's not if they have the capability, we see a lot of people that are willing to go because
What different with Rohingya? What different with Rohingya?
Because no one can go there. No one can go there. You cannot even go there legally or not legally.
You can land. You can land in Bangladesh and just invade in. The borders are not that defended.
I'm not talking about Afghanistan. About Palestine.
Because he's talking about Rohingya. Because he's talking about
Rohingyas,
Myanmar.
It is a different question. That's a different thing for Arabs and Muslims. The Palestinian issue is a different kind of issue.
You said 2 million people is Muslim, right? Not Arab, right? 2 million people is Muslim, not Arab. That's why I talk about the Muslim one. It's not
in Gaza?
Arab. No. I mean, you in the early you said about 2 million people walk to fight Israel, right?
Volunteer. I'm telling you more. I'm telling you more. Even more. I'm not joking. I'm not like making some sentences.
Yeah.
I'm telling even more. I'm telling even a little help from even Egypt. They're trying to sink the tunnels. They are the one who tried to sink the tunnels with seawater like 3-4 years ago. They are working against the Hamas because Hamas ideologically is against. It's like with the Ikhwan, with how to say it? No, Ikhwan. Ikhwan. The Ikhwan.
It's another fact.
For example.
But Indonesia also do something. They stop Rohingya to come. Literally stop in the sea and try to get sink if you come.
For Muslim people, is the Palestinian issue is not like every issue. There's war in Yemen. There's war in a lot of Arab countries, but Syria. There's an war in Sudan. The Palestinian problem is different for Arab mentality and Muslim mentality. It's very different. Arab and Muslim mentality is very different because even in
Because
I ask what's different.
Because the
what's the difference?
Question.
It's religious. It's cultural. It's very different. It's ingrained with everyone. I don't know how to describe it, but it's very different in the composition of everyone.
Wait. You talk about the Arab or the Muslim? Because
both.
Different thing,
he
right?
says both.
I said both. Even a lot of Christians. For example, Egypt is like 10 or 15% Christians. Even Christians inside the Arab countries are against what's happening and are willing to fight. A lot of Lebanese Christians are against what's happening and fighting against what's happening. Palestinians Christians are against what's happening. You understand? It's different in the Arab mentality and Muslim mentality in Arab countries. At least it's a different question.
No, but I understand.
I'm saying to Wyatt that a little help.
I'm not Arab and I'm not in an Arab country, but I see every day I see children blown to pieces by like a superpowered force against a. It's different. It's different when there's a war and both sides have an army and the armies are killing each other and there's civilian casualties. Like what I see right now is that one side has a massive army and the other side doesn't have any army and they're just slaughtering civilians.
You're right. This is Arab mentality. You mean
you need to understand. We are seeing those images from. I see them from the childhood. I've seen those. My father saw those images from childhood. It's not like yesterday. For us, it's not like yesterday or on the 7th. It's from my childhood. I see children get killed. It's ingrained in every mentality, in every.
I've seen it too.
You understand how?
I've seen it too on the news. Like I've seen that story since my childhood, and I always had a certain like anger towards the state of Israel and the United States for that same matter, like from over here, far away.
Yeah.
And the thing is that it's never been so abundant as now. Like I've always seen it since all my childhood. I've seen the children in Gaza being killed by like the typical child throwing the stone at the tank, and I've always admired that sort of indomitable spirit and despised the cowardice of a tank that is shooting at children, you know, and I always wondered how can soldiers do that, because you're supposed to be a warrior, you're supposed to be strong and powerful and mighty, and how can you sort of like slaughter the defenseless foe? You know, like
it leaves scars. It leaves scars. A lot of Israelis are mentally tormented by that. A lot of Israeli soldiers, after they finish, they say they are tormented and they have PTSD of what they have done. You see?
Yeah, I know. But the thing is that it's not just an Arab thing. It's and that's what I wanted to say, that like what Israel is doing to itself is something unbelievable, because like you can control the narrative and you'll be okay. You know, like if you can convince people that you're on the right side, you can do whatever you want and it's okay. But if you don't control the narrative, but you have you can overpower anyone, you're a superpower, then you can also do whatever you want. You can say, fuck it, I'm just the emperor and no one's gonna disobey me, and you slaughter whoever disobeys you. So the problem is that right now what we're seeing is that the USA, which is Israel's backbone, doesn't have the power because they're losing everywhere, and they don't have the narrative either, because everyone can see the hypocrisy and the blatant lies. So
I think one of the difference
Israel is literally demolishing the US state world order, US-led world order. It's doing that, like in the US and around the world. It's demolishing the USA power basically, and through that itself.
I think they actually doing the Israelis, the amount of destruction and what's happening it's not, it's like the Israelis are seeing the most are the biggest, their biggest allies. The US is like in the decline. It's the best moment to do whatever they want, to do as much damage as they want, to achieve as much as goals as they want before the US go into deep shit, because they cannot go support them if they're like second or third power in the world. And this is my theory why they are so much aggressive this time, because before they did that.
I think I understand your point. I think it's
Arab,
different
Muslim.
about Arab and Arab and ASEAN lah. ASEAN more selfish lah. It's shit, man. They don't care with other people, you know. It's just
But Afghan
Arab
are Asians too. Afghan are Asians.
Afghan is ASEAN.
Yeah,
but ASEAN is Asian.
Indian,
not ASEAN, but Asian.
Asian. Yeah, it's the Islam.
But you didn't see
talking about
Afghans.
ASEAN, Southeast Asia.
Afghans didn't sign up to go fight in the Mideast, but Mideasterners did sign up to go fight in Afghanistan. Like, maybe the point here is you can draw a line somewhere in the map. Maybe it's somewhere around Arabia and north up to, Russia, where east of that line, people generally mind their own business and only fight in their own neighborhoods. And west of that line, people will volunteer in large numbers to go take part in a fight across an ocean, right? Like, maybe it's part of the colonial mentality, but places like Australia or Canada, and definitely Arabs, have been willing historically to sign up and go to places far away and fight. Like, it's just a thing that does happen in the Western world.
No, I think that because the Islam is different,
Muslims
like the Islamic history is different. Because in the Western part that you mentioned about, those Islamic area are through conquest. Usually are through conquest. The eastern part are mostly more through, like, especially in Southeast Asia, there is no war. There is no like Islamic war. It's just spread through trade and cultural. The culturally spread through.
Yes.
The furthest, the easternmost point that Islam fought to was India. The Mughal, I think it's the Mughal Empire, right? I think that's
Mughal Empire.
Yeah, that is the furthest Islam fought to. And then after that, it was just purely through cultural and trade.
And even India, they still, right? They don't project force from India.
That's true and false in the same way. Yes, there's wars that happen, but the population didn't get forced to convert. For example, I'm giving you an example. I'm said like 15 or 20% of the Egyptian population is Christian. They didn't get forced to convert. You understand? It happened gradually. The wars were there to eradicate the elite, the ruling minority, and then the population converted in time.
Which is a very interesting thing, because if you look at Southeast Asia, like Malaysia, Indonesia, right, they become full, almost 99% all Islamic, all Muslim, but there's no war. It's because of the war, partly as well. Maybe the war actually makes more resistance. So maybe like you say, India.
I think it's
India is more resistant to war.
For me, for example, if I see a just case with a Muslim getting bombed and getting invaded, I will go. I will not lose. In my mentality, in my ideas, I will not lose. If I will die, I will go a martyr. I will live. I will be helping my brothers and sisters. I'm not helping them to do something bad. I'm not helping them to conquer another land. I'm helping them to defend themselves. Both ways, I'm winning. It's that as simple as that.
Yeah.
I think Indonesia is different. They are going against this. They are trying to not have this kind of mentality being spread through the population, because this is considered extremist.
They cannot.
They cannot.
We're agreeing with you, Wyatt. We're agreeing with you that nobody in Southeast Asia, or even maybe in South Asia, is an extremist in the sense that colonial and Arabs and
it's not the colonial thing. It's not the colonial thing. It's the martyrdom thing. Like the education. If you in the mosque, you teach that. If you sacrifice your life and then you still go. Like, you're still right. You're still correct.
Yeah, no. It's not like sacrificing without any thinking about it. If you're sacrificing in a just cause, for example, if an Arab country try to conquer another Arab country, no one will wanna go. If, for example, when Iraq tried to fight Iran, I will not go. Of course, I will not go. If even an Arab country try to invade a Christian or another neighbor country, I will not go. But for defending themselves, to defend their values or their life, I will defend them. I will help them. It's not like going blindly with them. No, going with a just cause, because I will be held accountable of my actions too.
So not every Muslim,
the cultural.
Go ahead.
Oh yes, go Bradley.
Oh well, I kind of want to put a cap on this topic. I think it's becoming a black hole. So basically, I think that the bottom line is that it's somewhat cultural, and there's going to be some places where, even though people are Muslims, they're a lot less likely to pick up arms, even to defend themselves. There's just different cultures around the world, different people that do different things. You can't expect everybody to. But yes, I think to a large extent, there's a huge the Palestine issue, and I think it's intermingled with the Israel issue. And there's a lot of different history and all kinds of different stuff that goes into it. So I do think that the Palestine issue is special. If there's nothing else to be said about that topic, I'd like to move to closing.
I want to say one more thing about that topic, which is just to restate what you just said, which is it is a simple, without stereotyping, you can observe that some cultures are full of volunteers to do violent defensive things. And the question I think we can leave this at is, are groups like the Houthis or the Iranians sufficiently voluntary that they could play a major role in the defense of a place like Palestine? Are they places like, for instance, Canada or Australia, which in 1939, 1 million people signed up within a month to go and fight Nazis, and they had no reason to do that other than principles and loyalty to maybe the British Empire.
And good propaganda.
If the Houthis are people like that, then Israel has an awful lot to worry about. But if the Houthis are not people like that, then they'll probably just sit there and do what they can do only from their own base. I don't think Muslim or non-Muslim is the issue here at all, although I will point out one last item here, that it was the Sunnis that seem to be willing to sit and let their kings tell them what to do and collude, and the Shia that seem to be willing to fight. And that does seem to be a cultural difference within Islam, even in the West. So that's about all I wanted to say about that.
FCS?
Yeah, no, basically, no, when the CS is talking about volunteers, the US military to me is a volunteer. The Chinese military is a volunteer. They may not have a functioning military to defend their country. So people, the same way you volunteer for your armies to go fight in foreign war, the same way they volunteer in their armies, you call it terrorists, you call it rebellions, to go defend their country and defend their territories. Again, to you they're terrorists, to you they're defending their land, and rightfully so. Everybody have to defend their land any which way they can. So, but the Tunisia thing, trust me, all depends on who's pissed off, who's get picked on. If you the right time they pick on the Shia, you pick on the Sunnis, they'll be just as brutal as the Shia are fighting right now. Right now the Shia getting picked on because most of what getting bombed is Iran and its proxy. But until they cross over and they hit a Sunni, then you're going to see again how far the Sunni can respond.
It takes two to tango. They didn't fight with each other for all this time just because one of them
true.
was fighting.
And Al Qaeda would be an example of a Sunni force that was all volunteer too. Yeah, so they were pretty effective at what they did.
So I want to do my closing, and it's going to be very short. I was not here for a lot of the conversation. But I want to focus on, for my closing, on the bottom line, what I think for Ukraine is, and it's riffing off of themes that I've touched upon before, which I think that the question right now is whether the Russians are going to stop and where they're going to stop. And that's kind of the big question. And they're worried because they know that they can't really do anything to stop the Russians. So what's going on with these troop deployments, I think, is more of like a bluff, as far as I'm concerned, or maybe it's an attempt to gain some kind of experience to train up the army of the future, or maybe it's another attempt to kind of escalate in some way to get the Russians to back down. I don't think that this is a serious attempt to do anything that can be a game changer seriously in any way. Other than that, it was great to listen to you guys speak. I wasn't here for most of it, but it was great to hear you guys. And hopefully I'll be seeing you guys next week.
Thank you, Bradley. Nika, your first time here. Closing statement. Nobody will interrupt you.
Yeah, I'm happy that I joined, and I hope that I added some feedback about what's the other view, because I didn't see any Arab or Muslim talking about those issues. For the Ukrainian Russian war, I think it's very obvious. The Russians will take all East Dnipro, Odessa with it, and they will have their whatever they want. And that the question is how much Ukrainian will spend their lives, how much time it will take. For the others issues, I said what need to be said. And I hope everyone live in peace. That's the moral of the issue. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Nika. You don't have to get off. No, that is a Bradley habit. No, he's not finished and he will jump off. You can stay along.
Okay.
Vin, closing statement. You're muted. Yeah, everybody must have once.
Thank you, guys, and thank you, Wyatt. It's the good show, and I hope the world will be more peace. Every government can talk more chilling, especially China. I worry about that shit, man. And thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vin. Great. Closing.
Well, we'd all like peace, but my read of it is that because of the Israeli escalation and Netanyahu in particular situation wanting escalation, and the incredibly strong Christian Zionist support in the U.S. and AIPAC support, I see the Mideast situation getting worse, not better. I don't see it being resolved at all. I think the Israelis have said they're going to go in Lebanon. I think they will. I think that opens up the north a lot. I think it's going to turn into much more of a mess. And I would watch that really carefully, especially the Lebanon situation and the Israeli economy. But for now, we're just seeing a continued genocide, and the big question in my mind is a G7 country going to recognize Palestine? Could be Japan, could be Italy, could be Canada, but that would be the last major grouping that hasn't recognized Palestine yet, that and the Five Eyes countries. So I'm watching for that and watching what those parliaments do. On the Ukraine situation, we've discussed this a lot. I think it's basically the Russians move troops around to get the Ukrainians to move troops around because it's harder for the Ukrainians to move their troops around, and it costs them logistically, and it costs them in morale terms, and it just costs them in every term. And then you might have things like a unit may refuse to go somewhere vulnerable or something, and these issues pop up. But I am very curious about where the Russians are starting to occupy the islands of the Dnieper around Kherson, and it's starting to make me think they may make another land play for Odessa, or at least look like they are. And that is definitely number one objective for Russia, is to reconnect Transnistria and conquer Odessa, because if they do that, Ukraine is landlocked and the rest of it doesn't matter at all. Kharkov, in my mind, is not much of an objective. It's more of a Maskarovka thing. They would take it if they could, but they really want Odessa, and the question is, can they lure enough Ukrainian troops away from Odessa that they can then militarily take it without wrecking it? So that, to me, is the thing to watch in Ukraine. As far as the other theaters are concerned, well, the trade wars are getting ridiculous with China. I think that can still be avoided as a conflict, but economically, it's just a flat-up trade war. And the last thing that was really significant to me was I watched the St. Petersburg conference in Russia, and Karaganov, who is this basically hawk, the John Bolton of Russia, was really grilling Putin really in public in quite an interesting way to see. He's head of a defense council or something. This guy has openly advocated giving nuclear weapons to Brazil, Mexico, Venezuela, Cuba, Syria, Algeria, just basically to make the United States life hell. Like, just screw you. Hand a few nukes to each of these countries just so the United States is permanently paralyzed in the world. That's his actual policy intention. So if Putin is sitting down with this guy at the St. Petersburg Forum publicly and debating issues with him, and also sending 4 ships to Cuba, I think the Russians are far more serious about ending this conflict by destroying the United States' position in the world more than people think. I think they're about ready to take some very large, risky moves, perhaps even those moves, including nuclear proliferating moves, that would make it absolutely impossible for the United States to continue its hegemonic position in the world. Like, if it tried to play the game the way it's been playing, it would sooner or later get nuked by one of these little guys. So that is a very scary situation to watch. It might be bluffing, but to see a guy like him sitting up there on the podium with Putin debating these long-term defense issues makes me think that this Cuba thing is much more serious and significant than we might be otherwise led to believe. And that's why I also take it seriously that they've piled up these troops in Syria across from Golan. So that's the world conflict situation. I hope that none of this stuff gets any more serious. The U.S. election is also a pretty high stakes affair. Personally, I think Trump is a mildly less World War III risk than Biden. because Trump seems to understand that the United States is not a perfect country and cannot just lead everything. And Biden and his goons don't seem to understand that. They seem to be willing to blunder their way into World War III. So I'm not surprised that Americans are not abandoning Trump despite his criminal conviction. I think they are taking this seriously. And I think that you may see a very divided government emerge in the U.S. Like they might vote Democratic in the states and the Congress, and they might hand Trump the presidency, and the whole country might descend into a bunch of domestic infighting, and that might be a way to prevent World War III. The American public has sometimes proven remarkably wise at setting up these situations, and so I'm watching them carefully. But the British election also, I think that's likely to emerge in something different than people expect, but I couldn't tell you what. And the South African election situation also is not resolved, or the European. So next week we should be talking about those. But the world is shifting politically, and it's shifting in some pretty big ways. So next week we should have something to talk about there.
Thank you, Craig. And Nika and Vin, I have already emailed you the link to join the Open Mic Speakers Lounge. So you all can hang out. And Gabriel.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree pretty strongly with what CH was saying, and that's like my overall perspective on like tying up Israeli conflict with Ukraine conflict and conflicts in Africa and in Asia. And yeah, I'd say that there's like I see a certain pattern emerging in like the post-colonial era, where there's like because there was in the beginning of the colonial expansion, there was a clash of civilizations, and they were very old civilizations that crashed with a very recent civilization, which was the European, basically, and they were really recent because they were changing. You know, Europe is an old civilization, but it was changing very rapidly, so it wasn't like a traditional civilization. It was a progressive civilization, and so that progressiveness gave it an upper hand technologically to sort of crush practically all the ancient civilizations. And that's where it achieved world hegemony. But yeah, like in America, they wrecked the original civilizations of this territory, and they haven't been able to organize since. Then came Asia, and Asia was pretty wrecked, but Asia had a much more cohesive culture, and it survived the colonialism better, like with more cultural integrity. I mean, you didn't lose 90% of your population, like America. And so it's revived, you know, in the late 20th century, great parts of Asia progressed tremendously and adapted to the globalized world. Then came Africa. After Asia came Africa, and Africa is still wrecked. And then the last one was Middle East, when the fall of the Ottoman Empire at the beginning of the 20th century. And so what we're seeing now is like, from my perspective, is a resurgence of ancient civilizations that sort of weathered the storm of the European expansion and are now reorganizing to adapt to this new historical period. Cultural identity is sufficiently robust so that they can learn from the progress of the European culture and maintain a certain level of identity that gives them sort of profound memory, which is wisdom, and foresight. And what I see about the Western civilization is that their progressiveness gave them a technological advantage, but too much cultural instability, and that's why it's falling apart right now.
And so yeah, what we're seeing is basically that ancient civilizations are organizing amongst each other with the technology and experience of the 20th century and entering the 21st century in a sort of coup d'etat worldwide. But the key to this is that since yeah, the USA and Europe are in such disarray, it's super dangerous to jumpstart them. So most of the strategy is going to be a contention and a creep, a mission creep around strategic interests, both economically and diplomatically, of the ruling hegemony, of the Western hegemony. And yeah, so it's going to be really interesting how it hopefully landing into oblivion. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Hey, thank you, Gabriel. Vaughn.
Wyatt, check the chat, please.
Yeah, I resent it already. Vaughn closing.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say it was an excellent panel today, and the show really went good, and the topics were great, and it was good to see a lot of new people, and even some old people that haven't been around in a while just come in. And somebody in the chat said that they really appreciate the perspective they get from watching the panels and all the people from all over talking, and that's one of the advantages. Obviously, like, subscribe, and share. And you're really missing out, like I say, if you don't get on the open mic and then come hang out in the voice chat. As far as Ukraine goes, I mean, I would walk around Sumy and see what happens around there. Maybe something happens. Obviously, the pressure campaign continues across the entire front. The only other thing I could see maybe coming up is what are the Russians going to do in relation to the ISR platforms in the Black Sea? I mean, I figure they'll start maybe at first jam one to make it crash. Then maybe they'll shoot something down. And then, shooting down an aircraft or a satellite is two whole other levels of escalation that I think they got plenty of room as far as shooting drones down or jamming them. And that's enough for right now. But that's the only thing I see really coming out, unless something happens on the ground that, there's a breakout or a pickup of a city or something. But yeah, I would see maybe keep an eye on Sumy and see what the Russians do with the ISR platforms in the Black Sea. And you all have a good week.
Thank you, Vaughn. FCS closing.
Yeah, man. Again, what's another? I didn't jump early, and I have to leave, go get some food, and come back. But yeah, like always, this is a very good idea you do here. But generally, my own little comments on everything that's going on. Like Gabriel mentioned, yeah, people are really trying to see an opportunity. They're trying to basically revamp their historic places and positions. But as he also clearly mentioned, Africa should just forget about those historical boundaries. The Sahel confederations, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, to a level somewhat restore some of the ancient borders. But that again, that's a stretch because many other places are included, and even including Sahel. But anyway, so definitely it's an opportunity, but as I said, and if you go wrongly, it could completely blow over, backfired. And I wish also I'm sensing. On the Russian side, I'm going to put I don't think Russia is going to try to get the whole of East Dnipro. I think that's too much tax, that's too much requirement. But what I'm suspecting is basically linking Transnistria and Odessa. I think I can see the Russian that would be easier to maintain than to get a whole east of Dnipro. That's a very big area to maintain and to get from Russia, to get from Ukraine. In the context of the Middle East, as I was saying earlier before I left and do what I have to do, Israel is basically stuck between a rock and a hard place. As Wyatt mentioned a long time ago, the opportunity that when they first conquered Palestine, they had an opportunity to basically solve that problem then and there, but they tried to basically say either all of it is ours, or or nothing, and that just drag on this war forever. And for me, I'm biased. I will always support the Palestinians. One from people that are from there, and also just because of I always pick the small guy in every battle. Except Ukraine. Ukraine is a different story.
Disgusting.
I know. But for Ukraine, I feel like Ukraine, they could have avoided what's happening. For the Palestinians, well, they were home, somebody came knocking their door. So that's why I feel like, okay, so that, I'll go towards the Palestinian side. In the context of what someone was saying earlier about the Sunni Shia, the Middle East Arab coalition thing, I think if any region have more potentials to kind of get some stability, is that region, if only they're left alone with interference. And I can see it going towards that level because this war this Palestinian conflict, I really expected to blow over. Since this is not blow over, I'm telling you, that because the guilt from this will completely paralyze some people going forward. Yeah, the ones that react will be cocky enough to keep reacting going forward. But the ones that just sit there and put their hand between their legs, like the Sisi we have in Egypt, I call him Sisi because anyway, that's his name also. But yeah, and it will be very hard for them to react in the future, and because to come from this one, you have to do something more drastic than this to show. Oh, I'm not a punk. And this is what I think they cannot do because they have no one else to react on except their own people. And I think this Palestinian conflict, whichever way it ends, it will bring this normalization to the Middle East. And I think, as crazy as it may sound, the Palestinians will get their ass kicked in eventually, but it will bring some normalization. It will bring some stability because they have created so much divide between the leadership and the people that to come back from it, will have to attack their own people, and which I don't see them doing. So that's my take on that. But generally, on the about the whole platform, if you're watching the DPA up to this level, obviously this is the weekly thing Wyatt tried to put together. And for me, I'm a common said a Sahel rounder or Sahel wanderer, and that's what I do. And today I'm in Texas. I'm in Texas in the United States. So I think I should put global wanderer, and I should be somewhere pretty soon different. But anyway, and that traveling and this platform, it almost matched my portfolio of what I do because the same way I travel, I run into random people from random places, and here I am again on this platform. And I'm not a military guy, so I have some very little military input except based on what I read. Whenever there's a platform, I try to do some reading on some breaking news, do some little research, and do some little quick refresher before I join here. Sometimes I don't join early, and I see the topic, then I do some refresh on what to be discussed. But militarily, I have not been in the military before, so this is just exchange of ideas. So if you're watching this, you have any ideas, then you can contribute to this thing. Hey, come and join in. Let's argue and let's call each other names and say bye-bye. At the end of the day, for Nika, for Vin and Gabriel and Wyatt, again, that's between you all again as always. For Gabriel, he's a regular here. I met him many times before. Well, and with that said, again, thank you all, and thanks for watching in, and always tune in to DPA on your weekly basis. It's just we just tune in and just walk away, just listen. You may hear your country name come up one day. And by the way, I'm the coup detector. The new coup coming up.
Usually it's a bad thing when you hear your country name being named. Exactly. If I say your country name, tends to be a bad thing happen.
Actually, keep listening. If you hear your country name, time to pack a load and run away, like the guy from last week. What country are you from?
All right.
Nika.
All right.
Sorry.
Nika is Tunisian Canadian.
Oh boy. Tunisian.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Bye, guys. Now my time for closing. My closing time. I need the whole screen. I'll take the whole screen. Okay. So, thank you, everyone, for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 82. It's my turn to closing. So I want to clarify, just now, what happens when I was talking about, the lack of will thing, about the people who are pro-Palestine. this is what because I was trying to do a devil's advocate thing. Clearly, I know that the Houthis would never march through the desert to attack Israel. Neither I actually also believe that they would have that kind of will to do it, because why would you want to kill yourself? I'm just trying to pull out the hypocrisy about people and government. It is as much as the population would fight for a certain ideology or belief systems, or most people will not die for it. They will talk as if that they would until you force them into it. They were like, no. Just look like Denis Davidov. No, he's not even in Ukraine fighting the Russians. No, what's the point of talking about the Russians? No, spelling them the wrong way. Ruzzia. What's the point? No, it's all talk. No, the governments, the leaderships, they have limitations. Even the Houthis themselves have limitations. It's not like they can just do whatever they want. As much as anyone wants to support the Palestinians, as much as anyone want to anti the Zionists or anti the Israelis, it's not so straightforward. No, you to really intervene, there's a huge cost, and the cost could not just be political. That means if you're a politician, you lose your power, or you cause the economy of your country, the geopolitical status, the relationship with different powers, a lot of cost. So no, the Egyptians do whatever they can, the Jordans do whatever they can. Everybody needs a big brother, and I tell you, the whole freaking Middle East is just a power cake. Everybody is just waiting for the opening to attack each other, to conquer each other. It's just somehow the reality of the Middle East. If you look through the history of Middle East, it's just tribes fighting tribes, empires trying to conquer the region non-stop, including the Jews themselves. The same. They are just the same. They marched from Egypt to the promised land. Along the way, they massacred like entire kingdoms. So it's not like they are like very holy. When I read these Bible stories, I was like, what the fuck? No, but it is what it is. This is just geopolitics. So no, it's a devil's advocate. I'm just trying to put a point out that the will, is people not talk a lot. Like Nefo in Twitter, people who are pro Ukraine, whatever, even pro Russian, very loud. They are very noisy. Actual actions don't have. They will not do it because nobody can risk it. Who want to risk? Even the Hezbollah, they haven't do anything. And I talked to a few people, including on Rumble, like Red Neutralist, some on the live chat on the YouTube. People told me that certain countries cannot do certain things. For example, the Hezbollah have not go into the ground war because strategic patience. But how many people have given credit to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, or Jordan for strategic patience? The moment they wait a little bit more, they are now the puppets of Israel and puppets of United States. What if they are just waiting for Israel to collapse on their own because they know that Israel politically is just not sustainable? What you may not have realized is that within Israel, the politics situation now is very bad as well. Within Israel itself, there are a lot of complaints about some of these more extremist Jewish sect, because the Jewish themselves have a lot of different sect, and some of them is very ultra religious, and they don't have to go to war. They don't have to join the military, and it's causing some very serious infighting or internal political tension within Israel as well. And it's like even the Israeli police, when you see images, they whack certain people. They're not whacking the Arabs. They're whacking their own Israeli people. They're whacking the Israeli reporters. So they're just brutal to their own people as well, even if they are Jews. The political situation in Israel is a massive mess. That's why I always say that from after reading a bit and understanding a bit more about Israel, I realized that they don't even know what they want, who they are, and where they are going. Israel is a confused country. They don't know what the hell they are doing. And that is a scary thing, because that's when you have people like Netanyahu who can take power, because the politics is just broken. The parliament, the Senate is just broken. It's just too fractured to have a proper direction to move forward to. And then it is through chaos that you have Littlefinger coming up to the power and say, chaos is a ladder. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. I am Jeffrey, is pissed off. I talk too long. He said that, hey, time to wrap it up. I talk too long. Okay. Thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe. Hope you continue to spread the words. I'm very happy that we have a lot of new guys coming on. And maybe it's because of the timing. It's more Asia friendly. So we'll have a bit more. We finally have an Indonesian on. So selamat datang. And also, yeah. So that's all. I'm going to drop the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update.
Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. In the clash of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table